None of them were sleeping deeply, except for Lotus under the disintegration bubble that Kara had erected over them while they slept. At first, Karl thought that it must take a lot of energy to keep an attack spell active all night like that, but the Void Badger used it like a tripwire. There was almost no energy in it until something touched it and woke her up, then she would lash out at them. With Eternal Lightning active, it was no burden at all, and she could keep it active without interrupting her normal night's rest. So, that was what she did, and took full advantage of the fact that they had a small person for her to cuddle like a stuffed toy. The first few hours after their arrival, the monsters seemed just as confused to be here as Karl was to see them there. But once they got their bearings, they began to spread out and stake their claim on the surrounding areas. Nothing had claimed the areas that were dangerously close to their camp, but twice in the early morning hours, Karl heard the sounds of combat as they either attacked a distant farm or were attacked by the locals whose territory they had trespassed on. The farmers were mostly minotaurs and related species around here, and they did not take kindly to whatever these creatures were. Without light, Karl couldn't be certain, but to thermal vision, it still looked like Yeti and Drakes, as Ray had described them. The whole group was up with first light, too nervous about the situation to sleep. What are we going to do? Do we follow the river toward the road and continue with the plan to keep working as merchants? Or do we just assume that everything has gone to SHD if they're getting random monster spawns in the Monster Nation? Dana asked, gesturing with a spoonful of oatmeal to emphasize her words. Tessa sighed and nodded. Some of the monsters are sure to settle in, while others will be killed in territory wars. But hanging around longer than necessary isn't a particularly smart call. Whether we go north to get out, or east as planned to finish our loop, I think that we shouldn't delay. It might only be this area that is in trouble, but I have an idea of why. The Golden Dragon Nation has always had too many anomalies and some low-level dungeons. That's why nothing else really wanted the territory to begin with, leaving it to the humans. But now there is a stable dungeon here. A stable dungeon should also mean unstable anomalies that dump monsters on the area. That's how it works at home. Karl frowned. So, that means the region around the dungeon is likely to have a never-ending supply of trouble just appearing? He asked. Tessa nodded. Not every day, but they are more common near known stable anomalies of all sorts. So, it's likely that there will be more anomalies in this nation now than there were before. I don't know all the details. That's more the specialty of the Blue Dragons and their research teams, but it's not a secret within the church that a new anomaly means more monster subjugation missions in the area over the next few years. There is one near the Seminary Academy, and the monster appearances are reliable enough that they use the region to train church guards. That sneaky dragon. Lotus gasped as she realized the implications. Ophelia was taking a moment to consider all the options, while a smirk slowly grew on Dana's face. I just learned a valuable tidbit about the nature of the bronze dragons. They serve the dragon aspect of law and rules, but their actual attitude toward the law is much more. If there is no law directly saying you can't, then you can. The spirit of the law concerns their patron much less than the actual letter of the law. Many people go out of their way to obey the spirit of agreements, so they don't upset the bronze dragon and bring misfortune on themselves. But if they just looked for a clear and legitimate loophole, I don't think he would mind. Lotus nodded. That's right. The bronze dragon clerics are sticklers for contracts. If you want moral rulings, look for one of the gold dragon or world dragon followers. Karl had begun to suspect that the world dragon was much more amusement-driven and less moralistic than the church let on. But he wouldn't say that in front of a pair of clerics. At least not until he had definitive proof. That voice in his head, laughing at him every time something strange happened in relation to the system, was most likely the world dragon. But that was impossible to prove. So what way are we going? Where does Hawk say the easiest way through is? Ophelia asked. There isn't one. No matter where we go, we're going to have a fight. They've just been avoiding us because they think we're a sleeping monster pack, and they didn't want to fight at night. Now that the sun is coming up, they will realize that we're a merchant wagon with guards. Once that happens, they will get more aggressive, especially the drakes. I don't know what skills these sand-colored ones have, but we can hope that it's not something hard to deal with. Karl explained. Tessa shrugged. The copper drakes shouldn't be too bad. They are a type of sand dragon. They use a corrosive sand cloud attack. The problem will be if they're working with another monster. Drakes are smarter than people give them credit for. They can adapt to the weaknesses of their enemies and bolster the strength of their allies. They might not be as powerful as their draconic cousins, but the drakes are a higher-order beast, and if they're working with an intelligent monster, they could be forming complex and deadly strategies. What does Hawk say about the power levels? Hawk did one more loop of the immediate area to check, and found that it was mostly ascended rank, but there were 2 commander-rank drakes in his scanning range. Mostly ascended, at the same level as the dungeon, so it shouldn't be too bad for us this morning. But that could change at any time. Kara spread her wings and flew up to rest on top of the wagon's cover, while Tessa packed up the netting, rolling it to the front so it could be quickly unrolled the next evening. Everyone be ready. In under a kilometer, we are going to meet up with a drake leading a group of sand-colored yeti things. They're all ascended rank, but there are over a dozen of them, and I don't know their powers. Karl explained. Their guards altered positions, with the Lamia joining the Naga warriors on each side of the wagon, while Dana came to the front to sit with Karl, and Ophelia went to the back of the wagon to bother Lotus for snacks. Her supply was running low, and the nature cleric could make an incredible trail mix. Incoming. The drake is ignoring me, so the whole group is coming for you. Hawk reported. That's a good thing, keep scouting. I think that Kara should be able to deal with a drake. Kara thought that was a great idea. She had seen drakes before, but not for some time, and she hadn't been doing a lot of flying. If she could have a flying badger fight with the drake, it would be a good way to keep her wings in shape and burn off some of the extra kilos that she had been gaining as she relaxed in her space. Once they had spotted the group, the commander-rank drake led his group of what Karl was tentatively calling Sand Yeti in a full frontal attack. They might have just arrived here, but they understood the essentials of dealing with a merchant wagon. They had fanned out to keep Karl from flanking them and making them chase Thor. We will send all the golems and bodyguards forward this time. I want to know what these Sand Yeti can do before we face ones that are closer to our level. If the incident is similar to the ones in the Golden Dragon Nation, it will be almost all similar groups of creatures at different power levels. Karl insisted. It was good logic, and nobody argued as he pulled the wagon to a stop and the summoned guards fanned out to defend the team. The others held back for a moment, preparing to go anywhere that needed assistance, but the bodyguards were all royal rank against ascended Sand Yeti. The monsters all started with the same attack, a fast-moving arc of sand that reminded Karl of Rend, but in elemental form. The pair of Lamias counterattacked, nullifying the attacks with Rend, as flaming body flickered over their scales. The drake roared and took a deep breath to attack, but Kara was already in motion. Karl had expected the small badger to square off with the much larger-scaled attacker, but at the last second she barrel-rolled and passed under the drake, which howled in pain. That's what you get for having bad breath, stupid. Oh, you don't like that. I'll punch you in the dick. Karl had to resist laughing as the drake fell from the sky with a mournful howl of pain. First, Kara had raked the sensitive inner thighs with her claws. Then she followed up with the promised nut shot, and the drake was out of the battle, though it was not severely injured. The drake hit the ground with a puff of dirt, and Kara landed on his back to pull his wings back, straining the tendons as she pulled upwards with her claws dug into the base of its wing bones. The scaled beast lurched to its feet, twisting and bucking in an attempt to shake the creature free, while Kara rode its back like a rodeo cowboy. The badger is insane, Dana noted. Karl wrapped an arm around her shoulders. She's just having fun. Don't forget, at least one of our team members can talk to the creature if it's willing to speak. We might actually learn something about where they came from if we don't kill it immediately. The copper drake sent a plume of corrosive breath in front of itself, then ran inside. Under normal circumstances, that would cripple an attacker and force them to let go. But being attacked by Kara was no normal circumstance, and the corrosive breath only irritated her, encouraging her to pull harder on the wings until eventually the drake gave up and lay still on the ground, defeated and prepared to face death. Someone asked our volunteer where they were before they came here. I want to know where they came from and why. Karl demanded. The Naga warrior closest to the drake relayed the message in Serpent, which all dragon-related species should speak. At first, the drake didn't respond, and Karl realized that there was something more wrong with it than the claws in its wing bones. Like a cloud had come over its mind, the drake had no problem leading its subordinates into combat, but it couldn't understand questions, though it obviously heard them. They tried for a few more minutes, thinking it was just being stubborn, before Kara decided to try nullify on it. That had some effect, and the drake began to swear at them, irate that it was being tortured. "Oh, now you can hear us. Where were you before today, and how did you get here?" Karl demanded, letting the Naga warrior translate. The drake actually looked confused for a few seconds, trying to find an answer to that before madness descended over its eyes again, and it went back to roaring gibberish and trying to attack the Naga warriors. Nullify didn't completely remove the madness on it. It's part of them. I think that they might be golems or something like it. Kara theorized, right before the Naga warrior killed the irate drake by beheading. Kara claimed the body, while Ray claimed the head as a decoration. Then they all came out to examine the other bodies. The tan fur of the Yeti was coarse like sandstone and thick. They hadn't seemed to suffer from the heat, unlike the regular variety, but they were similar in powers, but with their element changed. Hawk ordered them all brought into his space after examination. Sand magic was different, and the bird had a theory that one of them could learn new skills using the monster parts as part of a recipe. It was bothering him that they weren't getting cool new things. Karl had gotten new abilities, and they had advanced, but it didn't have a huge obvious effect on their combat power like Hawk would have preferred. The bodyguards are savage. The Yeti didn't even have a chance to defend themselves, and the bodyguards weren't using proper skills. It's like their power is higher than it should be, but not like it has gone up a rank. Like, the base ability has increased. They're still limited in maximum power output, but they're on an entirely different level compared to most living things. Dana explained, unsure how to explain what she was thinking. "I think I get what you mean. Their skills are definitely royal rank skills, but their bodies are more like those group leaders in the dungeon. They're tougher and faster than they should be. A grade higher in quality than a regular living thing." Karl agreed. Dana nodded. "Exactly like that. There should be some way to learn that ability to increase base stats, but I don't know how." The sound of their battle had alerted other groups of monsters in the vicinity that there was trouble, and the closest two drakes were leading their groups over. None of them was above the ascended rank, but it was 24 more of the Sand Yeti things, and perhaps a chance to learn a bit more about their combat abilities. The first ones had died too fast to use more than one skill, so if these ones tried something other than their sandy version of Rend, Karl's group would know more about what to expect from future encounters. Kara seems to really enjoy fighting drakes. Ophelia noted as the void badger flew in circles, waiting for the enemy to get into ambush range. "All those stupid divine species think they're better than us because void badgers don't have a deity. But neither do drakes, so who are they to act all arrogant? Not even their cooler cousins are as tough as a void badger," Kara declared. Kara is annoyed that the dragons are arrogant about having their own deities. The drakes act like they're a subspecies of dragon, and she has an irresistible urge to put them in their place. Karl translated for the group. "If you were bigger, you could give them a power bomb." Remy giggled. Her little sister had a flair for the dramatic that the Naga Queen appreciated, even if Kara did usually act like the bigger sister. Not the same way that Ray loved dramatic effects. Not at all. Ray liked dramatic visuals, while Kara was emotionally volatile, like she had an on-off switch for combat mode. This pair of drakes seemed to be a bit smarter than the first one, and they teamed up on the Void Badger, ignoring the rest of the group. It wasn't going to save them, but it was a good idea. The battle was about to start, with the summons moving to the front as Dana stepped up into the sky, so she could rain magic missiles on the drakes harassing Kara. It would only last a few seconds, but a mighty roar distracted Dana for a half-second. One of the buffalo-type minotaurs from the nearby farmhouse was charging towards the battle, already bleeding and accompanied by 4 smaller minotaurs, all similarly injured. They had to be the local residents, and they were most likely under attack by one of these groups before the pained roars of the other drake had drawn them away. Dana didn't hesitate for more than a second, as Kara was already hurling disintegration-enhanced rend attacks at the drakes. She wasn't even trying to fight them this time, and Dana was pretty sure that she was actually preparing her favorite cuts to be roasted. Before the drakes were even dead, the farmer and his children stopped at the scene of the battle as the bodyguards toyed with the Sand Yeti for a few seconds to see if they would use a new skill. But they only used that one skill and then went for claw attacks when they were close. Even if you kicked them away, they still used the same skill. They used it in different ways, but it was still just the one skill. "Merchant, thank the gods that you're here. Can we pay you to save our farm?" My brothers and cousins are holding the farmyard. But there are more of these things coming, and they won't see sense. The Minotaur pleaded. We could use some trade goods. You give us a discount, and we will help. Now lead the way. Karl agreed. They could use the practice and the goods. Most of Karl's team took off running after the Minotaur family, while Tessa and Lotus got back in the wagon. Thor was faster than they were over a kilometer or more, even with the wagon. The others were at least fast enough to keep up with the Minotaur family, while Karl already knew where they were going because he could see the pair of drakes and the large group of sand yeti attacking a farm. There were other homesteads in the area that had been overrun, with the houses demolished, but a large group of defenders had gathered at this one. There were commander-rank Minotaur among them, but there were commanders among the sand yeti here as well, and commander-rank drakes, which were much more difficult for the Minotaur warriors to deal with. Dana turned to Karl as they ran. Have Kara leave at least one of the drakes for me. I want to fight a flying target so that I have the experience before we meet stronger ones. Got it. I will leave hers alone. Or, you can practice artillery work and just shoot at the others to improve your aim. Kara suggested. Do you think that my aim needs work? Karl asked, curious how she came to that conclusion. Of course it does. You're not even a badger. How could your aim be perfect? Even Sister Ray still works on her targeting. Ray laughed as she ran towards the farm, startling the Minotaur family, who hadn't realized she was there. Yeah, even the mighty bloodbath spider needs to practice. Fine, Kara can attack things on the ground, and I will take out the other drakes. Karl agreed. Kara raced ahead, a blur of black and white fur in the early morning light, as they hurried to intercept the attackers before anyone else could kill more of them. You know, the rest of us aren't going to get much of a fight if you let Kara just go wild. Ophelia laughed as the Void Badger approached the edge of the battle. While you do have a point, this is easier than arguing with her, and there will be more fights today, I can guarantee it. Once she has it out of her system, the rest of us can practice. Now, Dana can pick her drake, and I will distract the others. Ray wasn't going to let Kara get all of the fun, but it would be even harder for the local farmers to identify her, as the bloodbath spider was working on her stealth skills. She could blend with most things effortlessly, but her body wasn't easy to hide. So, she had found that if she moved in spurts and pretended to be another object, in this case a hay pile, she might be able to trick her targets. She started out behind an actual hay pile, and then Shadow stepped closer with her body, disguised to look as much as possible like loose straw. But then her patience ran out, and she stepped into the group furthest from the farmers and went to work dismembering the sand yeti while her golems circled around to attack the sides. The golems were more obviously constructs, so they shouldn't be attacked by the defenders, while the presence of Ray would likely terrify them even more than the sand yeti force, given the power difference. Kara was in no hurry this morning. She was playing superhero, rescuing the younger Minotaurs from the yeti attackers and driving the monsters back, while making a big show of it, so that everyone knew that they had been rescued and not tag-teamed. Karl joined the fight just before the farmers who had run after the retreating group, hoping that they might either rescue or recruit another group for their fight. The relief was visible on the faces of the defenders, and Karl called Remy out to toss a couple of healing splash spells onto the worst injured members of the Minotaur clan. None of them appeared to be dead, at least not here at this house, and a bit of healing was all it took to close their largest wounds. Unfortunately, healing splash wasn't an instant whole body heal unless Remy soaked them in it, or got the spell inside them somehow. It would leak in through the cuts and spread through the body when it stayed in contact, but that wasn't nearly as fast as a cleric's minor heal spell. She had been preparing for this situation with a number of vials of healing potion. Hawk had made the containers for her with flames and sand, and she was delighted with them. The bottles even had their logo on it, a naga with a hawk on her shoulder. Remy had made the logo out of clay, and Hawk had set the vials on it to cool, imprinting it on the bottom of the potion bottles. Open up. There you go, and one for you and for you. Remy took mental notes of how long it took for the potion to start working, as she had never made someone drink a diluted healing splash before. Her pleasure that she had found a way to run experiments that she couldn't get in trouble for was clear through the link with Karl, but he was busy with other tasks and didn't have the time to praise her ingenuity. He had hit both of the copper drakes with Rend already, and they had moved away from where Dana was fighting the third member of their flight. But they were retreating to hundreds of meters in the air, giving them plenty of time to dodge Karl's attacks, so he had to chase them with the skills. It took far longer than it should have, as they were incredibly agile flyers. But Karl had a lot of practice controlling his skills, and with dozens of deadly arcs of energy chasing them, the monsters were taking steady damage, no matter how hard they fought to avoid his attacks. See, not as easy as you thought. Kara laughed as she sensed Karl's frustration. Change of tactics. Karl agreed. Arrows with disintegration on them were much easier to work with, and the targeting enchantment on the bow did half the work for him. The first shot was a direct heart shot, as the Drake was already trying to avoid the rend attacks, and the second was not off by much, punching a clean hole through the Drake's rear hip and out its back. It howled in pain, but the effect hadn't been set to spread on contact, so it was a clean injury that the Drake would be able to heal with a few minutes of effort. However, when the next arrow came, the Drake caught it with a smug smile on its draconic face, until the disintegration spell exploded and removed the front half of its body. That's cheating. You can't just trick them into holding a bomb to kill them, Kara complained. No, I think that he's onto something. Watching stupid monsters explode is kind of fun, Hawk countered. Karl let the beasts argue as he began to fire at the sand yeti, taking out the last few who had started to flee. If they were left alone, they were a threat to other farms and homesteads. That shouldn't actually concern Karl, but it was still the right thing to do. Dana finished her Drake and landed next to Karl as Thor and the clerics finally arrived. They started right in on the healing process, helping the farmers recover. Thank you, priestess. One of the older minotaurs, a massively muscular woman, greeted them in a deep but somehow feminine voice. Are there other survivors or wounded? I see that there are many damaged farmhouses. Tessa asked. The largest minotaur shook her head. No, the wee ones are in the house here. The only ones who didn't make it this far are unlikely to be making it anywhere else. She explained. That must mean that they had some sort of plan in place in case of attacks. If all of the children had made it here, where the adults had gathered to fight, it meant that the plan worked. But probably not well enough to prevent casualties among those who tried to slow the approach of the monsters, or who were caught out unaware. At home, Karl knew that shepherds stayed out in the fields all night to watch over their flock, so the same might be true of some of the farmers here. Those would be the most likely casualties, as well as the ones to alert the others to flee to the meeting point. Remy passed over a few more potions with a smile on her face that Karl always thought looked like she wanted to eat someone. At least it was a mouth-closed smile this time, so she wasn't showing fangs. Just in case there is another need for healing in the near future. These keep for a few months, at the very least, so you don't need to have a dragon cleric around all the time. She explained in Serpent, but at least a few of the minotaurs seemed to know the language. The minotaur looked at the potions in shock. These are proper healing potions? I haven't seen one of these in ages. Not since that beast king came down from the north, selling them to the rich folks. One of the older men laughed. That's been nearly 80 years. I wonder whatever happened to him. But thank you, Queen Naga. Our herd is in your debt. Thor snorted happily. They were herd monsters. Karl hadn't considered that before. The bestial half of them was a herd animal, but they were classed as a monster species, not a beast species. He had previously assumed that meant they didn't take on bestial traits, only their appearance. The sun is up enough to travel now. We should get moving. Karl sighed, looking at the horizon, and knowing that there would be a lot more encounters like this in the next week or two until the anomaly ended and the monsters stopped spawning at midnight. You should keep everyone close. These monsters are likely to appear again at midnight for some time. I don't know how long, but I don't think it's over, he added. The farmers nodded. At least they're not interested in destroying the crops. That's a good start. If we travel in groups, we should still be able to do our work. It will just be uncomfortable for a while until we can rebuild everyone's houses. There are more coming. Do you want to do something about them? Hawk asked as he continued his patrols. How close and what direction? 10 kilometers from the south. They're past the city and headed this way. There should be quite a few farms and a couple of bandit traps in that direction. If these farmers were lucky, the sand yeti wouldn't make it this far. No, let the locals deal with it. We will get what trade goods we can and move on. The Minotaur group was already busy with that. They weren't gathering food or goods they would need, but they had quite a few tools made in identical copies. Karl looked at what they were laying out and realized that what he had taken as tools weren't actually tools. They were all combat weapons designed to look like farm implements. They could be used as farm tools, but they were designed to either do double duty or be partially disassembled to make them into proper combat weapons. That must be a Minotaur thing, as they were all Minotaur scaled. But the designs were brilliant. Some of these could become quite popular with farmers at home. They might not be as strong as Minotaurs, but Karl had a suspicion that as the elites learned more, they would be able to help the rest of humanity, even the odds. Karl made a guess as to what those weapons would be worth at home, given that they were all common-grade magical weapons, then put about half that much money on the bench in front of him. The Minotaurs didn't look happy with the offer, but they didn't look insulted, so he was at least close to what they would accept after he helped him with the attack. Karl added 6 more gold coins, and watched as the largest Minotaur woman began to relax a little. 2 more gold coins, and most of the others had lost their concerned looks. "Do we have a deal?" Karl asked her. She was the oldest, the largest, and the most powerful. By most standards, she should be in charge. She looked around the other farmers and nodded in satisfaction. "Yes, we can accept that, merchant. We appreciate your business. Going to the city has become a troublesome experience lately." Karl smiled. "If you see others, you might want to flag them down. They will appreciate a safe spot to stop for the evening, with all the new troubles, and many of them have been avoiding buying anything in the city. The higher quality items aren't going into camping, so there is nothing worth buying." The farmer nodded. "That's why we had so many here. We were waiting until we had a full cartload to take them for sale. If we all leave at once, other than one family, they can watch our animals, and we will have enough guards for the trip. But now, we can put it off until next year. We've got enough to buy what we need, but the farms have been mostly self-sufficient for a while now. Best of luck to you then. We will get on our way so that we can get to another safe spot before it gets dark." The Minotaurs nodded, and Karl picked up their purchase to load into the wagon. The beasts didn't immediately return to their spaces. Kara and Ray just wandered away from the farm, as if the locals would forget that they existed if they were out of sight. Or perhaps they really did. Nobody seemed concerned about a missing pair of royal rank beasts as Karl led the team away with Remy curled up in the middle of the wagon, on top of their new cargo. It would be more comfortable if they put the net in place, but that blocked the side benches where everyone else was sitting. So, it wasn't long after they were out of sight of the farms that the beasts, other than Thor, returned to their spaces to rest. Hawk had scouted everything within an hour's walk, so he returned for breakfast, with the intent to head back out after, but for the moment, they were just an average-looking merchant wagon. Karl had even dismissed the Lamia bodyguards after the battle, so they didn't have an excessive number of guards. Hawk came back out a half hour later to scout the area and directed them straight east, away from the river. There are too many fights along the river. All the wagons have attracted the drakes, which has attracted more monsters, and others hoping to get loot or valuable drake scales and body parts. He explained. That was a good point. The drake body parts were actually precious resources. The price might be dropping hard in this area, but if they had a number of bodies with them, they could sell them after they were out of the area where the monsters were spawning. Giant strength rings were some of the cheapest magical items you could get in the Golden Dragon Nation because of the spawns and now the wars. So the same would apply to the drake scales in this area for at least the next few months until the materials had cycled through the market. There are a lot of farms out here. Should we go to the ones that are being attacked so we can loot them? Hawk asked. He meant it the same way that they had traded with the last one, but that was just a form of looting to Hawk because coins had no value in his brain. You just got them from hunting things or getting rid of stuff you didn't want. How far off course are the battles? Karl asked. Not far. You'll be able to see them if we stay on the best course. Hawk has found more farmers fighting. Does anyone mind intervening? The materials are valuable, and we can sell them later. Plus, it leaves fewer monsters to worry about at night. Karl offered the others. Ophelia sighed as she turned to look out the front of the wagon. As much as I hate to say it, that's what a local merchant would do. All these farms are potential customers. If we're not going to follow the river to the road, we might as well trade with all the rural farms along the way. I just wish that we had gotten a reason that there are no towns along this entire savanna. She agreed. Tessa nodded. It's because of the nomadic tribes. Nobody dares to try to build a road and settle villages out here, but there should be random farms and nomadic villages. And because the nomadic villages move to where the food and water are, there are no permanent roads, only recently used trails. All right, that makes sense. I will follow Hawk's directions to the farms, and then we will trade with the nomads as we go. I suggest that we keep some bags or barrels of food for trade once we get to the nomads. That's all that the orcs will trade for, and I don't know what the demons will want. Karl suggested. Dana looked at Karl like he was crazy. And what makes you think that we can trade with the demons? It shouldn't be impossible. The ones we've seen so far have been intelligent and reasonable enough. If it's just a matter of being evil, I think we've all met a couple of humans who would qualify for the title. Dana huffed in annoyance. Karl was likely referring to the mine bosses, but she recalled that one year when she was a kid that her dad opened a general store. He had been absolutely terrible to his employees until word spread through town and people stopped coming to buy from him. The last straw had been when another shopkeeper came in with his goons, beat her father unconscious, and looted the store empty. With all the store profits spent on liquor, he had nothing left to restock or repair, and that was the end of his attempt at self-employment. If that was the sort of evil that the demons were, it would be manageable. But she suspected that it was a more primal, sort of amoral evil. Like an aggressively cruel version of Ray. That could be much harder to deal with, and there weren't enough of them to take on an entire nomadic tribe. If they were going to be passing through the nomadic areas, it would be better to just try to avoid them entirely. Tessa and Lotus were thinking nearly the same thing. Demons were unpredictable, unless you were dealing with matters of their aspect. Obsession demons were actually the most predictable, once you knew what they were obsessed with. Wrath and plague demons were far less predictable, and the unaligned ones nobody could predict. They seemed to enjoy pranks more than anything else. Karl turned Thor to meet up with the next farm that was being attacked by the Sand Yeti. This group didn't have a drake with it, which should make it easier for the locals to deal with. Not that it would be easy for the Minotaur farmers to deal with over a dozen of the creatures, assuming they appeared in the same size of group as his team had been fighting earlier. These ones are weaker. Lower ascended. Hawk noted as they got close. A full-grown Minotaur was usually a commander, so there was a chance that even a married couple could deal with the group, though it would be incredibly dangerous. The farmers were holding their own, and Karl saw 5 adults in battle, all commanders. That would be enough to deal with the Sand Yeti on their own, but when they got close, he let Ophelia, Dana, and the Naga warriors go fight while he pretended to drive the wagon. Thor didn't need directions like that, but it was easier to pretend than to explain. The 4 additions were able to quickly overcome the Sand Yeti warriors, and Karl noticed that the Naga warriors were getting better with their use of tsunami. They had learned to create it with a downward strike of the sword, sending a narrow vertical arc of water racing toward the target for a much more concentrated and energy-efficient strike than the wide version. The Yeti were not particularly intelligent creatures, and they were mindlessly charging at the farmers without any sort of coordination, far from the level of threat that the groups led by drakes had managed. Ophelia didn't transform. She just hacked into the Sand Yeti with her axes, while Dana attacked from above, so she could see over the defenders. Compared to the others, she was tiny. Ophelia could use Berserk Terror when she was enraged to increase her size and power without Karl's assistance. That made her larger than the Minotaurs and the Sand Yeti, while the Naga warriors were not as thick, but their body length let them fight at an equal height to the others. Their combat style was much more three-dimensional than most. They had no problem stretching out to attack from below, or raising to let their upper arms attack from above. Any target would have trouble dealing with 4 blades at once, and the more that they practiced, the more skilled that they were becoming. With their combined efforts, all the attackers were dead by the time that Karl pulled up to the farmhouse. "Do you need any healing? I have dragon clerics with me," he called over to the farmers. The bull-headed grandfather of the family snorted in what sounded like annoyance, then gestured to the house. "If they don't mind helping our kind, we do have injured," he agreed. Lotus hopped down from the wagon to take her turn at healing, and Kara poked at the mental link with Karl. "Tell her to try to polish their horns. I want to know what they look like when they are shiny. Later, let us heal them and get them to calm down before we try to get them to agree to let Lotus groom them." The presence of the nature cleric seemed to set them at ease. Lotus was possibly the least threatening person that Karl had ever met, and when she came in with an area healing spell active, it gave everyone a warm, welcoming feeling. "What are you doing so far off the track, merchant?" the oldest of the farmers asked. "This nonsense is happening all over the region, and we got a report that the route along the river to bypass the battles at Berwickham is even worse. The Sand Yeti are usually accompanied by copper drakes, who give them organizational skills. Between that and the opportunistic ones looking to either kill the drakes or the merchants who might have valuables, this way is safer. It's not much of a trade route, but I'll try to make a go of it as I head east. Karl explained. Well, if you can trade with the remote farms all the way through, you might do all right. What do you have for trade items? We've got some Minotaur tools, the sort that double as weapons for the farmers. Karl offered. The Minotaur nodded. Do you want more of them to sell? We've got lots of steel here, but it's rare further into the savannah. Karl shrugged. I think that we have room for some extra gear. What do you have for sale? We get numerous requests for the sickle spear or quality shovels. Grain and grass crops are the majority of the roughage grown around here, but we also do root vegetables. Sickles are essential for cutting wheat and hay, so we're carrying them for most of the year. Shovels are just generally good weapons. So, we make some with serrated edges for dealing with thick hides and leather armor. That sounded like an innovative way to make a dual-purpose tool, even if you would have to sharpen the sides regularly with use. But Karl suspected that the sharpness was secondary when you were using the shovel as an axe. Minotaurs were strong, and a shovel head had a decent bit of weight to it, so it would make an acceptable axe in an emergency. Karl turned to Tessa, who gave him a thumbs up from the wagon. They didn't have too many of either, so they could afford to buy more here. The Minotaurs also had a crafting method that made common-grade magical items out of their weapons, and she wanted to study that. If it was something that the church could do, the Red Dragon clerics could make good use of it when a conscription happened on short notice. Teaching conscripts to use anything but a spear was difficult, and even their spear skills were questionable. However, handing them a shovel-shaped axe should be more familiar. It had surely been tried in the past, and she had seen more than one pitchfork used in combat before, but it might become more commonplace if they had better quality tools already in hand. The farmer sent one of the younger girls to go get their goods, and she came running back with a wheelbarrow full of them a minute later. This is what we have stockpiled. We haven't had a lot of spare time to make tools this year, but it should be enough. Karl did the quick math and set out the money. Minotaurs weren't hard negotiators from what he had seen. They had a more communal mentality and looked for the price that was best for everyone. So, offering them a fair price at the start actually saved time and didn't cost you any extra. The farmer nodded as he did the same math Karl had. The little girl counted coins on her fingers and looked up at the elder Minotaur. Is that a good price, Grandpa? She asked. It is 2/3 of the market price. That is a good price from a merchant who has to carry them and find a buyer. It will be enough to cover all the supplies we ordered this spring. The older man replied. The little girl smiled and carefully put the coins in a bag before running inside with the bag held proudly in front of her. Cute kid. Here, I have a couple extra healing potions, just in case you have more monster trouble. Remy passed Karl the potions from her space. She had been busy making these, and she was getting better at them. They still lost some effectiveness compared to directly using the skill, but she had mixed some medicinal herbs in them from her swamp, and it was getting closer to full power. The old Minotaur smiled as he carefully put the potions in a straw-lined wooden chest. If you're certain, I won't say no to your generosity. Emergency healing supplies are hard to buy, but not many merchants have clerics with them. Lotus giggled from inside the farmhouse, and Karl smiled. They're actually not made by the clerics. They're made by a Naga queen friend of mine. They're shaman healing magic. The Minotaur's smile got even larger. Oh, that is a shock. I don't think I've ever seen a Naga shaman, much less a shaman queen. Even those noble warriors are a rarity outside their southern swamps. But if you're headed east, there will be lizard men among the nomadic tribes. They are the closest thing to permanent residents that you'll find east of the Minotaur farms. Arrogant bastards they are. Lizards and Minotaur don't get along all that well, but with dragon clerics and Naga, they should be easier for you to talk to. Remy wasn't sure why the Minotaurs kept equating the lizard men with Naga. They were entirely different species. The lizard men weren't even aquatic like the crocolisk species were. All they had in common was scales. Karl took note of the old man's attitude on the other species before asking more questions. Have there been any recent troubles with the nomadic orcs or demons? The farmer shook his head. The demons all went west, intending to claim a city for themselves. I haven't seen any sign of them in months. The orcs passed by here just a week or two ago, but they were in a good mood. We had a short fight, and then they traded us some steel in exchange for food. Karl chuckled. Yeah, that sounds like them. As long as they're not on a warpath, we should be all right then. Karl saw Lotus sneak the younger Minotaurs inside the house a small bag of rice and beans, along with a bag of seeds that he couldn't immediately identify. Then she came back out with her typical happy smile. We're all finished with the healing. Did you finish your trades? She asked. Yeah, we're all done. We can head out as soon as everyone is back in the wagon. Lotus held out her arms, and Karl laughed as he grabbed her by the hips to put her back in the wagon. Ophelia rolled her eyes as she climbed up the ladder into the wagon, but Dana mimicked Lotus, holding out her arms. Karl grabbed her behind the legs for a one-armed princess carry and hopped up onto his seat. The farmer laughed at her shocked expression, and Karl waved his free hand as he got Thor moving. Dana thumped him on the head as she wiggled out of his hold to sit beside him on the bench, cheeks flushed with embarrassment. There were a few other farms to the east, but Hawk didn't spot any more trouble. In fact, the rest of the morning was quiet as they traveled. Do you think that we reached the edge of the spawn area? When we went on missions, we would have reached a group at least twice an hour at this pace, but there isn't much of anything here. Ophelia noted as they traveled across the open grassland. That is possible. We have no way to tell what the edge of the spawn was, so it is plausible that it was centered closer to the city, and that would have put us outside the range by now. We only have Hawk's reports to go on, and he's focused on finding us the best route east. But I won't complain if we have a break between battles. Dealing with drakes and a nomadic tribe at the same time would just be confusing, unless it was orcs. The others all stared at Karl, waiting for an explanation of that idea. Orcs like a good fight. If we ran into them and a group of sand yeti at the same time, we could send a champion out to fight, and they would accept that as a show of pride. What are you? The orc whisperer. Tessa laughed. Just wait. There are nomadic orc tribes here, and we will see them eventually. When I was sent back in time by Bishop Misty, I learned a lot about them. They used to be more civilized, but they have easy-to-follow rules of behavior that seem to have survived the years. Tessa gave him a suspicious look, but Thor was nodding in agreement. Orcs were good people. They liked to smash stuff just as much as he did. Karl sighed as he realized that everyone trusted Thor's judgment more than his own. Hawk's scouting didn't turn up much of anything for the rest of the day. They had left the spawn area for the drakes, and even the farms had mostly ended. Hey, do you think that the populations are related? As soon as the farms ended, so did the spawn. There were larger and stronger groups in the morning than at lunch, and now there is nothing. It feels like the spawn is tied to the local population. Tessa noted as they prepared to set camp for the evening. I've never heard of it being like that before, and they usually appear in the more rural areas. Or perhaps those areas are rural now because that's where the spawns happen. But it does track. Hawk agrees too. The stronger groups were in the areas where the farmhouses were clustered. If we add that to what you said earlier about them appearing near other anomalies, this might have been the smaller of the spawns as well. We're days away from the dungeon, so if distance has any relation to strength, this should be the weakest that it gets. Karl offered. Tessa took out the map and looked at the area in front of them, which was basically one large blank spot on the map. Going by this, it's going to take us a week just to get back on the road, and close to a month to get to the border with the Beastkin Nation. When we set the schedule, we greatly overestimated how fast you can travel without breaking a wagon. It's faster than having us mere mortals on foot, but compared to having us ride Thor and the rest of you jogging, we're less than a quarter of our daily travel distance, maybe even an eighth. Tessa sighed. Ophelia nodded. That is true, but it is what it is, and we're not under any sort of set deadline to get back. Dana nodded, then smiled as she made a realization. You know, this is as close as we've gotten to a vacation since we started at the academy. We can just travel at our own pace, and there is nobody to tell us otherwise. We might have to do something that pleases the red dragon eventually, but we can find a way, I'm certain. Ophelia smiled. The gods have a way of making sure that we have the opportunity to make the right choices. That's probably a red flag, but maybe it will be cute orphans again. Lotus laughed. We do have good luck with orphans. It's like small creatures are attracted to us. Tessa smirked at Ophelia, and Lotus stuck her tongue out at them. That's not what I meant, and you know it. She could protest all she wanted, but she was one of the small creatures. Do we have any major landmarks along the way? Karl asked, with a gesture at the map in Tessa's hands. Nothing. We're heading straight east, and not following the river as it bends northeast, but we're only going to end up 100 kilometers from where the ones following the road will end up. But if we go a bit south of true east, we would end up following the road for quite a while. That might be safer if there are more incidents along the way, but according to the dragon, the road route is the safer route. It's after we reach the road again that we will have to decide to follow it southeast or go cross-country for 1,000 kilometers to get closer to the Beastkin Nation. Karl frowned at the huge gaps on the map with no marked population centers. It didn't make sense for there to be nobody living there, but if there were no established roads, the Divine Beast Nation might have not bothered to fill it all in. Without a monster spawn nearby, Ray's night watch was depressingly uneventful. But uneventful was good for Karl, as it gave him time to study his skills and theorize ways to combine them that might make a whole new ability. Trollish regeneration and limited invulnerability had combined to make Void Body. The skill basically combined the best of both, with a bit more power, while keeping them as a passive skill. That wasn't really what Karl was hoping for. It was an absolutely incredible skill, but he should be able to combine them into an ability that was better than just having both skills active, which he was doing anyhow. None of the other skills seemed all that compatible, though. Karl considered his options, and while it seemed like he might be able to combine some of his attack skills, his imagination was failing him on how to combine them to make them better than skill plus skill combined. There was no way that a skill so difficult to obtain could be limited to this degree. It wasn't available on the offensive or defensive skill trees, so there had to be more to it. Perhaps the point was to try to make incompatible skills work together to do something new and innovative. Maybe you just need to think about how to make something from each of us work together? You can visualize skills, so just imagine all of us working together on one spell. Remy offered. She was actually the one with the most talent and success creating new skills. She had made 2 different types of totems so far, and she had learned a wider variety of skills than anyone else. Just make the snake's magic less evil and go from there, Hawk suggested. Karl laughed at the bird's loyalty to his element and focused on the one shared skill from Remy's advancement that he hadn't tried yet. Cyclone created a vortex of water, similar to the defensive cyclone that Naga shaman boss had used. Hawk would want that to be less evil. So, Karl focused on converting the element to be fire. A flaming tornado was more acceptable to Hawk, even if it wasn't better than the base cyclone. Soup, Kara shouted, startling them all. What in the world are you talking about? Karl asked. It wasn't even close to lunchtime, and the drake leg that Hawk was roasting her wasn't ready yet. You know, Soup, just keep putting stuff in the pot until it's good. You have a flaming cyclone, but if you added the earth barrier from Ray and a dash of nullify. The void badger trailed off to let Karl finish the thought. Karl thought about it, and that might be good, but not quite right. However, if he added shatter to cause physical hits to inflict additional vibration damage, then made the earth shield swirl in the flaming cyclone, with a touch of nullify to help it break defenses, they might be onto something. It was a great concept, in theory, except for the fact that Karl couldn't use nullify. In practice, trying to add earth shield to the cyclone was a pain, and he was unable to use Ray's boulder toss to just add small stones. However, if he added shred, the swirling vortex became positively hateful. In practice, trying to add earth shield to the cyclone was a pain, and he was unable to use Ray's boulder toss to just add small stones. However, if he added shred, the swirling vortex became positively hateful. But it still needed a bit more, and Bone Crusher did a fine job of replacing nullify in this situation as it bypassed armor. It wouldn't break their defenses, but having a portion of the damage bypass them was a great start. Karl spent most of the afternoon trying to make that work together. He could form it in his mind, but it was unstable and missing something. Chain lightning, that was what it was missing. The lightning would arc around it, carrying Shred and Bone Crusher with it, while the repetitive nature of the spell would help stabilize the mess of magic elements. In his mind, it was a great spell. It only gained a fraction of each component, but Ray and Kara were unhappy with being left out of the new ultimate skill. Disintegration wasn't going to merge with this spell, though. There was already too much going on. We might have to make this one the Hawk and Remy combo. I've already added far too much to this soup, and I don't think that it's even going to stabilize. If I go any further, I'm just going to be making a mess of things. Karl sighed as they prepared to stop for the evening. At least try it once to see if you can make a less evil cyclone. Hawk pleaded. You've been lost in your head all day. Did you make some sort of discovery? Dana asked as she leaned against his shoulder. She had been there all day, and Karl had been so preoccupied that he had hardly noticed. I've been trying to use the skill merger ability that I got from Orthos to turn some of the shared skills into a higher grade skill. It's harder than it seems, and the skill doesn't seem to want to give me hints on what might work. Karl sighed. How far along are you? Dana replied. Well, I think I've got an upgraded cyclone, but fire element instead of water. In theory, it should be much more powerful, but I don't know if it's going to work at all. Lotus popped her head over his other shoulder. Are we going to get a show? I want to see you try to use a made-up skill. That is too cool. Does that mean, if you learn enough different things, you can just make up a whole new set of attacks? I suppose that might be true. If I had the next stage of the skill master ability, the beast would naturally be able to evolve their skills to new ones that are related to the base, like how Shred is an evolved Rend. Karl explained. A single-use version was how they had gotten Eternal Lightning, and that one skill alone was enough to call Thor overpowered as a defensive support. Well, let's see what you have. Just cast it over there. We don't want to get caught up if it goes wrong. Lotus insisted as Thor pulled the wagon to a stop next to a large boulder that would be their windbreak tonight. Karl chuckled as he got to the ground. All right, this might need some extra space, so I'll go some distance away. Karl walked 50 meters from the wagon, just to be safe. That should be beyond the range of any accidental misfires, especially when he was casting it away from the wagon as well. Karl focused on the new cyclone, then activated all of the spells that would need to be combined to make it work. It was a massive energy use, but the spell was beginning to take effect as he had envisioned it. The cyclone was fire. It was energized with Shred and Chain Lightning, but when he tried to add Bone Crusher, it vanished in a puff of unstable fire. All right, that might have been too much to ask. Let me try that again. Karl began to reform the 4-meter-tall cyclone with more focus on the base spell to keep the form, and then activated Shred for the tearing damage, and then Chain Lightning. That was fairly stable, but nothing special had happened, so Karl began to tweak the balances. If he could get it right before he was exhausted, it would be a great victory. The spell began to settle, but the mana cost was still that of 4 spells at once. That wasn't really an improvement, but at least the effect looked right. Then suddenly, lightning arced off the vortex, hitting an earth mouse 10 meters from the main cyclone. A smaller version of the spell formed at the impact site, wandering off on its own without Karl's input or control. Then another chain lightning arc hit a hidden creature, and a second 2-meter-tall vortex formed, wandering through the grass. Karl nearly collapsed as a pulse of energy was pulled from him, and a dozen more small vortexes formed, 1 meter tall, and spreading from the secondary vortexes. Brother Hawk, it is glorious. Kara breathed, barely loud enough for Karl to hear in his thoughts. Hawk blinked a tear from his eye. It is beautiful. New shared skill learned. Hellstorm. Usable by Remy. Usable Hawk. There was only one problem with that new skill. They had started a grass fire. Remy, would you mind putting that out for us? Congratulations to you and Hawk on your new spell. Thunderstorm quickly put out the grass fire, and Karl sighed in relief that the skill creation process had actually worked. That is absolutely ridiculous. Why was it splitting? Is it supposed to do that? Dana asked. There were earth mice. The spell used chain lightning to stabilize it, but that made it arc to nearby targets. I think that it's overall a success. The system didn't call it an epic grade skill or anything, but if the energy cost is reasonable, it should be one of the most powerful area attack spells that I have. Karl explained. Well, it will make Hawk happy anyhow. Wait, he can use it, right? Karl smiled at the panicked look on Dana's face. Yeah, he can use it. So can Remy. Ophelia began to laugh, and everyone turned to see what was so amusing. I can see it now. Just fire tornadoes all over the battlefield, randomly duplicating every time they get too close to something. It will be utter chaos. Nowhere will be safe, and we won't even be able to work with allies without risking them getting a fire cyclone to the face. It's both the greatest and most horrific spell that I've ever seen. It doesn't even spare the grass. When you cast a normal fire magic spell, it doesn't target the ground unless it actually lights the target on fire, but those things leave a burnt path as they wander. She explained between giggles. I might need a bit of practice with the targeting. Karl admitted. But are you even in control of the additional ones? The first one that you created sat in one spot, but the rest didn't. Minor technical difficulty, but it's an effective group combat spell. Besides, if there are no extra targets, I can just create the vortex on top of the enemy and make them fight their way out. Tessa shook her head and began to hang a silk sheet between the wagon and the large boulder beside them, so she could set up a fire pit underneath. It didn't seem like it was going to rain naturally tonight, but the tarp would keep the light contained in case something was watching. Lotus grew the firewood to warm the area, while Ophelia and Dana strung out the hammock nets for the evening. Has anyone else noticed that the air here smells funny? It's like there is something rotten, but I can't figure out where it's coming from. Lotus asked as she finished lighting the campfire. Karl sniffed the air, and yes, there was some smell of rotting vegetation, but that was normal for any wilderness area. Nothing out of the usual. Do you think it might be something like that weird feeling before the last monster spawn? Karl asked. Tessa frowned. It might. You were the one who felt the strangeness last time, or at least the one that felt it the most powerfully. Tonight it is Lotus. Perhaps we should sleep early and prepare to be awake at midnight, in case of an attack. That's probably a good idea. If nothing appears in the middle of the night, it might happen at dawn, or it might be the next night. The area around Ocamping felt wrong for days before the monster spawn. Karl explained. That night, everyone slept armored, much to Karl's dismay. What was the point of sharing a hammock with a lumpy suit of chainmail? Even if it was covered in the soft silk of the outfit that Ray had made for Dana, armor still wasn't fun to cuddle with. Ray mentally nudged Karl just before midnight, so he would be the first awake if there was anything happening. Karl woke the others, and they lay in the wagon, waiting for news from Ray, who would be able to see the enemy from the furthest distance. Karl waited, watching the distance for heat signatures. They watched for a half hour, and Karl was about to relax when movement in the distance caught his attention. However, it didn't give off a heat signature. It was the same temperature as the ground and the trees. But it was moving, and from over a slight rise, there were more moving objects. We have motion in the distance, but they seem to be cold-blooded. They're not giving off a heat signature. I am just seeing them with echolocation. The amount of noise that they are making while they move makes them fairly easy to spot. So, a reptile species, or possibly something unexpected. Tessa whispered. Reptiles would be the best option. At least Karl had a good idea how to deal with them. But most of the reptiles that they had come across, the monster varieties at least, were warm-blooded. Even the naga, who appeared to be snakes, were warm-blooded. With movement in the distance, everyone got out of bed to prepare for an attack. Even the low-light vision that Karl had inherited from Hawk was no use at that distance. They were just vague shapes in the long grass, as Hawk's night vision wasn't color vision. But they were bipedal and not much larger than humans. However, as they got a bit closer, the details were easier to pick out. However, that wasn't helping Karl in his attempts to determine what the threat level was. There were lizard folk, orcs, some demons, humans, and others just walking around aimlessly. I don't know what is going on. They're all cold as the surrounding plants, but it looks like humans, orcs, and other monsters. Karl whispered. More slime monsters? They might be mimicking things that they've seen recently. Tessa suggested. That is a possibility. Or it might be some sort of specter. They don't have an internal temperature, but they're much more uncommon. Ophelia added. Dana looked around in the dark, unable to see much of anything beyond the radius of the firelight. There is one more thing that they could be. She whispered. The undead. Karl looked out at the variety of species, the way they didn't seem to have any animosity for each other or any urge to gather. Combined with the fact that they had just appeared at midnight, but didn't take any proactive actions to do anything but slowly walk in random directions, and it did look like a setup from a horror movie set. It was too soon to say for certain, but if they were stuck in a zombie spawn, he would no longer be surprised. They had encountered enough abnormal activity since joining the academy that he wasn't putting anything outside the realm of possibility. Even if they had been told by those in charge that it wouldn't happen. The fire had burnt down to embers, but it wouldn't be easy for the creatures to sense anyhow, being surrounded by the tarps to keep the light in. I need to check the other side of the rock and make certain that there isn't anything sneaking up on us. Then we can start planning for how to deal with whatever spawn we're stuck in. Karl whispered. Fighting in the dark is going to suck. Ophelia sighed. If we need to, we can make light. It's better than risking a mistake in the dark. I'll be back in a few seconds. Karl moved around the boulder to scout the area. If there were monsters close enough to be a real threat, Ray would have sensed them by now, but Karl wanted to see with his own eyes, so he had a clear grasp of the situation. In the distance, there were hundreds of the same assorted monsters and humans with no heat signature, all wandering aimlessly in the dark. At least nothing had appeared right on top of their group this time. They weren't going to get much sleep tonight, but they weren't in immediate danger. Out of the darkness, the sound of combat carried to Karl's sensitive ears, as well as the Naga warriors. It was too faint for Thor to hear it, but Ray perked up, trying to find the source of the disturbance. It was out of sight, and Karl quickly realized that someone had found a low spot to camp in, where they wouldn't be spotted from a distance in the morning. That was a much better idea than just camping next to a big rock, but if their battle was intense enough that it could be heard from kilometers away, they might need assistance. But more urgently, the sound of battle was drawing the attention of all the creatures in the area. Once they started to move with purpose, it got the attention of even more, and soon every one of the creatures that Karl could detect was headed in the same direction. Some would be passing right through their camp if they didn't move, and there were hundreds of them. Okay, that's not good. Whoever is fighting in the distance has gotten the attention of every creature within 5 kilometers, and they're all headed that way. Some of them will be passing right by us, and that means a fight. But a fight means that there will be more of them turning our way. I think it might be best to go for a strength in numbers approach. Karl explained. Tessa frowned as she replied. So, head towards the battle, and hope that whoever is over there is more friendly than whatever spawned? Well, given our experience with the spawns, that shouldn't be hard to achieve. Do we know what the enemy is yet? Karl shook his head. Just our various theories, but we will find out when we get to them. We won't have to wait long. There are already monsters headed this way. Ray reminded him. All right, pack quickly and let's get going. I want to get as close as possible before the fight spreads. Karl insisted. They only had to pack up the 2 sheets that were hiding the campfire. Then they were ready to move, as fast as Thor could go without risking the wagon. Karl jogged alongside the wagon as Ray kept Thor updated on the best routes. The monsters weren't fast, and they were actually catching up to the ones in front of them, so Karl ordered Thor to slow a little. They would get as close as possible before they had to actually join the fight. He could already hear the voices, and they were speaking the common language, so at the very least the defenders weren't insane. Shoulder to shoulder, keep your positions circled and don't get so far from the ground that they can get under you and inside the ring. A male voice was shouting. The sound of blades and the flashing lights of spells were now visible. Whoever was there, they had magic users. That meant it wasn't a random group of farmers, as the Minotaur didn't have any spellcasters that Karl knew of. They had extremely powerful warriors, but that was the extent of their combat power. Tamarind, watch your offhand blade technique. You're slow on the left side. Hellstorm, Remy cheered in Karl's mind, and a massive funnel of fire formed off to their right side, where a dense pack of the attackers had gathered. There was a short stone ledge there, but for some reason they were not climbing it, just piling up against it or going around. But with the light illuminated their features, Karl knew that today was going to be a lousy one. Every face was rotted, eyes glazed in death, as the zombie horde pressed towards the signs of life. The undead were relentless. The only option was to kill them all or run away. But they were all around both groups, so running wasn't an option. What the FCK is that? The voice shouted. So they were close enough that they could see the fire. Merchant team coming to your location. Karl shouted, drawing the attention of a number of zombies. He called out the Lamia to join the Naga warriors around the wagon, and Ray called out her golems to help her clear the path for Thor. Karl used Ren to cut down swathes of the creatures, then realized that the upper halves kept moving. Crushing the heads or burning them was the best option. So he brought out his bow and began to fire, chain lightning, enhanced arrows into the horde. Most of them were awakened and ascended, but there were a few stronger ones in the crowd. Karl could feel them there, but it was impossible to tell which was which when they were packed so densely. The source of the spells came into sight as the ground dropped away into what looked like a dry dugout pond, the sort that farmers made for their cattle. It was an oval about 10 meters by 20 and only 5 meters deep. However, the defenders were all human, wearing the black cloth outfits of a Spellblade clan. They were putting up a valiant defense, and the zombie bodies were beginning to stack up. Don't attack the spider, it's a friendly. Someone was shouting, and Karl breathed a sigh of relief. It was good to have intelligent allies. Karl started a second, Hellstorm, on his left, matching the one that Remy was still holding active on the right, along with over a dozen smaller flaming cyclones. They were wandering through the horde, lighting zombies on fire. The weaker ones burned to ash in seconds, but the smaller cyclones weren't royal rank. They stepped down by a rank as they shrunk, first to commander, then to ascended rank. Karl let his vortex wander, spreading the chained vortexes through the horde, but it was nowhere near enough. With Ray's assistance and Karl's arrows, they managed to push the wagon to dugout position, where the spell blades parted to let them through. Ophelia and Dana hopped down to join the defensive line, while Tessa and Lotus worked to bring up holy spells for the defenders. Thor already had Circle of Protection active, and he quickly spread Eternal Lightning over the group as he settled in to focus on his magic. Karl nodded at the golden-masked royal rank spellblade as he stopped at the edge of the circle to reposition his Hellstorm vortex. Remy did the same, putting hers opposite Karl's at the top of the hill as she came out to join the fight. Hawk used the light from the spells as a guide to take flight and bombard the area, while Kara wandered out into the horde, looking for something worth fighting. She had a barrier up, and she was virtually immune to low-rank attacks anyhow, so Karl wasn't all that worried about her, as long as she didn't get too far away. Most of the spellblades were ascended rank, with 4 commanders and 1 prince leading them. That was a pretty normal group composition for a 30-person team, but against this horde they would eventually exhaust themselves. Having Thor here would help immensely, with his barrier refreshing everyone's stamina, health, and mana. The blade skills looked familiar, and Karl quickly settled into his role killing zombies who made it to the ridgeline, using minimal power with his arrows so that he didn't have to take down Hellstorm, which was still mana-intensive even after it was completed and learned as a skill. Prince Karl, what a sight for sore eyes. Of all the things that we expected to be coming our way, Thor and Ray were not even on the list. The prince next to Karl informed him, "I take it that we have met before. How is your team? Skilled fighters or recruits on a training mission?" Karl replied, "All skilled combatants now. We were reassigned from the mountain giant front to try to reach an anomaly that opened west of here. There is a rumor that it is stabilizing, and it might be high-ranked." As the man spoke, Karl realized where he knew that voice from. "Prince Corbin?" he asked. "Right in one guess. Muffin is 4 or 5 spots down, and Tamarind is on the other side somewhere." Karl didn't remember a Tamarind, but he was more focused on the battle right now than people's names. "And the others from the Yeti anomaly?" he asked instead. "Larry and Daryl, the commanders, are here. The other youngsters had duties at home." Karl continued to casually fire arrows into the crowd, while Remy stood with her arms outstretched, guiding her main vortex with her hands while Karl let his roam freely. Corbin sent arcs of energy that were rather similar to Rend into the zombie horde, keeping them back of the defenders on their side. But some of the others were beginning to have trouble on the far end, where there was no royal and no Hellstorm to slow the attack. "I will move to support the others. Once this initial wave slows, we can talk again." Karl informed the spellblade with a quick nod of his head. "Greatly appreciated. We will see you soon. Let me know if your team needs to take down that regenerating barrier. The mana it grants is likely all that is keeping our ascended blades going at this point." The fight had only just started. They hadn't been fighting for more than 15 minutes. But if they had been surrounded when they woke up, they might be working on 4 hours of sleep, and they would have burned a lot at the start of the fight. They were doing their best, but most of the spellblades weren't specialized in multiple enemy fights, and these ones had most likely been fighting giants before being sent on this mission, the same as Karl and the others had. It limited the skills that they were familiar with, as large area attacks were less effective against widely spread, larger targets. But the zombies were shoulder to shoulder and packed tight front to back, trying to claw their way to the living. Karl used Rend at neck height and spread as wide as possible, decapitating dozens of weaker zombies in a single shot before returning to firing arrows along the new front. It was becoming clear that they were still on the losing side of the battle, just not soon. The group didn't have enough area attacks to keep the horde back forever, and minute by minute, the lines were advancing. Blizzard wouldn't effectively get rid of them. It took too long to get through to the brain, and the zombies didn't stop for mere flesh wounds. It might be worth a shot, though. Hellstorm was killing at a steady pace, but didn't move between targets fast enough when it would only arc to a dozen or so targets at once while pulling almost all the mana Karl was getting from eternal lightning and his own regeneration. So, Karl switched the spells, with Blizzard spread as wide as he could make it. Unlike the flaming vortex, the zombies didn't see it as a threat, so they didn't try to go around. That caused a momentary increase in the number of them reaching the front of the lines, but with the help of the bodyguards, the perimeter was holding. Hawk's bombardment was burning the piles of bodies, preventing them from creating piles that could be pushed down the hill onto the defenders, while Remy had a thunderstorm on one side and was following Karl's lead and switching to Blizzard on the other. The Spellblades were concerned, seeing more wounded zombies making it to the front. If the new arrivals couldn't sustain enough output to eliminate the zombies, they would soon be in hand-to-hand combat again. Prince Corbin understood the long game, though. Blizzard was low mana cost, so the casters could focus on other spells at the same time. Plus, it was a huge area, with the two blizzards and a thunderstorm completely encircling their position, leaving no gaps. All they had to do now was to hold the zombies in place long enough for the damage over time to tear those stuck in the middle of the pack apart, and the defenders would get a respite while another wave of attackers made its way through the spells. Just keep holding them back. Let the area spells do their work. Corbin shouted to his weary sect members. That was all that they could do anyhow, but the prospect of getting a break when the area spells wiped out a whole region of the enemy was a welcome one. Ray was firing stone bullets at the zombies from her position beside the wagon, while her golems hunted the stronger zombies in the area. It was the closest that she could come to having fun in this fight when the zombies smelled so terrible. Their blood was rancid and corrupt. Even with a barrier over her, Ray did not want any of that getting on her. Just the thought of smelling like that for the entire battle grossed her out. It didn't help that the Spellblades didn't know about the spawns, so they had only put a minimal guard rotation on duty for the evening, thinking that if they did face anything it was likely to be bandits or local monsters. So, when the spawn had happened, the undead were already on them by the time that they noticed. That meant close combat and zombie blood on the mages. Zombie blood that smelled absolutely terrible and was all over the area around the camp. The area spells were working their magic on the zombies, and every wave that replaced one that had been destroyed was in a bit worse shape. Then, for a few glorious moments, there were no more zombies on the front line, only wounded ones shambling through the blizzard. Catch your breath and prepare for the next wave. After this, it will be a steady wave of wounded zombies, but the storms will help keep the battle from attracting more of the creatures. Prince Corbin shouted to his sect members. Karl's team, mostly the summoned creatures, could take care of the influx for a few minutes. With the area damage and the slow movement of the zombies, they were arriving already heavily damaged. Plus, with the initial wave dead, they were losing their guidance, and they weren't charging straight ahead anymore. They were lingering in the storm, and many of the weak ones were dying without ever making it to the front. That was making it easier to deal with, and Hawk's reporting said that the worst of the influx was already here. They had drawn the majority of the spawned area to them already, as the Spellblade sect had been close to the center of the anomaly, and there just weren't many left to arrive. Karl wasn't going to pass along that news yet. The others might get their hopes up, and Hawk's search range was much more limited in the middle of the night than it was in the daytime. If he could bring Ray up with him, he would be able to see much further. That seemed like a good idea to Hawk. If he could work on a skill like brutality to increase his size, but by a lot more, he could carry someone with him to do the actual work of scouting. Maybe he could do it with a skill that he already knew. If his flaming body didn't set everyone on fire when they sat on him, it would be able to do the job of making him big, but it couldn't emulate his wings well enough, so he still wouldn't be able to fly with them. That meant that he actually needed to get big in order to fly with a passenger, and that would be much more difficult. I'm going to hunt the ones that haven't made it to the storms yet, he announced, turning away from the battle. All right, have fun. If you find a way to make yourself big enough to give rides, we will work out a method to teach you. Karl agreed. Or maybe we can do it backwards. If we could make Ray into a tiny bloodbath spider, she could ride on Thor at the size he is now. Ray laughed at the thought. If she was the size of a common house spider, she could get under armor and clothing to just carve her enemies apart, or circle their neck with royal rank silk and give it a tug to decapitate them. The possibilities were endless. Karl lazily fired arrows into the few zombies that were still making it to the front of the swarm. Then he created a new hellstorm to make a loop around the ridge line. The bodies had started to pile up, and with Hawk-off hunting, they needed some fire to destroy the corpses. Frying their brains with lightning killed them, and decapitating them effectively immobilized them, but only fire got rid of the bodies entirely. That spell is just nasty. Where did you learn something like that? The spellblade on Karl's right asked as their eyes met. Karl was turning to guide the vortex in a circle, not trusting a route that he couldn't see, but he had to move somewhat slowly, so the smaller secondary vortexes had time to kill the other zombies in the area and burn those corpses. It's an evolved version of the water spell, Cyclone. I picked up the knowledge quite recently, and I'm still working on mastering it, but it's a pretty brutal spell. The spellblade frowned. Not from a monster in this region, I hope? I would hate to see that spell could do to a group of spellblades while the large vortex was set on top of the group leader. Karl nodded. The real drawback is the energy cost. By the time that I've got it all the way around the camp, I'll be nearly drained just keeping Hellstorm and one blizzard active. The young man laughed and gestured at himself as Karl continued to turn. I doubt that many of us could do more than that. Multiple spells are hard on anyone but a strong commander or a royal. As Karl turned, he saw one of the spellblades, a small girl who looked like she might not even be 10 years old yet, but an ascended rank mage, was giving him a curious look. Not like a curious child, but more like she knew who he was and wanted answers to something. Karl set the thought aside for a moment and finished the loop with Hellstorm, so he could return to only one active spell and his sporadic targeting of the stronger zombies. With the extra time between targets, the commander on Karl's left also began to chat. You must be that beast master that everyone at home has been talking about. I can't think of anyone else who has a team like yours, but I don't recall there being Naga and Lamia among your bonded monsters. Are they new? He asked. Karl shook his head as he sighted another arrow. No, the Lamia pair is summoned. The Naga queen evolved from the spirit snake you were likely expecting to be with me, and the Naga warriors come with her. All 3 Naga warriors were out around the perimeter, using Tsunami to crush the zombies, while the Lamia happily sliced the zombies' heads off with Rend. The spellblade nodded. Prince Corbin told us all about his battle alongside you, as a motivational tale of what could happen if we worked hard and had a bit of luck with encounters. Now, I wouldn't say that we're having great luck so far, but we're having encounters. His joke brought laughter from their side of the line. They had certainly had an encounter. They had just arrived in this nation, at a spot that had been determined to be too low on the priority scale for anyone to come see who had arrived by portal from the wilds. The clan had done a 2-step transfer, moving into the region controlled by wild beasts first, then here. That way, there was a chance it could have been hunters harvesting resources and specialty meat, or even a border patrol team who had detected something out of the ordinary. There was a lot of that going around. Enough that they could make up all sorts of stories about their travels if someone did come to check. It was the opposite of what the divine beasts had done by sending Karl to the coast, where there was simply nobody monitoring for portals, as it was too far from the major population centers to be worth the effort in extending the detection spells. As the zombies began to stop reaching the front of the storms, the mages began to relax. Karl's team had everything under control, and they could finally catch their breath and begin to get their bearings. The sudden and intense attack had caught them by surprise, turning their seemingly genius camping spot into an inescapable trap. Prince Karl, High Priestess, do you think you could spare me a moment for a debriefing? What in the dragon's name is going on around here? Prince Corbin called as he retreated from the line. Tessa gestured for Lotus to continue cooking as she got to her feet, and Karl retreated from his spot on the far side of the line. You missed all the fun stuff, Spellblade. Karl laughed. There was a dungeon opening a few hundred kilometers west of here, and it stabilized. First it turned into an absolute though of a fight with every nomadic tribe in the region, as well as the combat-capable residents of the nearest cities, and then for the last few days there have been anomaly-level monster spawns in the wilderness. The first few were just insane monsters, but this one was a bit different. None of them seemed to be related to the dungeon itself. As the monsters, there are slime monsters that mimic the appearance of the members attempting to clear it. Minimum 10-person entry, with a low commander rank power level. He finished. And how? Pray tell. Might you have discovered all this information in the last few days, while under attack by monster spawns? Prince Corbin asked. Because the dungeon opened about 3 days before the monster spawns began, and I saw it stabilize with my own eyes. We were having a polite and genteel parley with the yellow tusk orcs at the time, and they were vigorously enthused to see such a serendipitous happenstance. Tessa burst out laughing while Prince Corbin rubbed his temples. Setting aside the part about a polite and genteel chat with orcs, you do understand that using big words doesn't make it more likely I will believe that you're not lying to me, right? My guess is that whatever you were up to before it appeared is directly responsible for the appearance of a stabilized commander-ranked dungeon here in the Newbon Empire. From what I hear, you've been missing from the lines for quite some time. You were on a mission and simply vanished. Now you're here with your whole group of Lucky Charms and a Void Badger. Corbin replied. Winged Void Badger to be precise. And she's part of our team. Her name is Kara, and she enjoys holding small creatures and booping dragons on the nose. Karl agreed. Corbin determined that the only way forward was to simply pretend that Karl didn't exist and go to the Dragon Cleric for answers. Anything else was too hard on his sanity. The Spellblade turned to Tessa with his polite business smile in place. Where might your next plan stop be? Your team is a long way behind enemy lines. Tessa gathered herself and stopped laughing so she could answer. We're headed for Cliffnell, where we plan to get back on the road, and then head east to the Beastkin Nation. It was either that or go back into the Divine Beast Nation and go through the wilderness to the border. Who sent you? The Bureau and the Prime Minister himself said that we were the only team in the region. He asked. We arrived with the assistance of the Bronze Dragon Orthos from a negotiation location within the Divine Beast Nation. The trip was authorized by the Archbishop himself. I have the letter here. She explained. She handed him the paper, and Corbin frowned as he read through it. Well, that is unexpected. But if I might ask, what secret mission were you on in the Divine Beast Nation? Something to do with the Void Badger? Karl smirked as Tessa frowned, trying to decide where to start explaining. Not exactly. Karl was relocated by an anomaly, and when he exited, he was in the Divine Beast Nation and already had Kara. There was some concern that the beast gods would be unwilling to return him to the Golden Dragon Nation, and the rest of us were sent to ensure that the contract we signed with the Red Dragon, that demands we not leave a party member behind, was not broken. So, that's where we were when this anomaly was discovered, and we enlisted their assistance to arrive on the West Coast. We have been posing as merchants since then, making our way across the country at the speed of a merchant wagon. Prince Corbin sighed. That's actually brilliant. With the Naga, you can pretend to be a proper group of locals. Our plan was to pose as a nomadic Spellblade clan while we investigated. Nobody expected us to get close enough to see the dungeon firsthand, so we would be reporting back whatever we heard. How many powerful dungeon champions were there when you arrived? Tessa shook her head. We were on location when the anomaly opened. It was just us and the orcs, and then we left as the first challengers arrived. We're on good terms with the nomadic orc tribes, and we didn't want to fight them for control when our half of the job was already done. To see if the anomaly stabilized? Corbin asked. To ensure that it stabilized, which we did from the inside before anyone realized what was going on. The beast gods have a theory that having the stabilized anomaly here will help keep trespassers out of their nation. It's close enough to the coast that every other nation can just sail into Ludenade and make it to the dungeon in a day. It's easier to sail into the port and go down the road than it is to try to sneak in across the Divine Beast Nation or from the eastern border. Tessa explained. The Spellblade took out his map and looked at the various options. That seems like a logical option. Can you show me where the dungeon should be? He asked. It is right there. If you're going to continue that way, it was spawning copper drakes and sand yeti among the farms in this region. Camping is a disaster. Don't bother trying to enter, as you'll probably have to fight your way out. South of there, Halseering is preparing for a siege or massive traffic, as it is within a half-day's walk of the dungeon. The roads were crammed with farm traffic, but everyone is paranoid about running into the nomadic tribes. Tessa gestured at the map as she explained, as his map was even worse than the one that they had hand-copied. Corbin was adding details as Tessa explained them, along with notes on what monsters to expect in the area, both the spawn and the local farmers. This could be more difficult than I thought. Unlike your group with the Monster Man, We're going to be bringing a whole sect of young humans through. That will make it pretty obvious to anyone we see that we're headed for the dungeon." Tessa frowned. "Do you still need to get to the dungeon? If we go back with you, we can give them all the details that you would get." Corbin tapped the map as he considered it. "Let me think about that for a bit. Having you here is an unexpected twist that wasn't in the predicted scenarios." As the last of the zombies were eliminated, the storms were disabled, and silence fell over the depression where the spellblades were camped. With a mixture of relief and exhaustion, the mages collapsed to the ground, while Ophelia and Dana came over to join Karl and Tessa. Sleeping early was a good call. The other mages look horrible. Ophelia joked, "I'm not sure if you've noticed, but we have been in combat for nearly 2 hours. Miss, I don't have ranged attack skills." Dana replied. The berserker snorted in amusement. "I'm not getting zombie blood in my fur if I can avoid it. Didn't I come around with water for everyone?" Ray laughed in Karl's mind at that comment. She had been in the center of the camp, firing stones at the zombies the entire time for the exact same reason. It wasn't easy to be a furry lady surrounded by zombies. She was just thankful that the area was full of mages who were happy to use fire to get rid of all of the leftover bodies and viscera. There are no more zombies around. Are the Donnas all recovered yet? Or do we need to guard them? Hawk asked, distracting Karl. The spellblades are recovering, but they have enough commanders who are fit to watch over the camp that you can return and sleep until the sun comes up at the very least. I'm on my way back. Tell Ray not to slack, since she's the only one who can see anything coming in the dark if I'm asleep. Hawk was definitely cranky about being awakened in the middle of the night. The moon was half full in the sky, and there were no clouds, so even the humans could see a little in this light. Karl paused there. He had forgotten that he was one of the humans again. Perhaps if he thought about them as their classes, it would help. Mages and clerics had more trouble seeing in the dark than he did. Yes, that was better. Prince Corbin took notes of the situation as the team began to relax, and then got back to his original line of questions. You said that you had been in the dungeon. Did you complete it? What sort of rewards did it give? He asked. Karl realized that he had never even checked, and now he had to search through his inventory boxes to find what might have come from the dungeon, and separate it from what had certainly been there already. There were some commander rank armor pieces, nothing special. Some decent ascended rank armor, and then a small golden chest. That was unexpected. There were some coins, some armor, and a golden box. Karl replied with a shrug. Tessa turned to him. A golden box full of what? Did you even examine it, much less open it? Karl shrugged, and Tessa rolled her eyes at him. In the dim light of the camp, backlit only by the cooking fire that Lotus was tending, it was easy enough to ignore the fact that she was exasperated by his lack of interest in the rewards of the dungeon. Karl checked the box, a bit embarrassed that it had slipped his mind. First dungeon completion random reward. It's a random reward. I don't know what is in the box. He explained. Dana poked him on the side of the head. Those boxes are a group reward. Why don't you go ahead and open it, so we can see if it's something useful? Corbin made a get-on-with-it gesture. He was just as interested in what the dungeon had given as the ones who had actually been there. Karl took the small golden box out of his inventory and held it out for everyone to inspect. Well, it looks normal enough. I wonder what sort of reward fits in that box. Corbin noted. In the edge of Karl's vision, Lotus smirked. One of them had opened up into a full stage with a spinning wheel when she tried to open it. Karl flipped the lid to the golden chest, and it immediately vanished, replaced with a message in his status overlay, appearing as words in his vision. Calculating first clear rewards. Group reward calculated, epic grade items granted. Individual reward calculated, over rank penalty applied. Karl sighed as he saw the message, and then waited for the next message while he checked his inventory for the epic grade item that the group should have gotten. Ring of the Beast Lord. Increases luck by 150 points. Increases damage of skills used by bonded or summoned companions by 15%. Karl had no idea what the luck stat was supposed to be. It was nowhere in any of his interfaces, even when he checked them again. It must exist if he could get a bonus to it, but it was not a visible status line. However, 15% more damage from the skills of his beasts was a pretty good ring. Combined with the giant strength ring that he wore on his other hand, it would make a noticeable difference in their combat ability. Individual reward granted. Karl's vision went blank, and he found himself standing in an empty void with nothing but a spinning wheel with square spaces on it, like a paddle wheel on the grain mill. It was the same concept as the other spinning prize wheel, but this one had the prizes around the outer edge instead of on the face. That made room for many more options, and the wheel was dozens of meters tall. Karl looked at the skill in front of him. The actual square looked like tinted glass, but there was elegant script on the front that read Skill Book, Pimp Slap. Now that was a skill. How useful it would be in common was questionable, but the name alone implied that it had great possibilities. The other slots couldn't be read from his position, as if the titles were blocked. So, Karl knew what spot to watch as the wheel spun to get a guess at what might have been possible. There was no benefit to delaying any further, so Karl jumped up a few meters and grabbed the wheel to drag it down. It was huge, and it would take some effort to get more than one full spin out of it, he assumed. The slots began to blur by too fast for him to read as the wheel rapidly picked up speed from Karl's overly enthusiastic spin. It felt like an eternity before it began to slow, and he could finally see the options. There were clothing items, an epic-grade tent in a box, whatever that was, some oddly named skill books, and even experience bonuses. It wasn't on par with the last time that they had gotten a reward, but there were some good items interspersed with the cosmetic items. Perhaps if he didn't have Ray with him, a commander rank coat might have meant more. The wheel slowed to a stop, and Karl stared at the words on the reward slot in front of him. Congratulations. Random reward granted. Karl stared at the label on the spot in front of him. Skill Advancement Token, advance one known skill by 1 tier. Karl smiled as he saw what he had gotten. Advance Evolution by 1 rank. Invalid target. Advance Skill Master Rank 2 to Skill Master Rank 3. Karl got the impression that the system couldn't decide whether he was trolling it or not. It was obvious that the token was a single-use Skill Master Rank 3 token. Using it to advance Skill Master to Rank 3 seemed to have confused the system. But he waited patiently to see what would happen. The token could have just told him it was an invalid target and made him pick a different one. In fact, Karl expected that it would, after a few more seconds. Skill Master Advanced to Rank 3. Skill Master Advanced to Rank 4. Max tier reached. Skill Master 4. Allows all skills to evolve to 1 rank and 1 tier higher than their current tier with practice. Additional functions locked until second advancement. Karl stared at the notification. Now he understood why everything had frozen. Skill Master 3 allowed skills to evolve by a tier with practice, and he had a lot of practice with Skill Master. So, it had tried to evolve to Rank 4, the next logical tier of its own ability. However, he didn't meet all the requirements of Skill Master Rank 4. So, it had momentarily frozen as it attempted to advance. Are you back with us? Tessa asked as the scene faded from Karl's vision. Yeah, sorry. There was a random item thing, and it's a bit distracting. She nodded. So, did they give you something good? Random rewards are usually pretty good. Karl shrugged. We will see. The reward it gave me is somewhat situational. It could be good, or it could be no different from a skill I would have already gotten soon. A small girl came over and stared up at Karl. He wasn't sure what she wanted, but he put a hand on her head and patted her while he finished talking to Tessa and Corbin. Damn it, stop with the hair. Have you forgotten me so fast? She demanded. Do you collect small women? Kara asked curiously. Definitely not. We're at 2 and 2, tall versus short. Karl looked down and realized that he really didn't recognize that face. No, he did, but he had only seen it once before. Tori, he asked. I am Tamarin now. It's good to see you again. You've gotten stupidly powerful since I saw you last. She replied. So, you're a proper spellblade now, are you? The vicious smile she gave him looked wrong on such a cute child's face. Not yet. I am an ascended rank mage, but I haven't earned the right to call myself a spellblade yet. I am along as a trainee, working to expand my combat skills until I'm good enough that I can pass the exams. She explained. I'm glad you're doing well. After the resurrection, I wasn't certain that you would be able to adapt so easily. Tori, now Tamarind, laughed at Karl's concern. You don't need to worry that much about me. I have turned over a whole new leaf. I've got all this family to look out for me now, and they're happy to keep me away from any sort of misbehavior. Why don't we relax and have something to eat? Tessa suggested. A midnight snack? I think that we've earned it. We will have to rearrange our night watch, but everyone should be able to get at least a few more hours of sleep tonight. Karl nodded in agreement. Your team was nearly in the center of the spawn, so even if we start moving later in the morning, we should still make it out of the area that is likely to be covered in zombies tomorrow night. Sleeping wouldn't be a problem for most of the spellblades, and the wagon was still set up for sleeping, other than the tarps that they had taken down. All the hammocks were still hung, and only a little dirty from the race across the grasslands. Everyone ate quietly, and by the time that they were finished, and everyone except the commanders who were on guard from the Spellblade clan had gotten back to bed, the horizon was already beginning to lighten. A couple of hours was all they were going to get to rest, and then they would have to discuss where they were going next. A soft whistle just after full dawn caught Karl's attention, and then someone knocked gently on the side of the wagon, alerting them that someone needed their attention. Karl rolled out of his hammock, and Prince Corbin motioned for him to remain silent. There is motion in the distance. I think that someone knows we are here. He whispered. Should we split up? Karl whispered back. How certain are you that your cover story is good? It's solid. How sure are you that you can take whatever is coming? Karl replied. Not at all. I suspect that it's an army unit. They must have come from the capital to deal with the anomalies. Their seers will have known that there was going to be something happening here tonight, and if they dispatched an army unit to deal with it, they're not going to be weak. Karl nodded. What direction are they coming from? Southeast. Where are you going to go? Corbin asked. I am going to go straight east, as planned. It's the logical route for me to take, headed straight to the road. Where are you going? Southwest. I have disguise magic that will hide us from cursory detection. The army is charged with keeping nomads under control, so they're not going to be particularly kind to a nomadic Spellblade clan. Corbin nodded, and Karl prepared to hop back on the wagon as Dana packed up the hammock. Good luck. We will see you soon. I'm not going to push for more information when things are this bad. The government might have been willing to sacrifice some lives for valuable information, but there is no need to waste my people when we already know the answers we came for. They shook hands, and Karl sent everyone but Thor and two of Remy's bodyguards back into the spaces. With Dana's golems walking behind them, they headed east through the ash piles left after their battle. Once they were up out of the depression, Prince Corbin activated an air spell that made a mirage over their group, effectively hiding them from simple visual detection. That should be good enough to prevent the army from finding them, and the whole clan was headed straight south, on a course where they wouldn't be intercepted. But Karl and his team were in the open, and it wouldn't be long before the scouts changed course to intercept him and his team. There would certainly be questions, especially if they were expecting a massive horde of zombies right here. They were still close enough to see the remnants of the battle, so there wasn't going to be any way to hide that the zombies had been here. Karl raised a hand in greeting when the closest of the scouts, a Tortolin warrior with a sturdy turtle shell around his torso, gestured in their direction. Everyone ready? It's time to play our parts. Karl pulled Thor to a stop as the warrior, who was carrying two narrow blades across his back, ran in their direction. Merchant, did you encounter the undead during the overnight hours? We were informed they should be near here. Karl nodded and gestured behind him. They were drawn to a depression over there, and we fought them for most of the night. There are no more around, but I wouldn't hang around here for long. They're likely to come back at midnight. The Beast Nation told me about those phenomenons. Karl explained. The turtle man nodded in understanding, then gestured behind them. Were there others with you? Karl nodded. We were camped by that big stone over there. Then we heard the sound of battle over here. Once I realized we were both surrounded by the undead, we moved to help them defend their camp. Strength in numbers and all. It was just a small nomadic tribe, demons and humans. They moved on at first light, before full dawn. The Tortolin made a note, then tapped his chin with his pen. How many in total? Keeping the numbers of nomads under control is part of our job. Karl shrugged. I didn't count them, but I would say about 24 fighting-age adults and an equal number of elders and children. That answer seemed to please the soldier. So, roughly 50, perhaps a few less, and mixed humans and demons. With that, he looked at the ladies in the wagon. Ophelia nodded. That's right, I would say just under 50. Not much of a fighting force, as they didn't have anyone stronger than a commander, but they had a couple of magic users that made the fight a lot easier. The Tortolin made a note of that as well. That's normal for demonic nomads. I'm just glad that you didn't suffer any casualties from the undead or the demons. I will need to see the battleground. Can you tell me what sort of spells your team used? I am an elemental shaman, So there was a large blizzard and flaming cyclones, as well as some lightning. The Naga warriors use water magic attacks, so there will be lots of that, plus the attacks of our golems and the other guards. Karl explained. The Tortolin frowned. Is there anything that you didn't use? Something that we can use to pick out how much of a threat the demons are, and if there might have been advanced undead among the zombies. Oh, I forgot that there were thrown boulders as well, a specialty of the golems. But there should be some fireballs and arcane attacks from the others. They'll look a fair bit like ours, though. If you can pick out the power difference, most of the attacks by arcane-type commanders were from the other group. We just have one with us. Then a bunch of the fireballs were also theirs. I don't know if you'll be able to tell them apart from my fire spells, though. The flaming cyclones come in 2 varieties, both at my rank and one below that. Karl explained. Thank you, merchant. Please wait here while the unit commander comes to speak with you. If the army unit was going to come to them to talk to get more details, that would give Prince Corbin and his Spellblade clan plenty of time to escape. As long as they could make it past the patrol, they would be able to turn east and start heading for the border. They were not going to get there anytime soon, but it would be safer every day that they moved away from the dungeon. The whole military unit was coming towards the wagon, and Karl could sense the tension in the wagon behind them. The monsters didn't seem to suspect that Karl's team had been doing anything wrong so far, but they also hadn't gone looking for the battlefield yet. Once they saw the outcome of the battle, they would certainly have some serious questions about what sort of combat power Karl and his team had. The commander of the unit, a royal rank demon with tattered black wings that clearly wouldn't be able to fly, stopped in front of Karl and took stock of the group. Merchant, I am told that your team has a surprising amount of combat power to be able to take out an entire undead horde with only the assistance of a small nomad tribe. He greeted them. We do all right. You know how it is for merchants. We have to be able to take care of ourselves when we're on the road. Karl agreed. The demon smiled. I would imagine that it's a lot easier to take care of yourself when you're actually a royal rank human elite with an active system and not a merchant at all. Tell me, what have you been telling everyone that you are, to pass so easily through half a country? I think you might have misunderstood something in your dispatch. My father is a stone troll. As much as every kid loves stories of the system, that's all they are. Stories, Karl countered. So if I cut your hand off, it would just grow back, with no help from your cleric friends, would it? Karl chuckled at the demon's attempt to call him out. I am only half troll, but I regenerate well enough. Karl took his sword out of his storage space and held out a pinky finger. With a grimace, he severed the digit and held it up to the shocked soldiers. Then he held his bleeding hand up and watched with what he hoped was hidden shock as the original finger seemed to melt into mist while a new one grew out of his hand. He had never tested Void Body before, but it worked exceptionally well. It did leave him hungry, though. There was just one odd thing about it. He didn't bleed red anymore. The blood that had poured from his severed finger and across his hand had been deep black, though most of it was already absorbed into his skin. The demon stared for a few more seconds, suspicious of Karl's honesty, then dragged a young minotaur forward. Is this the man that you saw? He demanded. Yes, unit commander. That is the dungeon champion from the Golden Dragon Nation. I am 100% sure of it now that I can smell him. Even if the Trouble Seer hadn't said we would find him here, I would be certain that he is the human's champion. The soldier insisted. He was a commander rank minotaur, likely still in his teens, or whatever the minotaur age equivalent was. His horns were polished to a black sheen that greatly pleased Kara, who had been wondering for some time if you could polish them, and he did look vaguely familiar to Karl, though they had only seen each other once. Karl hopped down from the wagon, and the minotaur blinked up at him, then frowned. The last time they had met, Karl had been under 190 centimeters tall, but right now, he was well over 2.5 meters tall, towering over the young minotaur. Look, I'm sure this is an honest mistake. Perhaps it's because we have a human guard and the dragon clerics with us. He asked, gesturing to Dana and the others. The demon turned to the Naga warrior on his side of the wagon. Did this man hire you to pretend that you were his guards? He demanded. The Naga gave him an unimpressed look. Are you retarded? We Naga have our own dignity. We have been his guards as long as he has been a merchant. There is no pretending involved. He responded in serpent. The demon's eye twitched, and Karl watched carefully as he barely resisted going for the blade on his hip at the insult. Karl looked through the soldiers, taking note of the ones in lighter armor, which wouldn't interfere with their mobility when casting spells. The soldiers noticed where he was looking and began to believe that Karl might be telling the truth. If he took out the mages before they could respond, the rest of the team would have a devil of a time trying to kill a royal rank troll without fire magic. The demon frowned as he started to consider that they might have gotten the wrong target. But he couldn't just let it slide when they had been specifically sent here. I will need to ask you to come with us until this matter is settled. You will be free to make your sales when we get to the city. So you're going back to the city of Cliffnell? That's no trouble. We were headed there anyhow. Karl shrugged. No, the fortress city of Bedhoek. You will be brought to the Overlord's temple for questioning on suspicion of being a spy. Whatever, as long as they're interested in buying tools, it's fine by me. You don't mind if we make a few pit stops at the farms along the way, do you? Karl asked. What part of this are you not getting? The demon asked. The part where you think you're in charge here. If it wasn't likely to offend the delicate sensibilities of the war cleric, we would be having some harsh words about your assumption that you can just throw around accusations and detain merchants. I would think that you would be a bit more understanding when you're asking for a favor. There are countless nomadic tribes out here, after all, and it would be a shame if we walked away the next time you met one. Karl could feel the glares that he was getting, both from in front and behind. However, after a few seconds, the demon relented. All right, you have a point. Until we can prove that you're the spies from the Golden Dragon Nation, we will ask that you accompany us as honored guests. That's much better. Lead the way. But I was serious about stopping at the farms. They're the ones most likely to need the tools, and my wagon is nearly full. The demon sighed and motioned for his unit of 100 soldiers, mostly at the ascended and commander rank, to encircle the wagon. They had just started to move when something in the demon's pocket began to glow. The unit leader took out a flat stone object with runes all over one side, then stared at the other. It looks like our guest is a prophetic one. There is a nomadic orc tribe coming our way. We won't be able to avoid them with the slow-moving wagon, so everyone should prepare for a fight. Karl cleared his throat. If you don't mind, we've got dragon clerics with us. Do you mind if we trade some food to the orcs before things get messy? I swear to the vampire gods, you are the most annoying troll that I have ever met. Ophelia poked Karl in the back. If you're trying to get him to kill us before we make it to the city, you're on the right path. But that's not the greatest idea I've heard to convince people that we're not spies. A few of the nearby soldiers chuckled, while Karl smiled at her. They'll get used to my lovable personality soon enough. Besides, if the lovely ladies of the church have created some food supplies, the orcs will be happy to see them. 6:35. From high overhead, Hawk gave them an update. There are a lot of orcs, and they've already got weapons out. I don't think that they're going to be willing to negotiate. That could be bad news, but the soldiers were surrounding their wagon, so it wasn't like he could drop back and stay out of the mess. All that Karl could do was wait to see how things turned out. Once they were 100 meters apart, the orcs began shouting a war chant, a rhythmic battle cry in time with their advance. The demon at the head of the patrol reached into his coat and set off a marker flare of some sort that sent bright green smoke billowing into the sky. We will need your people to stay back. Not that we don't trust your capabilities, but it's safer not to mix our force. One of the soldiers informed Karl as he prepared to join the fight. No problem. We will wait right here. With the two groups moving towards each other, that put Thor and the wagon well out of the way of the hostilities. As long as they weren't dragged into the fight by a retreat by the soldiers, there shouldn't be any issues. But as soon as Karl decided that this was a great opportunity to simply leave while the orcs butchered the patrol, more soldiers started to appear out of portals all around the smoking beacon. Now, it wasn't the soldiers who were outnumbered, but the orcs. The two sides' current numbers were close, but it was unlikely that either side would fight to the bitter end out here in the middle of nowhere, for no good reason. The orcs just wanted a good fight, and they would calm down once they had won, Karl assumed. That was how they had been every other time that he had met them. Karl dug through the items that the elves had loaded into his inventory and brought out a stack of paper and a fountain pen that he loaded with a bit of hill giant blood from Thor's space. What are you doing? Ophelia asked as he began to write with a smile on his face. I want to make a spell book for crushing blows. None of you can use it, but the leader of the Orcish force can. He's an unarmed combat specialist, you see. Crushing blows adds damage to blunt impacts based on rank. Once this fight is over, we can trade them some food as a show of goodwill from the church, and I will give him the book as a first meeting gift. That assumes that he's going to be alive at the end of the fight. Dana reminded him. The massive monarch rank orc sent a soldier flying with a single blow from his fist, which was easily larger than the soldier's head. I think that he will do all right. They don't have a dual challenger here to fight him, and I'm not about to volunteer to get beat up for sport. One of the reinforcement groups sent a runner over to see what Karl was doing, a nervous-looking satyr that was even shorter than Lotus and barely ascended rank, by Karl's estimation. You are not going to join? He asked as soon as he arrived. The clan looks like they're doing all right. I am just a merchant who sells wares through the nomadic areas and a few of the cities. The first group of soldiers asked me to stay out of the fight, as they didn't trust my loyalty was to them and not to the nomads. Karl explained. The satyr nodded. Wait here. The leader will want to talk to you soon. Karl laughed. The other ones said the same thing. Don't worry, I'm not going to run away while you're in the middle of a battle. Not that I would make it far with a loaded wagon. The satyr hesitated to return to his leader, and Karl saw that all of the unit leaders were fighting the orc clan leader at the same time. They never learn, do they? He asked. What do you mean? The satyr asked. Well, it's insulting to gang up on a clan leader, isn't it? If you want to fight him, you should challenge him to a proper duel. 4-on-1 is just rude, and makes them look weak and cowardly. The satyr looked confused. You understand the way of the orcs? Now everyone was confused. Even Ophelia was baffled about what sort of policy they had regarding the orcs. Did you never consider talking to them? Just ask them for a trade or a challenge. It's not that hard. We figured it out the first time that we met them. Ophelia insisted. The satyr was thoroughly baffled. You speak Orcish? They all stared at each other for a few seconds, unsure what part of the conversation the others weren't understanding. Then a large orc with a club in his hand pointed at Ophelia. Hey, thick, sexy and furry. How about you come over here and show me if you would make a good wife? He shouted. If you wanted a strong woman to spank you like your mother should have, you just had to ask. She shouted back. Karl laughed, but the satyr looked confused. Perhaps he just wasn't familiar with crude humor. Ophelia sized up the orc and then nodded for Karl to buff her up. They were both commanders, but she wasn't taking any risks of ending up as some random orc's wife. Haste, terrorize, brutality, and trollish regeneration stacked with her own berserk terror skill, and she transformed into a 4-meter-tall dire bear before charging at the orc. Goddess, she is massive. What is she doing? I thought your team was sitting the battle out. The satyr asked, panicked. Weren't you listening? The orc challenged her to a bridal duel, and she went to beat some sense into him. How am I supposed to know that when they're shouting in Orcish? The satyr was waving his hands in frustration as he screamed at them. Karl looked back at the others, but the ladies just shrugged. They had only heard one language, the common language. But Thor thought the whole situation was hilarious. What if the only reason we get along with them so well is because we're the only people who speak Orcish, other than the orcs? He chortled, laughing out loud along with his thoughts. Ophelia and the orc were going at it in a brutal battle that looked like they had a vendetta against each other. But Karl could see that they were both pulling their strikes so that they wouldn't seriously injure their opponent. It wasn't a war or a duel to the death. It was more like Orcish flirting, and while Ophelia was playing along, it was clear that the suitor was about to be rejected, as her last strike had nearly put him on his back. Once he was on the ground, he was done for. In dire bear form, she was much larger than he was, and she could just pin him to the ground with one massive paw. They all watched for a few more minutes until Ophelia got the final blow and got the orc in the back, pounding him face down into the dirt. A few other orcs hooped in celebration nearby, laughing at his misfortune as Ophelia rubbed him in the dirt for a few seconds before backing away and transforming back into her werebear form. The orc got to his knees and made a show of bowing before Ophelia before standing up to look for another challenger to improve his combat skills. The satyr snapped his fingers. Wait, if you can speak Orcish, can you end this insanity? Ask them for a parley or something. At the start, maybe, but it's a bit late for that now. There are a lot of dead on both sides already. Once there are deaths, it's generally too late for talking. Karl sighed. If he had known that for some reason he could understand the orcs when nobody else could, he would have insisted from the start. I need to tell my leadership. I will be back. The satyr informed them, before turning to run off. Do you think that it's the system translating? The Orcish tribe seemed to have more memories of the past than others, So maybe they still have an affinity with the system? Dana whispered, just loud enough for the others to hear. Tessa nodded. That's as good of a guess as any other reason. We all understood them just fine, but we've all got active systems, while the monsters here didn't need one to be strong. Lotus looked excited as she realized something. Orcs have their own gods, but they include the world dragon in their pantheon. I think Tessa might be right. They still have some lingering affinity with the system. In fact, they might even have a limited version of the system still active, like the other elites do. But they're orcs, and they all pick the warrior class, other than a few shamans. They are different from other species, but that makes me wonder what they were like in the past. You met them during that time Bishop Misty sent you to, right? Karl nodded. They were strangely civilized. They were smart, and spoke with a very refined accent. There is still some of that, like the fancy pants that the messenger they sent us was wearing. It's all threadbare and faded, but they remember. They're just not willing to go to other species to get assistance to bring them back to the status they lost. They were interrupted by the satyr running back with a royal rank soldier in an ornate uniform. Karl couldn't pick out what sort of species it came from, but it had a bird's head and wings, as well as arms with taloned fingers and triple-jointed legs. Joffrey says that you know something about orc culture and how to end this fight without it being a massacre. The officer demanded. Sure, just back away. Don't turn your back and run like cowards. They don't respect that. But stop fighting and just back away. They'll figure out what you're after in a few minutes. But if you just spoke orc, it would be a lot easier. Karl agreed. Can you assist us? I see that your werbear friend managed to have a solo battle with one of them. Karl rolled his eyes and hopped down from the wagon. Make sure that your side doesn't attack me. I will explain the situation. The officer looked overjoyed, Karl guessed. It was nearly vibrating with excitement, but the bird head didn't show any emotions that Karl understood. The officer called for a guard to protect them, and Karl sighed. What are you doing? He asked. Guarding you so you can make it to the leaders? Karl laughed and patted him on the shoulder. You really don't know anything about the orcs at all, do you? Karl stomped toward where the leaders were fighting, while the soldiers did their best to keep up. A large, royal rank orc blocked his way, and Karl smiled at her. I need to talk to the boss. These guys are too stupid to understand Orcish or even what a duel is. The woman laughed and motioned for him to follow her. That did not set the officer's nerves at ease. Not even a little. The three leaders and the boss were all bleeding heavily when Karl stepped in between them with a hand out toward both sides, signaling for them to pause their fight. Chieftain, these idiots asked me to translate because they don't speak Orcish. They want to withdraw their force, but don't understand courtesy. Karl explained. That part was obvious already. Why don't they just do it? The chieftain replied while glaring at the three monarch rank unit leaders. Their custom is to just turn and run away. The orc paused for a second, and then started to laugh as he realized what Karl was trying to say. Oi, everyone back off and let the soldiers run away. The chieftain yelled. Over the next few seconds, the battle calmed, and Karl sighed in relief. I have a welcoming gift for you once you're done with these soldiers, as well as some food to trade from the dragon clerics. Let me talk to the soldiers for a bit, and I will explain what they want. Karl informed the massive orc. No need to translate. I speak their language. The chieftain shrugged. The orcs might have a point about the soldiers of the Nubon Empire being idiots. The chieftain spoke their language, and the commanders hadn't even tried to keep this from turning into a huge mess. It might have been a political thing, but Karl got the impression that the soldiers thought there was no other way to deal with orc clans. Karl turned to the unit leaders. The orcs have disengaged after I told them that you weren't intending to completely wipe them out. Karl informed them. Why do I get the feeling that you weren't that civil about it? I might not speak orc, but I am fairly certain that I was just insulted to my face. One of the men, a tall and slender demon with violet skin, insisted. Not as dumb as he looks. The chieftain laughed. Damn it, he did it again, didn't he? That bastard speaks our language. What sort of welcome present did you bring for me? I'm willing to ignore their rudeness if you've got something good. The chieftain suggested. First, I'm only with them because they suspect that I'm a spy from the Golden Dragon Nation, and they're taking me into custody so they can interrogate me in the city. But I brought you this. Karl replied. He handed the orc the hastily scrawled skill book, and the chieftain took it with a curious look, then flipped it open. The book vanished, and the air was filled with curses as weapons came back out. What the hell did you give him? Was that a skill book? Everyone on guard. The orcs might have a system user. The slender, purple-haired, monarch-ranked demon officer shouted. Relax, it's a skill for punching people in the face. It's orc-specific, not many others can use it. Karl explained, with his hands up in surrender, as dozens of blades were pointed his way. What was the skill? The demon demanded. Crushing blows. It's worthless to me, but valuable to him. Gifts between group leaders are a common courtesy among nomad groups. Karl offered. The orc smiled and put his hand on Karl's shoulder, implying that his clan would defend the merchant if the soldiers turned on him. Even though they were outnumbered, the orcs had been on the winning side of the engagement, taking fewer than half the number of casualties that the soldiers had before the fight was halted. Karl saw that Lotus was running away from the wagon with an Orcish child and silently prayed that she was going to work as a cleric and not just running away on the whim of a small orc. She could resurrect, so that was most likely what she was up to. She had an area healing spell active as well. Karl could feel the holy magic in the air. Tessa got down from the wagon as well and began to move through the soldiers, healing them with a touch as she went. She couldn't bring the dead back to life. That wasn't the specialty of her goddess. Even Lotus wouldn't be able to bring many back before becoming exhausted, so she would likely focus on the ones with important skills or small children. Normally, a nature cleric would just pick some at random or do the closest ones. But she had been hanging around Tessa for a long time, so taking care of the orphans took precedence in her choices, especially if the choice was to make them no longer an orphan by bringing one of their parents back. The soldiers were regrouping as they pulled away from the orcs, leaving only their dead behind. Tessa nodded politely as she stepped up beside Karl, with Dana beside her. Officers, healing of the severely wounded is finished. Your soldiers should be mobile again. There are a few who lost limbs, and that will take more healing to recover, but other than that, I've done the goddess will. Ophelia had gone to join Lotus, in case she needed anything. The orcs wouldn't bother her. She had already put one flirtatious orc in his place, and it would be harassment to continue flirting with her today unless she started it. Can someone explain to me why there is some random merchant and a pair of dragon clerics here in the first place? One of the assistants to the unit leaders asked. A junior officer nodded and referred to his notes. The Trouble Seers informed us that there was a spy from the Golden Dragon Nation at a specific location. When we arrived there, we found this merchant matching the general description of a suspicious person that we had recently been informed of. There is some doubt that he's the right person, though. We were informed that he should be a human elite, but when we pushed him, he confirmed that he is actually part of a stone troll clan. He can regenerate fingers like any other troll, and his blood is black. The others looked like they didn't believe, so Karl held out his hand to the Orcish chieftain, who handed him a blade. He deactivated Void Body, but left trollish regenerations as he cut his hand and let the black blood drop onto the ground. Evidence enough? It takes a lot of energy to regenerate limbs, he asked. The two newly arrived unit leaders shrugged. Looks like troll blood to me. I've certainly never seen a human bleed that color before. Perhaps the seers misunderstood what they were seeing? The presence of the clerics might have been the Golden Dragon Nation influence, while he was the threat they were concerned about. The leader of the first group gave Karl an assessing look. I still think that if he was flagged as a threat and possible spy, we should bring him to the fortress. The Orcish chieftain stood still, patiently waiting as the soldiers decided what they were going to do about Karl. Why don't we do our business first? The clerics made a bunch of food when we heard that you were coming. We can take care of the trade while they argue, and then you can do whatever else you had planned for the day, Karl suggested. The chieftain smiled and the two of them quietly moved to the wagon, where Tessa and Lotus had left 20 bags of their creations, split between rice and beans. Cleric food usually lacks variety, but Karl began. No worries, Karl. My people love the rice and beans. We aren't eating it every day, so it's a rare treat for them to get such a fine crop that they don't even have to sift weevils out of. I see that the Minotaurs traded you a full load of tools as well. We don't need those, but you'll be able to sell them as soon as you get to a city. Most of the farmers are still Minotaurs in this region. As you go south, you'll find that more of them are Naga or lizard species. Naga farmers are good ones. They appreciate a proper fight. The chieftain laughed. Karl began to hand down bags so that the chieftain could have someone gather them, but when the orc picked them up, they vanished into a separate space. Karl activated his interface and looked over the orc's name. Kilgore, chieftain of the White Fist Orcs, was written in the traditional brown of a warrior. Everything was transferred in under a minute, and the chieftain turned to smirk at the soldiers. You know, eventually they will figure out that you're lying to them. They might not be able to see the nameplate, but even the demons will eventually reach the point where they guess that your regeneration might be a skill and not proof that you're a troll. He quietly informed Karl. Karl chuckled. I'm hoping that they don't come to that conclusion until after we've already parted ways. If the world dragon favors me today, they might decide that I can go about my business. The orc snorted in laughter. One day, we will find the lost scale, and then we will see whether the world dragon still favors us, or if he gave up on this world. The words startled Karl. That statement made it sound like there was a method to their travels. Are you searching for signs of an ancient temple or something where the scale might be? He asked. The orc shook his head. No, it should have been with a powerful titan when he died. Nobody knows where his grave is, and nobody has found it yet, either. If we do, and we can recover the scale fragment intact, the clan should be linked back to the system in its fully active state. That was astounding news, on a level that Karl couldn't fully appreciate. How much dedication did it take for an entire species to agree to search a continent, or perhaps the entire world, for millennia? That level of devotion would put the average cleric to shame. Not only did they say the words, and preach their Orcish gospel of righteous battle, they lived every day on a holy quest. For that reason alone, Karl had the utmost of respect for Chieftain Kilgore. But more than that, he would never look at the orcs the same way again. Just knowing that they were on the same path as he was, a path towards fully reactivating the system, was enough to count them as potential allies and friends. Everyone needs a friend who knows when to punch someone in the face. Karl agreed. The unit leaders came over and glared at Karl and the chieftain. If you're done conversing in your own language, we have come to a consensus on the status of the suspected foreign spy. The demon leading the first team that had met Karl informed them. All right, lay it on me. It had better not interfere with my work, though. Karl replied. The demon sighed and shook his head. The risk that you really are the spy from the Golden Dragon Nation is too high. We can't let your team leave until we have brought you before the Trouble Seers for an assessment. Karl sighed. So, it's going to be a huge pain in the ass then? I take it you're all planning a long walk back to your fortress, and then an undefined duration of imprisonment on arrival. The orc chieftain gave a low chuckle, and the three monarchs gave Karl a suspicious look. The Council of Overlords has the right. They will determine what will happen until you can be brought before an oracle. However, if you are truly innocent and concerned about your business, we can allow your guards to continue the business of escorting the dragon clerics on their pilgrimage, along with a small escort from our wilderness forces. Karl looked at the wagon for an answer. We will wait in the city for the decision. It is safer for us if we aren't traveling without one of our primary combat assets. Karl was chosen to escort us for his capabilities, not just because his wagon was in the right spot at the right time. Tessa insisted. All right, we will bring you all back to the Bedhoek fortress, and you can wait for the council representatives to make a determination on the situation with Merchant Karl. If he is determined to be a spy, there will be questions for the rest of you as well. After the incident is settled, we will assist you in finding a new escort if necessary. Tessa nodded. If things got that far, it was going to be a real mess. But there were nearly 1,000 soldiers here right now, and they suspected Karl of being a spy, which meant that the dragon clerics were certainly under suspicion as well. The soldiers were just too polite to say it, as nobody wanted to insult the gods if Tessa and Lotus were really on a pilgrimage. Karl shook the Orcish leader's hand. Chieftain Kilgore, it was a pleasure meeting you. Enjoy the supplies, and perhaps we will see you the next time that we are both in the same region. Kilgore patted him on the shoulder with a smile. Be careful as you leave. The overlords have a touchy temperament. They have a habit of ganging up to attack any orc that gets too powerful so that they don't have to admit that the clans have better potential than they do. Karl's laughter brought confused looks from the monarchs of the newborn army. He's just explaining that the orcs don't have the best opinion of the city dwellers. Karl relayed. The orcs close enough to have heard the whole conversation did their best not to laugh at the difference between Karl's version and what had actually been said. That's enough delay. The portals will be open in a few seconds, so please return to your wagon and prepare to travel to Bedhoek Fortress. the slender demon monarch insisted. True to his word, a set of portals opened, and soldiers in fancy uniforms rushed out. The first 6 of them surrounded Karl's wagon. Then the soldier on his right gave a nod, indicating that he should start moving. Karl waved goodbye to the orcs, who laughed and waved back. The entire clan understood that he was being accused of being a spy, which could lead to his execution. But the fact that he wasn't showing any fear multiplied their respect for him. Thor passed through the portal, and Karl felt them enter a barrier on the other side. It restricted something, but Karl couldn't immediately tell what. I think it's intended to limit the level of abilities used in the city, so that nobody can challenge the leadership. If they can use royal and monarch rank skills, but you can only use awakened or ascended, what threat can you pose to them? Kara suggested. The soldiers visibly relaxed as they followed Karl's wagon through the portal into the open cobblestone courtyard that appeared to be the parking area for the stables. Sorry, Thor. They'll realize that we've been lying right away if you return to your space. Karl apologized as he realized his mistake. As long as they have good food, it's fine. I will just talk to the other mounts here. Karl looked into the stables and saw a large number of reptiles that walked on 2 legs with their tails extended behind them. They were a bit larger than an ostrich, but with powerful legs. The army units hadn't been using them, but there were dozens, or even 100 of them here in the stables. They greeted Thor with bugles and keening cries, which he replied to with happy Thor noises and a few snorts of amusement. They're friendly, and they're all part of one big hunting pack. That's weird for carnivores. They're not going to try to treat you like prey, are they? Thor laughed in Karl's mind. No, they're all awakened rank. They know that I'm not edible. But they've been trained to follow orders and not to hunt independently. They don't really behave like predators. Let me know if you have any troubles with them. I suspect that we're about to be escorted to a comfortable prison cell. That prediction was confirmed when a group of grooms came out of the stables to get Thor comfortable and put the wagon away. As they approached Thor, Karl noticed that someone was missing. Remy had recalled her bodyguards, or perhaps the barriers on the city had deactivated them. But they were definitely down by 2 Naga warriors. Karl didn't say anything about it, and instead focused on more urgent problems. Remy, the disguise won't wash off when they polish his scales, will it? Karl asked. Nope, it's a magical effect. It won't wear off his scales unless Thor wants it to. It didn't change the surface or sensitivity of his scales, only the visible color, so Thor had no problem staying black instead of green and gold. If the grooms were going to polish his scales, he would happily let them. We've been on the road a while. He could use a full rub down and his scales scrubbed, if you don't mind. Karl relayed to the grooms. Of course, sir. Your Sarah will be ready when you call for him. When Thor left with the grooms, the guards moved around Karl and the others. Please follow us. We have a suite prepared for you while we wait. I believe that the Oracle will have time to meet with you today. The building they were led into was undoubtedly the most ornate and opulent building that Karl had ever been inside. There was gold everywhere, jewels studded into the frames of paintings, magical armor suits and alcoves all down the walls, and the oppressive feeling of the spell that was restricting their magic the whole way. Please wait here. The maids will be along presently with appropriate attire and refreshments. The guard informed them. Karl nodded, and the guard stepped outside to lock them in the suite. There was no sound of footsteps, and Karl could see his heat signature through the grate of the viewport in the door. So, they were locked in and under guard. But the room was beautiful, and Lotus had already changed to clean robes and slippers to stretch out on one of the divans. There should be bedrooms to the side if you want a proper nap, Tessa suggested. I'm not sleepy. I just wanted to enjoy the sofa without getting it dirty. Lotus laughed as she shifted to get comfortable. Karl admired the rest of their holding area. It was certainly a guest room, even if the windows were barred and the walls were reinforced. But it was just as richly decorated as the rest of this palatial estate. There were gold fittings on the cabinet doors that kept dust off the bookshelves, fine crystal glasses on the bar with a small selection of liquors and juices, and the furniture had high-quality padding. If Lotus' happy noises were anything to go by. Then again, after traveling on the wood bench of the wagon, everything might seem comfortable. The appropriate attire that the maids brought them looked like the sort of puffy and frilly noble attire that the trolls at the south gate of Ocamping had been wearing, but in plain white. It was quality clothing, but unless they were at a church or a wedding, they would definitely stand out. They put a spell on it to track you. Kara reminded Karl as soon as she saw the clothes. Can you remove it without coming out of your space? There was a pulse of power over the clothing, and Karl sensed her satisfaction. Done. I suppose that we should change to make them happy. The clothing should be safe. Karl informed the others. Dana looked at the clothes. I don't know what was cast on them, but there is still magic on these clothes. It should be safe, though. At least, Karl assumed that Kara would have noticed if there was something harmful on them. Karl disabled his armor spell and slid the pants of the only not a dress-type outfit up before pulling the coat over his shoulders. There was no shirt, but in his size-enhanced form, he was more heavily muscled than he remembered his natural body being. Even with the coat only having 2 buttons at the bottom and the chest open, it wasn't a bad look. Then he put on a pair of the slippers, and the whole outfit changed color. It was a deep blood red with black trim and a bit of gold embroidery. With his shaggy black hair in need of a trim, the rich fabric was a bit of a visual contrast, especially at the frilly collar and cuffs. Dana giggled as she slid one of the dresses over her head before removing her armor and outfit. It was a frilly-sleeved princess dress with multiple layers of petticoats, and Karl couldn't help but smile at her frustration as she realized that there was no way to properly put it on yourself. It buttoned up the back all the way to the neck, and then a ribbon was designed to be tied around the waist. It was a princess dress, for certain, exclusively intended to be worn by a lady with maids. Ophelia was staring at the clothing in intense disgust, but the 4 dresses were the same, just in different sizes. You could transform into a dire bear and just refuse to wear clothes. Karl offered. Thanks, but no thanks. My mother used to force me to wear things like this when I was little. Well, right until the day of the serum ceremony, actually. It's personal, not a concern that it won't go with my fur. Karl turned away to let everyone get dressed, so he was the first to notice when the maid came in with food. Oh good, the clothing fit. Those are some interesting colors, she murmured, looking at the floor. Do you think that they don't suit us? I might be able to get them to change if I change outfits, then put it back on. Karl suggested. No, it will always be the same. The clothes reflect the color of your aura. Karl turned and looked back behind him. Tessa's dress was bright crimson, the same as her cleric robes. Dana's was a very princess powder blue, and Ophelia's was deep bronze with gold trim. Lotus, on the other hand, was wearing a shimmering mess of chaos that looked like someone had tried to do a pearl white paint job, then let their kids throw glitter all over everything. It was mostly green and gold sparkles, and Karl couldn't help but laughing. So, you're telling me that the little high priestess aura looks like that? I should likely be less shocked than I am. But that is glorious. I think it's broken. The maid whispered. No, I've known her a while now, and I think it's working just fine. See how happy she is with her new dress. I hope you don't expect to get that one back when we leave. The maid smiled a little, but Karl noticed that she was avoiding looking at him. Did I say something weird? Karl asked. She didn't have a problem looking at anyone else. Perhaps she was just shy? A deep voice laughed from the door. It's not what you said, merchant. Or should we call you merchant of death? Your aura is blood red and void black, with only the barest hint of honorable gold at the edges. I have met mass murderers and demon lords that didn't have an aura that dark and bloody. The man at the door, a satyr of some sort, but with antlers and not curled horns, informed them. I think it's glitched, like the maid said. I'm not actually a bad guy. Even the nature priestess will vouch for me. The satyr laughed as Lotus did a twirl to show off her dress. I'm not sure that a nature priestess is the best judge of character, though it could just be a side effect of your lineage. Some of the more violent species always have a disturbingly dark aura base from their nature, and then another color for their personality. The man suggested. I say that we pull his legs off and roast them. He looks like he would be less annoying on a rotisserie. Ray suggested. He's kind of fluffy and cute. Kara disagreed. The antlers would get stuck in my throat. We need to take them off, too. Remy sighed. Karl realized that he might have found the source of the aura issue. It was this bunch of hungry beasts messing with the colors. Perhaps the outfit would normalize once they had lunch. Why don't you all make yourselves something to eat? Thor should be able to pull food from his space as he needs it, but they promised to feed him properly. While Karl was distracted talking to the beasts, a group of overdressed guards came in, then stopped and did a double take before staring at him. Come on, it's not that big of a deal, just a malfunctioning spell on the outfits. Karl insisted. If you say so, sir. Please follow us this way. We need to have a private talk with the ladies while you meet with the oracle. The leader of the guard detachment agreed. Summon more guards. He whispered to the man outside the door. He wasn't as quiet as he thought that he was, and all of the women, including the maid, were trying hard not to laugh as Karl followed him out into the hallway, where an entire unit of 10 commander-rank minotaurs were waiting for him. All right, have fun, ladies. Holler if you need me, and I will be right back. Karl joked. Stop making the soldiers want to cry. We will be fine for a few minutes. Dana laughed as Karl waved and began to walk down the hallway. As soon as the guards thought that he was out of earshot, the questions began. Are you all right? Is he holding you against your will? We can help you escape his influence if you need. Give you a portal to the docks at Penbeck or Legor if you want to get on a boat and flee. Tessa laughed and shook her head. No, we are fine. I think that the aura color really is some sort of glitch. He's not the sort of troll that takes anything in life all that seriously. Karl was led to a room where he was sat down across the table from a feathered demon, with some sort of magical device between them. This is a lie detector. My species reacts subconsciously to lies. If you speak, one of the lights will glow. Do you understand how this works? The demon asked. Yes. The green light glowed steadily as Karl spoke. Good, it seems to be working. Now, we will start on the basic questions before you are sent before the oracle. This is just for his safety, and we would hope that you don't take it as a personal slight. That's why there are overlords at all 3 doors to this room. Ray laughed. Of course not. The oracle sounds like someone important. You can't just let random strangers see him in person without vetting them first. Karl agreed. The green light glowed, and the demon nodded. You don't seem as surprised as most are to hear that the oracle here is male. But let's keep on track. Were you sent here to spy, gather information, or otherwise obtain information about the Nubon Empire for another nation? Nope, Karl replied, and the green light glowed. The demon looked confused, then continued his questions. Did you come here at the behest of someone outside the Nubon Empire? No. Both light glowed, and Karl tried to keep a straight face as the demon growled. If I rephrase that to did you arrive in Nubon at the behest of someone outside the nation, does it change the answer? Yes. The feathered demon made a happy chirping noise. I see the issue here. You arrived in the city of Bet-Hoke because the local guards requested it, and that was not what I meant, but it was a valid answer. Karl nodded, and the demon continued. Did the person who sent you here wish for you to harm anyone within the Nubon Empire? No. The green light glowed, and the demon sighed. What did they send you here for? Karl considered how to answer that for half a second. I was sent here to deliver a present that would help the Nubon Empire for many decades to come. I have already done that, and when I met your guards, I was intending to take my group to Cliffnell to sell the tools that we are carrying and restock with whatever they had suitable for trade to the east down the road. The light remained a steady green. So, you haven't harmed anyone, and you came here just to deliver a present? Is that what I am to believe? Karl chuckled. Don't get ahead of yourself. I've actually killed a fair number of people since we arrived here, but none that I would feel guilty about. Bandits, mostly. The demon frowned. That's the job of the guard patrols. But it's more fun when I do it. Besides, we got a rather handsome payment for delivering a group of orphans to the driver from Halseering. The demon smiled and began to relax, but from the other side of the door, one of the overlords that Ray had detected asked the important question. Ask him how the children became orphans. The deep voice demanded. I killed their parents, of course. They were bandits, and there was a bounty on them. Dark gods, what sort of monster are you? The demon sitting across from Karl gasped. The sexy kind. The red light glowed so brightly that it drowned out the dim white backlight in the room. Well, that was rude. It didn't have to glow that bright. Karl mumbled, and the red light glowed again, though not as brightly. How many monsters have you killed in your life? The voice from outside the door demanded. I don't keep an exact count. A couple or 10. The red light began to flicker. 1,000. As Karl finished his sentence, the green light came on, faint but steady. Would it be closer to 2 or 10,000? The deep voice asked. In Karl's mind, Ray did a quick mental calculation of the bodies they had collected. Definitely closer to 2 than 10, but not for much longer. You guys are a bunch of gluttons. Karl noticed that the red light flickered as he replied to Ray, though he hadn't spoken out loud. Closer to 2, I would say. The green light glowed as the door opened, and a delicate-looking lamia slithered into the room with a terrifying look on her face, followed by a cream-scaled Naga warrior with 4 arms and overlord rank power. Oh, tall, pale and sexy. Keep that one alive, I want him. Remy insisted. I think he's already taken. Karl reminded her. I am queen, though. I'm sure he will see sense. His small snake was coming of age, and Karl wasn't sure what to do about her newfound attraction to Naga warriors. The lamia gave Karl a smile that conveyed no happiness at all. The Council of Overlords believes that you might be a direct threat to this fortress. I suggest that you take this seriously. If they thought I would be a danger to the fortress, wouldn't it have been smarter to just leave me in the wilderness instead of bringing me inside? The lamia glared at the glowing green light, but the Naga overlord smirked. The other 2 doors opened, and an older troll came in on Karl's left, while a young-looking woman with bark on her skin entered on his right. His first thought was that she was a dryad, but there was blood on her lips, and her body seemed to be filled with some sort of living smoke. The Naga overlord reached into his coat and took out a piece of paper. On it was a drawing, an excellent facsimile of Karl. Is this you? The Naga overlord asked. It looks like me, but I have no clue who they had in mind when they drew it. Karl replied. The lamia was about to translate, but Karl had received the live feed from Remy in real time, as she understood him just fine. What other languages do you speak? The demon across the table from Karl asked. Karl shrugged. I'm not bad with Troll and Orcish. The green light glowed, and the overlords began to look impressed. So, the reason that you weren't concerned about going across the wilderness is because you speak Orcish? We read the report from our guards, and they say that you broke up the fight, and your clerics minimized casualties on both sides. The troll asked with a heavy accent. Karl made a non-committal gesture. The Orcish tribes aren't bad guys if you act properly. But mostly it's just that the odds of running into a nomadic tribe in the middle of nowhere are actually pretty low. Compared to the chaos near the main travel routes with feral beast and monster spawns, plus the looters that are drawn to that sort of misfortune, it's just safer in general. What other spawns did you encounter? Undead yesterday, and copper drakes with sand yeti a few days earlier. The demon across the table from him was baffled by the answer. What is a sand yeti? They look like yeti, but light tan, and they use sand element attacks, not ice. Oh, I understand now. Desert howlers. That name sucks. The green light glowed with Karl's answer, and the Naga warrior chuckled quietly. Can you guess where we got this picture of you? Naga asked, bringing them back on track. My guess is that the oracle drew it for you. The quality is pretty good. It's a bit more slender than I am, but that could just be perspective. The light glowed green, and the Naga shook his head. Do you know a minotaur named Morisa? The trollish overlord asked. Karl thought for a second. That name sounds familiar. I'm sure I heard it not long ago. Was that the matriarch of the farm herd that I traded with outside camping? The green light flickered faintly, reflecting Karl's confusion. No, she is an overlord. Does that ring a bell? Ray giggled in his mind. I bet she would murder someone if they suggested that she wear a bell like a common cow. That's the minotaur that wants to bang the catman. Karl snapped his fingers in realization and burst out laughing. That's the one with the beastkin fetish. The overlord who wants to marry the golem mage Ahmad, the one with the golden cat ears. He explained. The light glowed bright green, and the room went silent. For the good of your health, I suggest that you never say those words out loud again, and certainly not in her presence. The troll muttered. She's still mad, is she? I don't blame her. I heard he shut down her marriage proposal without even taking a night to consider it. The odd tree woman moved so fast that Karl almost lost track of her in the corner of his vision. But she didn't attack. She took a seat across from him and shuffled the demon interrogator over to the end of the table. Tell me all about it. How did you learn of it? Was he as cute as the oracle says he is? Are his ears fluffy? He's a very handsome man. When I first met him, I thought that he was a human. But when he came over to introduce himself, he was excited. His ears were lifting his hood, and eventually, he just gave up and took it down. The nature clerics who were with me at the time had been baking cookies all morning. He's got a huge sweet tooth, so if you want to shoot your shot, you should try bringing sweets with you. Karl explained. But the ears. As fluffy as anyone could hope for. I think his cat side is a rag doll or something similar. The fur is long and looks very soft. The sound of soft slippers coming down the hall caught Karl's attention. An older troll with pale blue skin and one broken tusk, along with a scarred face and missing eye, made his way into the room. The overlords bowed to him, despite his power only being at the commander rank. The Oracle, I presume? My name is Karl. It is a pleasure to meet you. The old troll smiled at Karl. I sensed that the interview was only going to go in circles, and I have little time for questions today. I must watch the borders for attacks. The old troll wheezed. Would you like me to ask the dragon clerics to help you with your healing? Trollish regeneration is good, but it's not almighty, and the clerics can help with most wounds. Karl replied. The oracle waved off his concerns. It's a side effect of my ability. It will heal slowly, then return as I look out into the world for dangers. So, let's get right to business. I saw you in a vision yesterday morning. You used a skill, a most horrific skill. There was a Naga queen standing behind you, and you created a vortex of fire that arced with lightning and created smaller vortexes. So, after the trouble seers informed me of their findings, I cast a scrying on your location, and I found a sensation that could only be a spy from the Golden Dragon Nation. Who else could you be except for the spy? They wouldn't dare to send a nobody into our nation, and there is talk of an elite bearing your name. A dungeon champion of the Golden Dragon Nation who challenged a Tortolin monk to single combat and won. Overlord Morisa drew a picture of that champion for us, and what do you know? It looks just like the man in my vision of danger. It looks just like you. Karl nodded along. That's quite the convoluted story, but I follow what you're saying. Do you deny that you are a spy for the Golden Dragon Nation? The Oracle asked. I do. I am not a spy for the Golden Dragon Nation. They had no part in my business ventures here. The Lamio whispered something to the Naga, who nodded in agreement. Oracle, perhaps you should look into his past and see what we're missing. We're obviously asking the wrong questions. The strange tree woman suggested. They're terrible interrogators. If they were a little smart, they would have asked you where you were born and where you grew up. Hawk scoffed. But it's good for us that they're not that creative. I'm not going to question our luck today. The Oracle nodded, and Karl felt a strange magic surround him. The Oracle held his cheeks and looked deep into his eyes, while Remy giggled. Do you think he's going to kiss you? Does this count as romance? Karl did his best not to laugh at the situation, and just waited for the spell to take effect. The Oracle was staring into his eyes and chanting for a few minutes before he nodded and spoke in a demanding voice. Show me the first memories you have, as far back in time as your mind is capable of recalling. He intoned as his eyes faded to pale white, losing track of the present and immersing himself in Karl's past. An image quickly came to Karl's mind of landing in the lake when he was sent by Bishop Misty into the past. When is this? What is the date? The Oracle demanded. The scene skipped to the battle at Bunga City, where Karl first met Orthos. Darklight Host Champion, Gold Tabard, Lord of Bunga City. The last resurgence. The Oracle muttered, then shook his head. That can't be right. Show me the earliest memory, closest to the day of your birth. The scene changed and Karl saw his parents, both in simple clothes stained the light gray of the bentonite clay from the lithium mines. Where is this? What date? The Oracle muttered. A village with no name, next to the deepest mine on the continent, under the light of the world dragon. He intoned, then the color returned to his eyes, and he stopped to stare at Karl. Have your parents ever even owned a calendar? Thor asked curiously in Karl's mind. Almost certainly not. They track everything by the workdays. Only the church uses years and months for anything. The overlords waited patiently for the oracle to finish. He was born in a mining town with no name, and at one point he was a Darklight Host War champion on the Nia continent. I saw him challenge for the ownership of Bunga City. It doesn't make any sense, unless he was thrown through time by an anomaly. But if he was moved through time by an anomaly, how long must he have been on this continent to regain his sanity? My visions are missing something. Were you a Darklight Host War champion? The strange tree woman asked. Yes, you can verify that as well. Grand Priest Orthos, the Bronze Dragon, is still alive and living in the Divine Beast Nation. He was there that day, and he can confirm that I did win the challenge for the city in single combat. The green light glowed, and all of the overlords began to stare at Karl with the sort of curiosity that was normally reserved for rare items and new species. I'm honestly not that interesting. Not long after that incident, I was brought forward through time and didn't live all those years in between then and now. In fact, I've only been in this century for 15 years or so. Karl offered. The green light verified his words were the truth, but that only baffled the overlords even more. Do you have anything that could verify that? Some item, artifact from the past, or other item that could be scanned? I have a spell that can verify the age of a non-living item. The tree woman asked. Well, they went through time with me, so I'm not sure if they gained the age, but I still have some supplies in a storage bag. Here, try these. If not, I have other items from bandits I dealt with. Karl took a small bag of Elven Trail mix out of his inventory and placed the mix of nuts and fruits on the table. The overlord looked ecstatic to see them, and almost reached into the bag to eat some before she could stop herself. Those are Elven Trail rations. I haven't seen them in a century. Those plants don't grow on this continent, she explained. She cast a spell that made the bag glow green. Then her eyes opened wide, and she stared at Karl. This bag was filled nearly 10,000 years ago, but the contents are fresh and juicy, and they smell so good. Smoke was leaking from her mouth, as if she was drooling at the sight. You can have them if you like. They might be irreplaceable, but it is still food and intended to be eaten. Her long, slender fingers darted out to grab the bag, pulling it to her chest. Then she delicately picked one of the nuts out and set it in her mouth, where it slowly disintegrated in the mist. The overlords silently conversed with each other, either with a spell or just with body language that Karl was missing because he was fascinated with the happy way that the tree woman was snacking on the trail mix one piece at a time. But he also noticed that she didn't finish any of the options. She was putting one of each to the side so that she didn't eat them all. Whether it was for research, her garden, or some other purpose, he didn't know. But she was meticulous about it, and even managed to make her bark-covered face look sad when she found a lone nut that didn't have a partner for her to eat. Well, if he's not the spy, and just a danger to the city for some unknown reason, what do we do with him? The lamia that came in with the naga asked the others in a low voice. The oracle made a frustrated gesture. Forget that. Why the hell are there two of him, one troll and one human? Or better yet, where in the seven hells did the actual spy that I detected go? Could he have been with the nomad group that was also fighting the undead? And for that matter, where is the human who looks like him? He went missing ages ago after the Dungeon Champion Challenge, and Morisa is worried that he might have found another opportunity to advance his power. The oracle was shouting at the others. Well, we can't just let him leave without knowing why he's a danger to the fortress, can we? Why would we keep him inside the walls, knowing that he's a danger to the fortress? Those morons should have left him in the wilderness, and he wouldn't have come within 100 kilometers of us. Karl and the tree woman both smirked at that part, which caught the attention of the others. Something funny? The troll overlord asked. It seemed to Karl that the troll had been nominated to communicate directly with him, as they were supposedly the same species. What Karl didn't notice was that the massive overlord was speaking trollish, and it was being automatically translated by the system. So when Karl replied directly to him, the others heard it as trollish and not common. You know that we can all hear you, right? But on a serious note, are you familiar with the concept of self-fulfilling prophecies? The oracle had a vision, and he told others about it. By telling others, and having them take action on it, he made the prophecy happen. If nobody had come looking, or they had only come for the undead, who were already destroyed, I would have never been here. If I were never here, there would be no danger to your fortress. I don't even know what sort of danger I'm supposed to be. It's not like I care enough about your existence to make myself your enemy. No offense intended. But for all I know, there might have been zombie blood on my equipment or supplies, and my arrival here might have started an undead outbreak. That is the self-fulfilling prophecy part. In trying to avoid it, any action taken regarding the prophecy actually has a chance of causing it to happen. The troll stared at him for a few seconds. That's a deep thought for a troll, who knew that the trolls still had philosophers among us. So, what do we do to make it not happen? Karl shrugged. At this point, I have no idea. Once the process starts, it continues whether we want it to or not. That's why it's better to just leave well enough alone. I learned that from the bronze dragon Orthos. Didn't he just swear at you and tell you to stop teaching the children strange skills? Same thing, really. The green light glowed happily on the desk, and the overlord sighed. What if we just put him in a room with his group members? If they're only interacting with the maids, it could be a small danger. The Naga suggested. The tree woman appeared to be ignoring the others, until she suddenly stabbed a finger into Karl's hand. It punched right through his palm, as he didn't have eternal lightning active, but he did have void body active, as well as limited invulnerability and trollish regeneration. Her finger came back out of his hand cleanly, without so much as a spot of blood on it, and she hummed curiously, much like Ray did when she found a new thing. "Might I ask what you're doing?" Karl asked. He didn't think that he had actually taken damage, but it appeared that it was possible for certain species or skills to puncture him anyhow, which meant there was a chance he could be crucified and stuck to something, which would be incredibly inconvenient. "You're immortal," she informed him in a matter-of-fact voice. "Far from it. I demonstrated that for the guards when they didn't believe that I was a troll." The green light came on, but the tree woman was ignoring everything except her finger and Karl's hand. She stabbed him again and smiled. "I get it. You have to focus on stopping your regeneration so that you will bleed. It might be limited in vulnerability. Giving that skill to a troll is the sort of thing that the old gods would do." The lamia cleared her throat and motioned for the tree woman to explain. "Oh, I've been trying to figure out what was so strange about him. He doesn't smell like a troll, and his energy feels strange, almost bestial, not earthy like most trolls. I realized it when the oracle mentioned that he's from the last resurgence. He's a Darklight Host War champion, or at least he was. That means he has a system. He's not just a troll, he's blessed by the gods. What if the danger to the fortress is that his very presence is going to cause chaos? If he has enough of the system intact, he might be able to claim the fortress if he interacts with the city stones." She mused. "And if he becomes lord of the city, he would automatically receive all the taxes that come to the fortress. Every single coin collected by the Nubon Empire." The troll realized. Karl nearly choked at the mention of that much money. Why would every bit of tax collected in the nation come here? "Forgive my lack of knowledge." He finally managed to stammer. "This is where the council is based and where the emperor is resting. Do you know nothing of the Nubon Empire at all?" The troll asked. "I never cared about politics, so I didn't ask. I thought that the oracle was the one in charge of the fortress. But if he's just in charge of defense and strategy, that makes sense as well." The tree woman chuckled. "No, the Nubon Empire has two totem rank leaders, the emperor and the general. The emperor is resting here, while the general lives near the border with the mountain giants. But if you've been trading without a home base, you must not have paid any taxes, have you? You never ran into a tax collector to get an annual token." "I got one of these." "Does this count?" Karl asked, holding out the token he got from the pirates. "No, that is not a tax payment token, though I do want to know how you got recognized by the pirate lords later. We will let it slide for now, but you should get that sorted out eventually. It is a serious crime to avoid your taxes," she informed him with a smirk. Perhaps this fortress was more dangerous to Karl than he was to it. Few things in the world were more terrifying than having to pay the tax man. The tree woman stood up from the table and extended her hand to Karl. "I am Lifa. You may call me Overlord or Princess Lifa. I believe that it is better that you return to your friends for now. They should be finished with the counselors by now, and we haven't heard about any issues from that interview. You can wait in your suite for now, and I will come talk to you later." Karl smiled and kissed her knuckles, which were cold as ice. "It's been a pleasure to meet you, princess. But if I can request a maid who isn't as terrified by the color glitch of my outfit, I would appreciate it." The overlords all laughed at his comment. "What makes you think it's a glitch? Our base nature and our civilized thoughts are often in conflict with each other, but there is no doubt that your aura tells the truth." Karl shrugged. "Well, I suppose I can't argue with that. I just hate seeing the staff so terrified." The troll overlord rumbled with laughter. "Don't forget that we already know how many people you've killed. They have good cause to be terrified. Just be kind to them, and they will calm down before you are ready to leave. Once the rest of the council is here, we will come to a decision, and then you should be able to return to your merchant route." That sounded problematic to Karl. If the rest of the council was coming, it meant that Overlord rank Minotaur was coming, and possibly with the turtle that he beat up at the dungeon. One of them was likely to insist that he had found a way to lie to them. The guards came in to escort Karl back to the suite, and while they did give him a generous amount of personal space, they looked more relaxed than when they had led him to the meeting. As before, they closed and locked the door once Karl was back in. Then the ladies began laughing uncontrollably. "You should have seen how concerned they were that you were keeping us prisoner." Dana giggled. "It looks like you made it back here intact. at the very least. Did you get any more hints about what the plan is? Tessa asked. They're calling the rest of the council here, or the council was coming back anyhow. They're not going to make a final decision until they're all here. There is only one issue with that. Marisa, the Overlord Minotaur that was hitting on Overlord Ahmad, is part of the council. She's the one who drew the picture the guards were going on. If she decides that I'm the one that they were looking for, it could be a real pain. All right, we will have to come up with a plan if they're going to make it difficult for us. Tessa sighed. The first thought through Karl's mind was that they couldn't just hack their way out of here with a whole group of overlords present. Then the realization that the clothing colors might not be wrong made him frown in annoyance. The maid came back with food to find them all laughing and lounging on the sofas. She kept her distance from Karl and kept her head down as she placed out cups of tea and bite-sized snacks. Thank you, Karl offered as she finished. She bobbed a nervous curtsy, then rushed out of the room again. There wasn't much more detail that they could discuss here, as there was definitely someone spying on them and listening to everything that happened in the room. So, they just relaxed for a few minutes. Then Karl got up to see what sort of books were on the shelves. If we're going to spend the day here, we might as well enjoy ourselves with some light reading, he suggested. It was all boring stuff. Poetry, travel journals, romance novels. No, that last one was fairly promising. Karl flipped open the cover and chuckled as he read the intro. The dramatic love story of a rejected succubus and her 6 alpha dragon mates. He read out loud. What are you even looking at, and why is it even on the shelf? Lotus demanded as she ran over to see if Karl was messing with her. He handed over the book, and Lotus flipped a few pages, then her cheeks blushed bright red. The body doesn't work like that. She was about to drop the book in horror, but Ophelia was there to rescue it, and then begin laughing as they read the page. Then she passed it to Dana, who turned bright red as she read the passage, and passed it to Tessa so that everyone could suffer the same horror. Tessa read the page with an intrigued look. I think part of the problem here is that they don't understand dragon biology. Or maybe we don't understand succubi biology. She mused. Karl knocked at the door, and a guard opened it a crack to see what he needed. Is there a succubus on the guard team? We were reading a novel, and we have questions. He explained. The guard smirked and shook his head. I know the book you mean. We use that suite as a break room when there are no guests. No, that's not physically possible, even if they weren't all ancient dragons, who should be 50 meters long. Thanks. I'm sure you just saved the maid a very horrifying question and answer session. The guard chuckled. She's a satyr, not a demon. Her legs are just hidden under the dress. Noted. Karl went looking for another book to read, one that wasn't as disturbing, and ended up with a book on demonic blacksmithing. He might have no skills with metalworking, but it was still more interesting than doing nothing, and he could lightly meditate to build the energy in his spaces as he waited. Remy had been hoping for something alchemy-based, but there weren't really any technical manuals of any sort in the library. Even the one that Karl was reading was about the styles, not the details of how they were made. At the very least, it was interesting, and it kept his mind occupied for the next few hours until a knock at the door informed that they had visitors. Ladies and sir, you have been invited to dinner with the Council of Overlords. We have prepared suitable clothing for you. This set is not aura-coded. It is just a regular outfit suitable for dinner. Most guests do not arrive with such clothing, but if you have it, you are free to wear your own. She quietly greeted them. Karl stood back and let the others do the talking this time. Ophelia took the pile of clothes with a smile. Thank you. We appreciate the concern, and we will happily wear what you have preferred. How long do we have? Is there time to properly bathe and groom? The maid bobbed a curtsy. Yes, Mississippi. There are 90 minutes. If you wish, I can have a team assembled to assist you all in bathing and preparing for dinner. Karl smirked and nodded his head. I think that the ladies would greatly enjoy that. I can take care of my own grooming, but they will appreciate a full team to get them ready for dinner. Maybe not all of them, but Lotus for certain. And probably Ophelia, who had a lot of fur to shampoo and brush out. A guard led Karl to a room down the hall that had a large shower and bath, plus a dressing room, and a few more options of clothing. We will knock 15 minutes before dinner. Let us know if you need anything before then. We will be outside the door, and there is a manservant available should you require assistance. The guard explained. Thank you. I will let you know if there is anything missing. The guard closed the door, and Karl headed for the shower room. It was stocked with a dozen different body washes, shampoos, brushes, scrubbers, and even an assortment of trimmers. There wasn't much that he couldn't do to make himself presentable, so Karl started right in on trimming his beard and cutting his hair. The sink area had adjustable mirrors, so he could even see the back of his head in the reflection, and the process was going much more quickly than he had expected. He considered letting Remy out to see what his hair would look like after she had her way with it, but Karl suspected that he was still under surveillance, and having a random Naga queen appear in his bath would be hard to explain. It didn't stop her from giving suggestions anyhow, and by the time that he was finished with the trim, she was delighted with his makeover. You just need tusks. I wonder if we could make trollish regeneration grow you a set of tusks. She pondered. That would be more trollish, but I don't think that we have time to experiment. I spent too much time getting my hair perfect. Now I need to get clean and dressed. Remy was sad, but she did have a few minutes to spare as Karl showered, and she could practice on her own claws in an attempt to shape them into a new design while making them grow out. If she could do it with nails, they should be able to do it with teeth as well. Unfortunately, it wasn't working as well as she had hoped. She had made a pretty design out of her claw, but it didn't grow out like they would need Karl's teeth to do in order to make tusks. It just returned to its default state if she damaged it too much. It didn't get longer than that. Karl finished his shower and quickly changed into the provided outfit, then looked at it in dismay. The color combination was horrible, pale gold and green. There had to be something better in the racks. A short search turned up a white shirt, black pants, and a silver and black-tailed jacket. You need the waistband. Ray reminded him. Right, there we go. How do I look? Like you're going to a meeting with nobles 10,000 years ago. Remy laughed. That's perfect. As long as I don't look too ridiculous, a little bit of oddity will help sell the story that I'm from the past. With any luck, this should be our last meeting with the council, and then we can grab Thor and the ladies to make our escape. Karl added a spritz of each of the 3 fancy perfumes that were on the counter, hoping to hide his natural scent, and then double-checked to make sure that he hadn't messed up anything on his outfit. The guard knocked at their door and gave Karl an approving look as he saw that everything was in order. The council will be ready soon, and it is considered polite to arrive before they do. He explained. Lead the way. Are the ladies ready? Karl asked. Hopefully soon. The tiny one is a menace, and the head maid had to rescue one of her staff, but they should have things sorted out by now. Karl chuckled. Nature priestesses are like that. They're a bit too wild and free for most social situations, and they love meeting new people. I wouldn't be shocked if she dragged a maid into the bath with her. The guard laughed. I hope that it wasn't that extreme, but such things are the ladies' private business. Karl followed the guard to the dining room, where the others were already gathered, along with a group of maids who had brought them. They were all elegantly dressed with intricate hairstyles and immaculate makeup, except for Ophelia, though Karl suspected that there were highlights in her fur that were not there before. Once he had arrived, the guards and maids backed away, except for a pair of maids who guided them to their spots at the table. They were all seated along one side, and the other side of the table was set with 5 spots, plus 1 at the head and 1 at the foot. That should mean 7 Overlord Council members in total, or fewer than that plus a few other guests. Karl had met 3 of them so far, the Naga, Tree Lady and Troll. The others hadn't met any, and it was just the guards and staff that were showing concern for their safety while Karl was away. The trio that Karl had already met were the first ones to come out, followed by what Karl thought might be a pixie, who transformed into a human-sized form as she reached her chair, a chimera who did the same, smoothly shifting from 4 feet to 2, and finally Marisa, the Minotaur Overlord. The last to arrive was the Oracle, who took a spot at the foot of the table, across from the Troll, who took the seat at the head. Welcome everyone. I will do the introductions for the day. From my right, we have the Lady Ophelia, Mage Dana, Priestess Lotus of the Green Dragon, Priestess Tessa of the Red Dragon, and Merchant Karl of the Stone Trolls. Guests, I would like to introduce you to the Oracle, Overlord Marisa of the Minotaurs, Overlord Thrax of the Chimera, Overlord Tink of the Fairies, Overlord Slyth of the Naga, Overlord Lifa Oak of the Haints, and I am Council Head Arnold of the Forest Trolls. Everyone nodded politely as the names were read. Then Marisa turned to Karl with narrowed eyes. You look familiar, a lot like a human I met not long ago. She insisted. I have heard that a lot lately. Tell me, did you find anything interesting in the humans' territory? Once I make it past Witten Temple, I might keep going and check out the lands to the north before coming back through the divine beast nation. The Minotaur scoffed. That would take most of a year to complete. Karl nodded. It will be a good opportunity. And I can find some new trade partners for the next trip. If I skirt the edge of the mountain giant territory just right, I should be able to bring some quality imports across the wilderness. The fairy, Tink, looked incredibly excited about that idea. That would be great. They have all sorts of new and shiny things, and you could almost pass as a human. Their sense of smell is terrible, so they would never know the difference. They might just think that you were big. That's the plan. As long as they don't mistake me for an ogre, I should be fine. Karl joked. Their discussion on trade routes was interrupted by the servants bringing out the food, and Karl made a note of the way that council head Arnold ate. If there was some odd way that trolls like to eat, it was best that he noticed it before he outed himself as human. Fortunately for Karl, the council head wasn't doing anything odd, just gnawing the smoked ribs clean of meat and popping the diced and deep-fried potato bits into his mouth like everyone else. Having perfect peripheral vision saved Karl a lot of trouble at dinner. He didn't have to look to the side or turn his head to see what everyone was doing, only to let them know he was talking to them. Is that your goal? To bring the clerics to the temple at Witten? Thrax, the Chimera overlord, asked. Yes, we're going to trade and let the clerics do their work all the way from here to Witten. We've made it this far from the coast already, so we're doing pretty well. Karl agreed. A proper pilgrimage it is, then. Not many choose to make the trek across the continent from west to east, but the combination of a war cleric and a nature priestess does make for an interesting balance. The Chimera added. Good food, too. I'm not sure if you're aware, but as well as their combat duties, all the Red Dragon priestesses are trained in the basics of caring for war orphans, so they're excellent cooks. Karl informed him with a pleased look at his plate. Perhaps as good as your fortress chefs. My compliments to them. By the way, this is spectacular. The Chimera nodded, and the meal moved through the courses without interruption. Once they were finished eating, the overlords began to excuse themselves from the table, saying good night to the council head and the oracle in turn before getting up to leave. Karl and the others rose when the oracle did, and the visionary nodded his head towards the door. Sleep well tonight, and you may continue on your way in the morning. I will have the maids deliver you a token before you go. Lady Oak is quite intrigued by your past, and she may wish to contact you again in the future. He explained, then turned and walked out. Council head, it was a pleasure to meet you. My apologies for any trouble we might have caused. Arnold simply nodded his head and walked away, leaving the door open for the maids to come in and escort Karl's team to their suite. Once they were back in the suite for the evening, Ray began to get excited and dropped a pile of cloth into Karl's hands. This is for everyone, she insisted. Presents from Ray. Karl explained, then wondered how to sort the silk. That proved to be much easier than expected, as she had stitched everyone's name inside what turned out to be a set of comfy, flowing nightgowns of the non-sexy sort that Karl associated with his grandmother. The only difference was that these were all soft silk, not cheap cotton repurposed from flour sacks. Thank you, Ray. This looks even more comfortable than the last set of night clothes you made me. Dana giggled. She had only found a few chances to wear those ones since the first time, as they were rather skimpy for casual wear. But this one she could wear all the time, and she would never have to worry about it being dirty or frayed, as Ray's clothing options always bonded to the wearer. Karl went to the other room to change so that he wasn't accused of peeping on the clerics. But what he found was a whole room full of oversized bunk beds. They were 6 meters long and 3 meters wide, suitable for even the largest of trolls and minotaurs to get comfortable. Yet even with his size buffed by brutality, Karl was only a third that size. One thing was certain, none of them would actually need to climb the ladder to the upper bunks tonight. They might do it anyhow, but it wouldn't be necessary. He changed quickly, leaving his dinner outfit carefully folded on one of the end tables. The staff could clean and store that for the next visitor after he left. The others came in only a minute later, and Lotus laughed as she pulled back one of the massive blankets. Can we share? Just turn down the other side of the bed, and we can sleep sideways, she suggested. Karl and Ophelia would only be a little shorter than the bed that way, but it should work just fine. Tessa got to work, moving pillows and folding down the other side of the blanket. So, how are we going to work this? She asked as she finished the work. Lotus pointed at the pillows in order. Dana, Karl, Ophelia, me you. So you're still next to me, but you get to cuddle the werebear? That makes sense. Lotus looked proud of herself. And she's close to the same size as Karl, so they're well matched. Ophelia ran a hand down her nightgown, then down Tessa's back. Can you ask Ray why mine is different? Anti-static for furry friends. She says that this version shouldn't generate static against your fur. That will make you less frizzy in the morning. Though, the staff did a wonderful job of brushing you today, and I'm sure you wouldn't mind an excuse to do it again. Ophelia laughed. I wonder if we can hire a satyr maid to come with us, just for grooming purposes? They're better at it than anyone I've ever met. I can talk to them and see if there is a hiring location in town with maids who don't mind traveling. Karl suggested. Lotus smirked. Can you imagine the look on their faces when we tell them that we want to bring the maid outside the country, and maybe bring her back next year on our way through? I don't think that we will be able to find one with that proposal. Perhaps a human or a half-troll, but not a satyr. Ophelia noted. Lotus pointed at Ophelia and smirked. We should ask that bear working the portal at Bruce Temple if he wants to come along and groom you for a living. I bet he would say yes. Ophelia thumped the wayward cleric on the head and frowned. I don't need that sort of attention, especially not from a dire bear. They all settled into bed, with Ophelia turned away from Karl so she could make Lotus her little spoon. Karl did the same with Dana, and that was how they were when the maids came in to wake them in the morning. Do you think that would have to cause internal damage, right? Forget that. The bear and her teddy are so cute. No, that's a cleric. Adorable. Their whispers woke Karl, which startled the maids. They had a lot of experience speaking softly, so they didn't bother guests. They bowed politely, and one of them began to speak quietly. Sir, your group has been cleared to leave at your leisure. Breakfast will be ready in 1 hour if your group wishes to dine with the other guests. She informed him. That sounds lovely. Can you send in some assistants to help the ladies get ready? We have somewhat suitable travel garb. Karl replied. The maid bowed, and Ophelia got up out of bed, still holding Lotus, whose arms were wrapped around the werebear's neck. Karl nodded to her and headed out for the men's shower room, with a guard escorting him. They could sort out their sleepiest members while he got ready. Moving from the bed woke Dana up, and the disappearance of Lotus woke Tessa, so they were all mobile, bright, and early. Early enough that Karl even had time to carefully blend the perfumes to perfectly match the scent he had worn the day before. Then he pocketed a small sample of each, so he could do it again if he needed. With his preparations finished, Karl returned to the suite to find the ladies getting their hair done. Don't wait outside. I want to see how that works. Remy insisted. I'll be on the sofa while you all finish up. Karl informed the maid, who was trying to tame Dana's curls. They eventually settled on a loose bun that let her curls hang out the bottom. Nothing else would stay, and random strands kept escaping, as Dana refused the use of an army of bobby pins, as she put it. The maids looked very proud of their work, and the way that they'd managed to make the ladies look elegant even in their travel outfits. For the clerics, that was their fancy robes. Ophelia was in her new coat and pants with a silk sash, and Dana had gone for the hoodie and cargo pants Ray made for her, instead of her actual travel clothes, which were closer to the Spellblade uniform and covered her face. The guest dining hall held about 30 overdressed monsters, mostly transformed into humanoid forms. One chimera preferred to eat in his natural form, but Karl saw that many of the others were wearing amulets with the fortress insignia on them. Ray, those are the transformation spells, right? What are the chances we could get one of those to study? Karl asked as he took his seat. Ray considered it for a few seconds. I would say close to 100%. I've taken 6 of them so far. Well, that was one way to do things. Karl hadn't even noticed her taking them, so there was a good chance nobody else had either. There was also no way for anyone else to prove that Karl had them, even if they noticed them missing. The only issue was that they didn't actually have a team member who wanted to be human-shaped. There was no fancy send-off after they finished breakfast, just a runner sent to the stables to get Thor hooked up to the wagon and staged for departure. Thor was happy to help them with their work, even if they had done a lackluster job of scrubbing his scales last night. They had at least scrubbed him down, but there was no enthusiasm and no extra attention to the itchy spots, even when he tried to point them out. So, he was hooked up and ready when Karl arrived with the team, while the grooms pretended that they weren't intensely curious about the fact that his entire harness rig was made of silk rope. Normally, the shoulder brace would be wooden, with hemp ropes attaching it to the cart, but Thor's harness was entirely silk and included ties for a rider to be securely strapped in place. Karl checked the cargo and found that it appeared intact under the net as the others loaded themselves into the wagon. Guards on the bipedal lizard mounts escorted them through the city streets, clearly not intending to let Karl stop and do business inside the city limits. That actually worked for everyone, as Karl had no intentions of staying in the area. With a whole group of overlords and seers here, Karl was looking forward to being out of their sphere of influence. The less likely they were to notice what he was doing, the safer he would be. Nobody challenged them as they made their way out the gates and into the open farmland that surrounded the city, where the others began to relax a little. They weren't going to say anything to blow their cover, but at least that feeling of being suppressed was gone, and so was the feeling of being watched. Inside the fortress, the Oracle was sitting with a group of 20 trouble seers, staring at an image on the smooth surface of a pool of water in a silver pool. "Are you sure that he's not going to be back, Oracle?" One of the seers whispered. "Yes, he is gone. I don't know what sort of threat he is, but my advice is that we don't follow his movements directly. If we interfere, it might encourage our soldiers to do something that triggers the danger." I believe that the one known as Karl said it himself, and it is something that we should have been more mindful of in the past. It is possible for a prophecy to be self-fulfilling. The more people who know about the monster hidden inside that body, the more likely they are to start a chain of events that lead to their destruction. The Oracle sighed. "Surely, the danger isn't that high. I sense threat from his position, but not higher than a military unit. We sensed nearly as much when those mages from the wilds arrived." The trouble seer asked. "That was 30 mages. This is one creature. I suspect that he isn't truly a troll, but it is unlikely that he's a human either. It might be a doppelganger, or worse, an echo." The seers shuddered at the thought. Most of them had seen one of the echoes when they looked into the distant past during their training. They were constructs created by the gods to guide and shape societies, but they were terrifying on a level that no living being should be capable of. Their mere existence was enough to put terror into the minds of those who could see the past. Should we not have one person observe him to make sure he really is leaving? He might be posing as a merchant, but that is no guarantee that he's not scouting for an invasion. One of the seers suggested. The Oracle began to cast another spell, watching Karl's progress as they left the city. At first, it all seemed normal. But then, 2 Naga warriors appeared on the steps of his wagon, without the Oracle even sensing that anyone had cast a spell. The Oracle didn't sense a portal, and he didn't detect the surge of magic for a summoning spell. His first thought was that the Naga warriors had simply released an invisibility spell that had been cast on them, but the wagon had been in the fortress for over a day. Someone should have sensed them if they were simply invisible. He made a note of it among his other visions, and continued to watch for a few more minutes as the group simply traveled past the farms and called out to those that they passed. None of it was out of the ordinary, only a merchant trying to sell his Minotaur-made tools. But the oddities were enough to put the Oracle on edge and convince him that he had made the right call in telling the others not to do anything to prevent him leaving. If his guess was right, and he really did have a massive wealth of hidden power, there might be others watching over him from the shadows. Others who would come to his rescue if he were actually in trouble. That dragon, Orthos, for example. Karl had mentioned him during their interview, and the Oracle had seen them interact in his visions. He might not know their current relationship, but the anger of an ancient dragon was not something to tempt. But in the wagon, Karl and the others knew nothing of these concerns, and they were happy to have simply escaped the notice of the Overlord Council without anything major happening. They had just passed the first cluster of small vegetable farms that served the fortress, and had passed into what Karl would consider a wilderness area, headed east down the main road. Karl turned to talk to the others. "You know, this shortcut is actually pretty nice. The road here is all gravel and well-maintained, much better than the deep ruts and soft dirt that we were getting on the other sections of the road. Maybe we can stick with it for a while before we move back to traveling through the wilderness to get to the underserved customers." Dana nodded. "That's not a bad idea. We might be able to make a few good trades along the way and pick up more than farming tools." Tessa nodded. "We might pick up a side quest or two as well. From what I understand, the further northeast we go from here, the more trouble they have with giants and wild beasts. If we go that way, we should be able to get some excellent customers." But if we follow the road to the southeast, we will get to the capital city of Nubon. And from there, we can head east through human-populated lands until we get to the wilds. Then we're into more dangerous territory. The wilds are almost completely controlled by beasts, but there are a number of towns and one major port there as well. A pirate port again, but that's to be expected. Only this one specializes in beast materials, from what I understand, and not slaves. And from there, we can follow this huge river all the way up to Witten Temple. There are major trade routes along the river, and a road going from there into the Golden Dragon Nation. It's a pretty solid route, and we should be able to make sales and purchases at nearly every stop. We might even find buyers for some of Ray's silk. Mitford was a city of 10,000 people only a day and a half down the road, so that was their goal. If they could make it there early, they could trade some goods at the market in town or to a local shop and have time to relax and eat before leaving town for the night. It was safer to be out of the cities to sleep, and that let Thor have a proper rest in his space, instead of some filthy barn somewhere. The number of farms didn't decline much as they traveled. There was one every quarter-kilometer for the entire day. But the quality of the road didn't decline either. It was a well-groomed gravel double track, wide enough for two fully loaded carriages with guards to pass each other. It made progress much more comfortable, though Thor didn't speed up much, for the sake of everyone in the wagon. There was a conspicuous lack of pullouts, though. Normally, there would be parking areas along the side of a road for wagons and merchants to stop, but along this stretch there weren't any at all. There weren't even any smaller villages, which seemed a bit odd. Farmers wouldn't want to travel all day to get supplies, so normally a small village would form every few hours of travel. Once it started to get close to dark, Karl noticed that there was a different practice here. The wagons pulled into one of the farmhouses, and if he was seeing it right, they provided the evening meal, or at least a good portion of it, for their hosts. They were setting up tents in the yards, so Karl picked a decent-looking carriage and pulled into the yard where it was parked. "Good evening. Do you mind if we join you?" he asked the farmer who came over to greet him. "Not at all. The general and his entourage were just about to start cooking. If you would like to let them know what you have for the pot, we can make adjustments." Karl smiled at the Minotaur. "We have dragon clerics with us, so we have rice and beans, and I have some meat stored in a storage item, so it's still fresh. That will make everyone happy. I will let them know while you get parked and set up for the evening. I don't know how much you have stored, but there are a total of 25 heads here tonight. The rice and beans are likely enough to go around, though." Karl frowned in confusion. "Your family is that large?" The farmer chuckled. "My family is 6 in total, then there are your 7, and 12 with the other carriage. Their mounts are in the back pasture, being tended right now." Tessa gave Karl a thumbs up, as she already had enough ready, and Karl passed her a roast-sized piece of boar meat. "I will let you go with our host to greet the other cook. Let me know if you need anything else, or Lotus." Lotus was their resident spice expert, after all. The small perks of being a nature cleric. While Tessa went to get dinner started, carrying a sack of rice on her shoulder, the others got the camp set up, hanging tarps over the ends of the wagon that reached the ground, and one stretched out from the back of the wagon so they could get down onto dry ground, should it rain overnight. The process only took a few minutes. Then they were free to go join the other carriage to see who needed a whole entourage of mounted guards. The farmer had said it was a general, but Karl didn't sense anyone powerful in the area. It could be that the general was a strategic officer and not a combat officer, though. The Golden Dragon Nation had many such officers in their military ranks. The general turned out to be a very familiar face. He looked nearly identical to the Naga overlord, except that he had a scar over one eye that hadn't healed properly, and he was a commander, not an overlord. "General, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Karl, a traveling merchant." He greeted the Naga, who seemed more interested in the 2 silent Naga warriors who were waiting by the wagon. "It's a pleasure to meet you. You seem to have developed quite the esoteric group on your travels." The general greeted him. "Traveling with dragon clerics makes everything much better. If it were just the guys, we would have a rather dull and silent journey." Karl joked. The guards returned as they were talking, and Karl noticed that they were all nearly identical satyrs at the ascended rank. "Pardon my curiosity, but isn't that a bit flimsy of a guard for a general?" he asked quietly. The Naga laughed and shook his head. "They're an honor guard, not like the wagon guards to protect your trade goods. If I'm actually in trouble, I just summon a military unit to my location. 10 honor guards won't stop much, but a full regiment of mounted cavalry will. Karl nodded in understanding. I forget that it is so easy for some people to use portal magic to get others to their location. The general shook his head. The portal calls are expensive to make, and the other side has to be at a designated portal array, which only exists in the larger cities. It's impractical to have it for every mission. But in my case, the risk is low, and I'm only going to the city. This route is pretty well traveled, and there are multiple guard patrols along it every day. They had only seen one yesterday, but the first might have been by before they left the city, as the breakfast routine in the mornings at the palace didn't start too early. The general nodded towards the wagon. Where were you coming from that you got so many quality tools? You could likely make a killing off those in the city of Mitford. We picked them up outside camping, but we've been going cross-country to avoid the chaos on the roads. There have been some incidents in that region lately. Then we got picked up by a patrol and taken to Bethoek for questioning, so we're a good bit south of our original destination. Karl explained. The general nodded. That makes sense. Anyone who has a royal rank Sero for their wagon isn't the ordinary sort. He seems quite friendly, though. Normally, Sero get territorial when you hook them to a wagon. Karl chuckled. He knows nobody is after his wagon or his passengers. But he loves people. If we get the farm kids to rub his scales, he will be in heaven. Thor nodded in agreement, and the general smirked. I can do one better, as this farm has no small children anymore. They're all grown and unmarried. But I've got satyrs who need to be distracted until the food is ready. He whistled and gestured to bring one of the guards over, and explained that he had volunteered them to rub down the Sero for the evening as trade for the quality of dinner. They got to work, and Thor gave a happy rumble as they began to rub his head and polish his scales, just as they did for their own mounts. Maybe traveling on the road isn't all bad. Dinner ended with a huge pot of leftovers that were transferred to a container provided by the farmer's wife for them to enjoy later, and Karl settled in for the night. The beasts could watch from inside their spaces, other than Thor, who had positioned himself in the driveway to the farmyard, between the entrance and the people. There was a sturdy fence all around the yard, so that was the only likely area for entrance by an unknown threat, and therefore the best spot for him. Ophelia was with the first watch group, which was more than a little upsetting to Lotus, who wanted to cuddle, while Karl and Dana would take the dawn watch, just before the sun came up. The guards had wanted 5 watches, each with 2 guards, which was a bit excessive in Karl's mind, but they also didn't have the beasts watching out for danger. If it was a single guard, an assassin could sneak in and eliminate them, then go for the general. It was odd that they hadn't insisted on someone from their team taking the morning watch, but they were likely planning to be up by then and starting on breakfast, so they didn't see the need to have one of theirs as the guard. Tessa would likely be awake for that watch as well, or at least halfway through it. She rarely slept past the dawn wake-up call after so many years on the church's schedule. So, Karl settled in to sleep peacefully with Dana after their watch, only to be awakened by the sound of screaming far too soon after he closed his eyes. Report. What is going on? Karl asked. Another spawn. Hawk is already in the air. Remy replied. It seems to be centered on us, and it extends all the way back to the fortress, a whole day's travel. I can see the torches as the fortress army units gather to fight in the dark. Hawk added. That was massive. If it was centered on them, and they had covered close to 80 kilometers during the day, this newest spawn was absolutely massive. What is attacking? Karl asked as he equipped his armor and took out his maul. That's the best part. Food. We're under attack by food. Hawk cheered. Translator. Remy giggled before explaining. The attackers are some sort of boar monster the size of Ophelia's dire bear form, and they're accompanied by some sort of cyclops. A giant with one eye? That's what has the satyrs on guard duty screaming. There was a group of the boars at the edge of the camp, just reaching the firelight, but momentarily stopped by the mounts of the guards, who also saw them as food. Unfortunately for the agile lizards, these boar monsters were not only massive, they were also commander-rank beasts, and wearing armor. They even had metal sheaths on their tusks, so they could more effectively attack. Karl was just about to send everyone out to play when he realized that they were standing right next to a general and his entourage. A general who was very likely to call for an entire army unit from the fortress that they just left. Can we just kill him already? I want to come out and play. Ray complained. Not yet. Or at least not where he can see you. I give it like 2 minutes before he panics and calls the army. I don't know if they're going to show up while everything is under attack, but they might. Hawk was racing through the sky, trying to determine the extent and density of the situation, when he realized that they were about to have a not-so-minor problem. The next city is full of monsters from the spawn. It's within the radius by at least 10 kilometers, and it's not just surrounded, it's overrun. He informed them. Well, that will put a damper on our chances of making a mass sale. However, I bet we can do some charity work with the farmers, if they're short on weapons. Karl jumped onto the roof of the house to take in more of the situation and realized that these ones weren't the only one who would need some assistance. He could see 4 other farms in the distance, and they were all fighting with makeshift weapons, like the ones he was selling, but not adapted to be used as weapons. They were so close to 2 major cities and along a heavily populated route that was traveled by hundreds every day that they didn't really need weapons other than for defense against unscrupulous travelers. The farm family was coming out in hastily donned coats over their pajamas, carrying whatever farm tools came to hand. "Hey, over here. We have weapons," Karl called. The Minotaurs rushed over to where Karl was, while the guards from the general's caravan harassed the giant boar who had made it closest to the farm. The ladies had taken the net from over the cargo, and the Minotaurs smiled as they realized that the weapons were all modeled after things that they already know how to use. They each grabbed a tool and pulled the working heads off the convertible ones. "We will stay near your charges. Would you guard the backside of the house? We should be all right, even if you take both the Naga with you. I will have them watch the side of the house. The guards for the general have the other side, but we can send someone to help them if you need." The oldest of the Minotaur farmers smiled and patted Karl on the shoulder. "As long as they don't make it to the house, it's fine. We have no animals, and they've already trampled the fields. We will see in the morning what can be salvaged." Karl nodded. "I will do what I can to keep them out of the vegetable garden out back." "I would appreciate that. Remy, have the bodyguards watch the 2 sides of the house and keep everyone mostly on this side, so I can let everyone out to play." Once Remy and her bodyguards were in position, with 2 on Karl's left, guarding the side of the house, and 1 on his right, making sure that the escorts for the general didn't get overrun by a single giant boar, Karl was ready to begin. "All right, it's safe to come out now. Kara and Ray, I would like for you to stick together with Ray's golems. Clear the area beyond what the Minotaurs and Satyrs can see, and loot as much food as you think we might need in the future. These all appear to be commander rank boars, and there should be royal rank cyclops with them. That means plenty of high-quality blood for Ray. However, if you find a monarch, inform me before you start fighting it, and I will join you. I know that at least Ray needs the monarch rank blood for her personal grooming, and if it's an edible species, it could be good for everyone's development." Karl instructed. Monarch rank giant boar. Hawk was almost drooling at the thought. He was already looking for one, but the boars didn't appear to come in anything but commander rank. Being a spawn situation, there were no young ones with them. But it was also incredibly rare to find a monarch rank cyclops. Hawk had scouted most of the way to both cities down the road now, and he had only seen 3 of them, 2 of which were at the fortress. The overlords would take care of those in a few minutes, so there was only one that was an actual option, and even that one was over 20 kilometers away. "We might have to wait for tomorrow's spawn to get a good one," he informed the others. Karl chuckled at his depressed tone. "What makes you think that we're going to still be here? There are thousands of commander rank boars. They're overrunning farms almost as fast as the farmers can flee, and the city is full of them. We did all right walking through the hill giant lines, but these are stronger," he replied with pride. It was strange to have pride in what he viewed as a food supply that he didn't even raise himself, but Hawk's mind worked in its own special way. Karl could hear him mentally calculating the food supply from multiple days of harvesting the boars, and how much space he had to store them in. If he processed them and got rid of the parts that weren't tasty, he should have enough for at least a week's harvest in the space he dedicated to boar-type animals. Ray came out of her space, and Kara appeared on her back as the bloodbath spider summoned her golems in the distance. "Forward, trusty steed. We shall clear a path of destruction through the boars." "Delicious, delicious destruction," Kara insisted. Karl stared at the strange spectacle for a moment, and then realized that Kara was much bigger than he remembered. She had gone from badger to large dog-sized, and when she spread her wings for balance, she had a wingspan as wide as Ray's standing posture. "Are you getting close to advancing?" Karl asked her, curious about the change. "Nope, I don't think I'm even halfway there. I'm just getting big. I'm working on a skill to adjust my size, but mostly I think I've just been eating too well. I need to start exercising. Why she wanted to adjust her size was a mystery, but Karl suspected that it had something to do with punching drakes in the face. She kept facing big things that didn't respect her because she was small. They vanished off into the darkness with a barrage of disintegration and boulder toss attacks at the handful of nearby boars. Then they were on the surprised Cyclops, whose night vision was apparently terrible because it hardly reacted until the golem was liberating its head from its body. Karl looked around the farm and realized that he might have miscalculated. With the dynamic duo going crazy on his side of the property, he didn't actually have anything to do. He could hear the others fighting, and one of the Naga warriors had gone to assist the satyrs, who were losing their fight with the giant boar. Karl heard huge rushing feet and saw one of the massive beasts coming for his left side, where the other Naga warriors and Remy were stationed. Then Thor was on his feet and charging at the armored challenger. This was his yard, and nobody was just running inside. The Sero hit the side of the boar, and his upper horns punched through the armor plating as the beast was thrown from its feet. A shake of Thor's head freed his horns from the twisted metal, and a Naga warrior rushed over to wrap the beast's neck. It gave him a steady base to attack from, with the side benefit of cutting off the creature's breathing as the boar reared up to try to hit Thor with his tusks. Thor was quick on his feet, and the charge only reached open air as Thor rammed his nose horn up into the boar's belly, then slammed his tail into its head with earthquake, charged. The boar's skull shattered, and blood ran down its face as it staggered. It wasn't a lethal blow, but there was definitely brain damage behind that stunned effect. Then the Naga warrior's blade slid between the broken skull bones, and the boar collapsed. That one they would have to leave in the yard, as everyone would notice it going missing. But they could use it for breakfast and lunch, or leave it for the farmers, whose crops had taken a lot of damage. Karl noticed that a Cyclops was getting close to the outlying vegetable patch, so he moved to intercept. The farmers might have lost a lot of their crop, but he could save at least a bit of it. The two royal rank opponents met on the road, and Karl quickly realized that the Cyclops was almost blind. It had no depth perception, nearly tripped in the drainage ditch, and couldn't see Karl standing 5 meters away in the dark. That wasn't even a fair fight. Not that it was going to stop Karl, as 5 stacks of disintegration on the head of his maul removed most of its torso. He quickly dragged the body back into the pasture on the other side of the road and looked for another target. Ray and Kara were on a rampage, and Kara had taken to the air so that she could dive bomb and maul the boars from the air. That was way more fun than just throwing orbs of death at them. Her disintegration was a monarch rank skill, and the damage that it did to commander rank boars and their makeshift armor was devastating. It was so much more satisfying to go for the terminal velocity dive bomb into their back. Karl saw a group of heat signatures racing his way and prepared for battle. But as they spread out a little, he realized that it wasn't more Cyclops, but a larger-than-average Minotaur and his family. This way, everyone. We have a royal rank team of guards to protect the farmyard. He shouted, loud enough that everyone would hear him. Is the yard holding? The man yelled as he turned to approach Karl directly, and not the house. Yeah, we're in no danger of being overrun. We've got a commander-rank golem mage and royal-rank Naga warriors among the other guards in the yard. There are clerics with us as well, if you are injured. Thank you, traveler. The big Minotaur replied, then let out a deep, rumbling bellow that would echo through the distance to the other farms. It should be a signal of some sort that it was safe to gather here, but it startled the farmers in the yard, who definitely didn't feel safe. If you can fight, talk to the Red Dragon cleric after you are fed and healed. We were selling weapons made by and for Minotaurs. They will hook you up, and you can trade them loot from your kills for the cost if you're short on cash. Karl informed them. The big Minotaur smiled and patted him on the shoulder as he ran by. Thank you. I don't know what happened, but it's good to see that someone has the good sense to set proper defenses. With the route being so safe, most groups didn't set night guards. They just went to bed in the farmyards after dinner. After the bellow by the farmer, more groups began running in their direction. The farmhouses were fairly well spaced, but each family could only farm a few hundred acres at the most. Even with Ray and Kara on the loose out in the dark somewhere, there were still hundreds of giant boars nearby, terrorizing the other farmhouses. The pair had been prioritizing clearing the area around this farm, so that they would have as much left as possible. But there were just so many creatures spawned this time that they couldn't eliminate them all. Is it just me, or does this not follow the pattern? Remy asked. What pattern? Thor asked, as he hadn't been paying attention the first time. It was supposed to get weaker and lower density as we moved away from the dungeon, right? Well, we're a long way from the dungeon now, and this is the strongest one so far, with the most monsters. She explained. Hawk considered reasons, then came upon a good one. What if it's a present? We haven't had a good food influx for a while, so maybe we're being rewarded with thousands of boars? They appeared centered around us. That has to mean that they're ours. That was a somewhat horrifying thought. What if 1,000 square kilometers of land had been overrun by giant boars and cyclops because Hawk was feeling peckish and the gods wanted him to have a new flavor of snack? As much as Karl wanted to say that was ridiculous and impossible, he had a sneaking suspicion that it might actually be a plausible answer. But the fact that this one appeared to be centered on them, while the last was only a few kilometers away, did make it seem like they were somehow involved in the generation of these anomalies. If they were, wouldn't it be a disaster if they went home and brought the spawns with them? Karl had plenty of time to think, as it was only farmers headed their way at the moment. For a moment, he wondered where Prince Corbin and his Spellblade clan were. They should be well west of this incident, and hopefully out of danger. But they were faster moving than the wagon, and had a day's head start going in the same direction, so they might have already been close to the fortress. It would have been nice to know for sure where they were, but there was no way of verifying that in the middle of the night. During the day, Hawk might be able to scout them out if he could see through their disguise, but even that was questionable, as it was most likely being created by Prince Corbin, so Hawk wouldn't have a power advantage when trying to detect flaws in the spell. The influx of farmers from the surrounding homesteads didn't come without its own dangers, as the movement was drawing the attention of the giant boars, who were leading the Cyclops toward the gathering. The giants' eyesight was terrible, but their hearing was decent, and they seemed to realize what was going on, even if they were struggling to find their way with the fences constantly tripping them. If they followed the boars, it was better. The beasts smashed through the wooden fences without hesitation, and they had no issues finding the farmers in the dark. You have more coming to your side. Kara and Ray are over on the far side right now. Hawk informed Karl, who was distracted watching the farmers coming their way. Karl moved away from the farmhouse to intercept the boars, which were running towards a group of small minotaurs. The parents must have been at their home farm, because these ones were all children. One solid swat of the hammer killed the beast, but Hawk was not impressed with the use of chain lightning, which internally cooked them and made them hard to prepare for later consumption. All right, I will use disintegration instead. That will only take away a small amount of them, and if I hit the head, it won't even be a tasty part. Karl conceded. Ray laughed at their argument. She was using lacerate, as were her golems. There was still plenty of blood left inside after they died, so a little mess wasn't a major loss. The clean cuts left the entire beast usable, but neither rend nor shred were as powerful as disintegrate. They were suitable options to stack 5 deep on the hammer, though. Karl could release them without contact, so he could just use it to build up a charge of concurrent casts. But he really didn't need to do that for the commander-rank beasts. Even just attacking normally 2 or 3 times would be enough for most of them. Karl tried that on the next boar that was coming for the children, and the first strike with rend cut into its skull, but didn't stop it. Karl had to hurry to intercept the beast before it could reach the Minotaur children. Sir, is there a safe spot? Dad and Uncle are fighting at the house. One of the children asked, gesturing behind them. Keep going straight towards that house with the fire in the yard. We lit it to help people find us. There are others there already. How far is it to your house? I might be able to help your family leave. Karl asked. I don't think that they will. Uncle Lou is a colonel in the army and a royal. They plan to hold the yard and keep the house safe so we can return in the morning. And they sent you away anyhow? Karl asked. The Minotaur girl nodded. Yeah, they said that it's safer to be with a whole herd. We heard the bellow indicating a safe spot, so they sent the children. Good luck. I will make their lives easier for a few minutes. The kids started running, and Karl headed for their house to clear the area. If there was a royal rank soldier there with someone to watch his back, they should be fine. There were still 3 boars in the area, not attacking the house. The Minotaurs were teamed up to deal with the Cyclops, and Karl could see that they both had proper weapons and armor. So, a few minutes to clear the boars should be enough to give them a rest. Ray, when you guys make your next loop this way, clear around the farmyards that still have someone fighting in them. We can start expanding our radius if the battle slows down. Got it. We're getting pretty well stocked already. These boars take up more space than expected. I don't know what we're going to do with 100 tons of bacon, but it's going to smell wonderful when we smoke it. Karl laughed as he finished the boars near where the minotaurs were still dealing with the Cyclops. That didn't seem right. There were two of them, and the Cyclops was only using skills on the lower side of royal rank. Karl turned to help them out. There might have been a reason other than safety and numbers that they had sent the children away while they defended the farm. The Cyclops never stood a chance as Karl leapt across the yard and smashed it in the back with disintegrate. It was already heavily injured, and its armor was compromised. Thank you, merchant. Were you at one of the other farms? Are they all right? The older of the two minotaurs asked. They were both heavily bandaged, and one of them had only one arm, an old injury that had long since healed. No wonder they had sent the kids away to make their final stand. They were so heavily injured even before the fight started that they were in no shape to fight, but they didn't want to burden anyone else with more wounded to care for. That was a soldier's pride talking for them, Karl assumed. No soldier wanted to drag down others when they were likely to have to relocate in the middle of the night. Instead, they had sent away the ones that could run and remained behind. Remy, do you have healing stuff in your space? Karl asked. The blue ones in the round bottles with the long neck. Those are the new healing potions. Karl took two of them out and handed them to the minotaurs. Healing potions from my personal alchemist. This incident is huge, and if you're not too attached to the farm, we could use the extra fighters. They're holding out well for now, and we had a watch set, but they will get tired eventually. They nodded, understanding what Karl meant. Part of the reason for the Minotaurs welcoming Bello was so that they had reserves when the frontline fighters got wounded or tired, allowing someone to switch them out. We have dragon clerics there, who can do more healing for you as well. Did you want to come back that way with me, or are you remaining here? The pair downed the potions, and Karl made a note of how their wounds closed and their stance improved. Remy would want that information later. We will join your group. I will just tell the kids that I wanted to get the last of my armor out before we joined them. The older soldier chuckled, with a gesture to a pile of supplies near the door. Karl picked it up and slung the oversized bag over his shoulder. Is that everything you need? With nobody here, the invaders are unlikely to smash apart the house as long as you don't have a large food supply inside. The farmer gestured to one side. The pantry is concrete with a steel door and underground to keep the temperature stable. It should be all right. Karl took off at a jog with the soldiers behind him. There was nothing in the area, but they were both on guard and hesitant to move so quickly. I can see heat signatures in the dark. There is nothing along this path. I killed it all on the way here after making sure your kids made it to the farm. He explained. They made it safely? Thanks be to the gods. All right, we will trust your eyes. Lead the way. Karl stopped 50 meters from the house. It's right there. I'm on duty to protect this side, so I will let you go ahead. Tell them Karl sent you if they ask, but I doubt they will. Half the people there are your neighbors. The Minotaurs laughed. If Old Man Davos can't recognize us by firelight, we have bigger issues than a few questions. They clapped Karl on the shoulder as they passed, and a few seconds later, happy voices greeted them as they passed the Naga warriors and came into the light of the bonfire. Lotus' voice joined the chaos as she explained that she would heal them, and that everyone else here was still in fighting form, so they were the backup line. They had a bit of time to eat and catch their breath. Then they could change spots with Ophelia, who was watching that side along with one of the other farmers. The battle near the farm began to fall silent as more farmers came to join their group, and as Ray teamed up with Kara to slaughter everything that moved and wasn't a farmer. That was a surprising level of restraint for that duo, but Karl didn't see any small creatures or minotaurs coming into the piles in their spaces. 2 hours later, they were getting bored with the lack of powerful targets and variety, so Karl called them back. You can rest in your spaces. We've secured the area well enough. There should only be a few issues before dawn, and the others can take care of that. How did your collection efforts go? He asked. Pretty good. I think we got all we need, but there are no monarch-rank Cyclops close enough to fight. If we could have gotten one of those for Ray's bath products, it would have been better, Kara replied. One of the satyrs came over with a bowl of oatmeal and some roast pork slices for Karl, and then joined him for breakfast, taking a seat on the woodpile. You've done an outstanding job on this side. Do you need anything else? We can send someone to assist you, or you can pull your Naga warriors back. They're covering 2 sides of the house already, and they've taken a lot of the load off the rest of us. I don't think that our patrol would have made it through the first attack without his help, and it appears that the army isn't coming. The satyr sighed. This incident isn't just on us. It's at all the farms as far as the farmers can communicate with each other for 3 relays. By my guess, that's at least 15 kilometers in every direction that is under attack, and likely more. How many army units are in the area? Even if they sent them out right away, they could take a while to make their way here. Karl suggested. He couldn't tell the guard that the issue extended past the next city or all the way to the fortress, at least not without explaining how he learned. They would find out soon enough, and it was going to be a nasty surprise. It was better not to spring it on them in the middle of the night when everyone was panicked and exhausted. I see that they went with raspberries today. That's a change from the usual, Karl noted as he started at the plain wooden bowl full of oatmeal. Apparently, it's a specialty of the local farms. They have whole bags of dried berries here, and they go well in the oats. The satyr guard agreed. I will have to buy a few bags. Monster invasion, war, or emergency, goods still need to move. The satyr nodded. That they do. Fortunately for us, it will be dawn soon, and then we will be able to see trouble signals and find out what is going on in the distance. But I've never heard of a surprise invasion this deep into the nation. It should have been stopped near the border, not allowed to get to the Overlord Council's doorstep. I am sure that the council will get it all sorted out. We just need to get enough rest that we don't get overwhelmed. They ate quietly for a few minutes until Karl saw minotaur-shaped heat signatures in the distance. Go let someone know to Bello that this is a safe spot. There are more refugees in the distance, and they look lost. He warned the satyr, who informed one of his teammates with hand signals. They're on it. They'll likely call every hour or so, just in case there are others in hiding. The hours until dawn passed quickly, with sporadic attacks 2 or 3 times an hour, as the farmers from the surrounding area, and those who had been on the run in the area, had all come to them after the second bellow by the royal rank minotaur. His effort seemed much more effective than the first attempt, and Karl wondered if there was something about the voice of minotaurs that changed with their rank. Now, they had nearly 100 minotaurs in place, and as the sun came up, they were making plans to fortify this farm, so they could fall back to it as an emergency resource in the future. A trench line with a rake fence of spiked poles would slow down even a giant boar for a few minutes before it smashed them all apart. One of the farmers was suggesting, and where would we get thousands of trees to make it from? We could do a low wall of dirt and stones with a trench on the other side, but that would still mess with the runoff for the fields, and we would risk drought on the farm. Or we could do just the yard. The matriarch of this farmyard insisted. That would be a pain for them going to and from the fields, but they could put bridges over the wall and pull them in if there was danger. The defensive fortification didn't need to stop an enemy forever, much less actually hurt it. It just had to slow it down enough to give the defenders the advantage. As the sun came up and everyone could see properly, the extent of the devastation became clear. Hundreds of house fires poured black smoke into the air, while Karl could see 10 different red smoke streams, similar to the green ones that had been deployed when the patrol unit called for reinforcements against the orcs. But worse, there was a massive plume of black smoke to their east. A pillar of smoke that marked a freshly sacked city on fire. The size of the column made the source unmistakable. No matter where they looked, there were signs of destruction, and the further into the distance they looked, the worse it got. The Naga general gestured at Dana and the satyr guard. Mage, how strong are you? Can you use that air walking to carry a guard into the air where they can see further? We need to know how far this extends, and if there are others we might need to help. Dana nodded. It's not a problem. At my rank, carrying a satyr with me as I walk isn't a problem. I will take them 100 meters into the air to scout the area, and we will report back in a minute. She picked up the smallest of the satyrs and stepped up into the air, running as if climbing stairs. That was the great drawback to her skill. She still had to walk, so climbing into the air took a lot of physical effort, like running up a flight of stairs or a hillside. But she had been practicing hard, and while she was slowing a lot at the end, eternal lightning gave her enough stamina regeneration that she made it to her chosen viewpoint with enough reserves to run in a circle and scout. The satyr looked shaken as they reached the ground, but Dana had already known what was going on. Not only had she been attacking from the air, but the fact that it was a monster spawn was much less unthinkable to her than to the farmers. "General, I have your report." The satyr informed them in a shaky voice. "Go ahead, Sergeant. What did you see?" "The fortress is under siege, though the battle appears to be close to finished. There are more than 10 emergency calls for overrun units active. Everything in sight from 100 meters elevation was either destroyed farmland or hordes of cyclops and their giant boars. At least 50 kilometers in every direction. The city of Mitford appears to be lost. The whole city is on fire, and there are hundreds of groups of giants and boars moving away from it to attack nearby farms, which appear to have already been attacked last night. At least 2/3 of the force from the fortress is deployed in the area, but there is no sign of the guard force from Mitford. There are a few visible groups of farmers still fighting, but unlike our area, which has been fairly well cleared of threats, they are not faring as well." His voice was as neutral as he could make it, clearly trying not to cry. Then it dawned on Karl. They were visiting the fortress and returning to Mitford. His family was likely from Mitford, and the city appeared to have been lost in a single night after the attackers appeared inside the walls. Lotus was faster to the important parts than Karl was, and by the time that he realized, she had already pulled the small man into a hug, so he could hide his goat-like face. All the beasts were back in their spaces now, except Thor, who was napping near the gate. Only the 2 bodyguards were left outside, so that the soldiers and farmers didn't notice anything was off when morning came. However, they were all rested now and ready to fight as soon as they were needed. The general looked stunned by the analysis of the situation. There was nothing in his training or protocols that covered this situation. He didn't have enough of a force to even try to make it to the city, and he certainly didn't have enough allies left to rally a force to take it back if it was being occupied. It might not be, as the smoke cloud suggested, that most of the city was on fire at the moment, but that didn't change the fact that he was half a day's travel away and had no resources. While the general was unsure what to do, back in the fortress, the Oracle had a much better idea of how to handle this situation. He was seated on a cushion in his scrying room with a stack of notes on one side and a nearly empty bottle of rum on the other. His arrival marks disaster and great danger for the fortress. "Gods damn it," he muttered, casting bleary eyes up at Lifa, the Haint Tree Woman overlord. "Do you think that he's cursed? Could it be a side effect of pulling a system user through time? He has a powerful presence, far beyond his royal rank. It is possible that these incidents are occurring near him simply because he exists," she suggested. "So, we send a team to kill him?" The drunken oracle asked hopefully. "And leave the focal point of the anomalies permanently located next to the fortress? I think not. If he is the focus of the instability, it's best that he takes them somewhere else. But there is another possibility. We have reports that he might have been with the Yellow Tusk Orcs when the dungeon outside Halseering first opened. We know that he speaks Orcish, so the reports are plausible. It might be a side effect of that anomaly, in which case we have to worry about the orcs and every other person who entered the dungeon that first day spreading the instability. Aren't you just a ray of F-King sunshine?" The oracle slurred. "I do try, but I can confidently say that he does not know. He didn't have the aura of malice on him when he was here. If he had known that his presence could trigger this disaster, I would have seen it." The oracle finished the bottle of rum. "Just be thankful that it happened after he left. If not, we could have been Mitford, with our walls full of enemies and an army surrounding us at midnight shift change." Lifa nodded. "I will check the reports to see if there have been more incidents in the West that we have not had an opportunity to review yet." They normally only went over the important parts of the reviews, so small attacks or incidents in rural areas might not have been noticeable enough to form a pattern in the reports yet. The conversation between Overlord Lifa and the Oracle quickly spread through the ranks of the council members, who had been spread through the region all morning, frequently crossing paths. Many of them agreed with Lifa's assessment. If they had been somehow marked by the opening of the dungeon, it was better that they just go away and take the troubles to someone else. The mountain giants, for example. However, there was another thought on the matter, shared by SSLYTH of the Naga and Tink, the fairy overlord. What if we take him back to where he started? Tell him to stay next to the dungeon until the incidents calm? Then we would be able to prove if they were centered on him or just expanding in a shockwave pattern away from the dungeon. This last incident suggests that they are not all going to be milder aftershocks of the event, So controlling the location seems like the best option. Tink explained. And what would a bunch of rural farmers out in the western lands do about royal and monarch-ranked monsters appearing in their area? Council head Arnold asked. His trolls were the predominant people in the region, and he didn't want them obliterated. The same thing that my minotaurs did. They can call for help. Marisa grumbled. They had all been in the field for the morning, going from hotspot to hotspot, rescuing who they could. Now, the magic users in the fortress were too exhausted to open another portal, and they had all had to make their own way back to the fortress or to the city of Mitford. That was where Overlord Thrax, the Chimera, and SSLYTH the Naga were right now. They had been too far off on their last deployment to return to the fortress, so they went to get a start on clearing out the devastated city and helping get the fires put out. Both of them had water magic, though Thrax couldn't do much more than make it rain. In this case, that was precisely what they needed. A good rainfall would put out many of the lingering fires, started when lamps and fireplaces were knocked over by giant boars rampaging in the city. Do we have any word on how much of Mitford is still standing? Arnold asked, while slumping down into one of the padded chairs of the council room. The temple still stands. Mitford had a combined temple, an ancient one where our people could go to worship freely, with statues of most known gods present. That served as a disaster shelter for the people, and the guard gathered there, along with the clerics, who used their magic to support the people willing to fight. So, that building still stands, and most of the governor's mansion still stands, though the town's governor is dead. He was found beside the bodies of a pair of monarch-ranked cyclops, an apparent mutual destruction. The oracle explained. The troll sighed and shook his head. No wonder it went so poorly for them. With the governor under attack the moment the battle started, there was no time for him to relieve anywhere else. I will call the advisors to start on a plan to repair the farms, send out aid, and collect casualty numbers. Were there any areas in the fighting that took light enough damage that we might be able to stage soldiers there for the relief effort? I would like to set a temporary portal circle to be kept open to move supplies. The oracle's eyes went white, and he frowned at the vision. There is an area roughly 5 kilometers in radius where none of the farmhouses were too heavily damaged. It appears that they mostly evacuated early in the battle, so the monsters followed them to a well-defended position and left the houses alone. From what I can tell, the largest damage is to homes that had large food supplies inside, or whose residents didn't get any warning. Those with underground pantries were largely undamaged, though there are still giant beasts foraging in their fields. Roughly 1/4 of the number of Cyclops and giant boar teams are still active. The rest have been defeated or are missing. He informed the group. You look much less happy than I had expected, given the news that such a large area was saved from devastation. Arnold noted. Right in the middle of that space, surrounded by farmers and their families, is a very familiar black Sero and a half-troll holding a pig roast on an improvised spit. Overlord Lifa began to giggle, pale blue smoke puffing from her mouth and retracting as she drew breath. Of course he would be fine and taunting them with a cookout. The Karl troll isn't wired right in the head. Everyone else might be terrified of them, but don't forget that he is a system-enhanced war champion from the last resurgence. Nothing that a royal-rank Cyclops could do to him could even scratch his armor if he has the usual set of warrior skills and limited invulnerability along with trollish regeneration. For all we know, he might be fireproof as well. Arnold began to laugh at that. A troll that was fireproof really was immortal. Burning their body was the only way to stop them from regenerating. Even if you put them through a wood chipper, they would eventually come back to life. If he could keep himself from being burned in combat, he would be a juggernaut. If any of them knew that Karl could grant that level of regeneration to all of the beasts under his control, or even that he had such a team under his control, they would have been terrified. So, we send an army unit to his location to work on stabilizing the situation. He's 2/3 of the way to Mitford, so it's not a bad spot. When the others finish in the city, the portal there will be set up again, and then we can start bringing soldiers in to deal with the issue. Arnold asked. A wave of panic flowed over the oracle. No, he shouted, startling everyone. We must not bring anyone else in. I know what happened, I can see it. The shockwaves of the anomaly are following the ancient lines of power. The fortress is built on one, which explains why it happened near us. But the actual intersection of the lines is under that farmhouse. It is the number of powerful people in the area that is making the situation worse. If we call in reinforcements, we will trigger another incident, even stronger than this one. The best thing that we can do is spread the council out. It is too dangerous to leave that bad omen group unattended, but we can't all be in the same spot until this anomaly settles. Arnold frowned. So it will happen again? Or only if we call for more soldiers? It will happen again for the next 2 nights. But the strength will go down, now that most of Mitford is dead. I can't see the exact location, only the aftermath. But if we spread the overlords out, so we're not all in one spot at midnight, it will make the attack less intense. The oracle clarified. Arnold nodded. I will go to the source, to the dungeon. That will put me away from tonight's incident, but close enough to an existing portal that you can call for me if you need it. Tink flitted around the room. The 2 in Mitford can stay. They won't fully offset the casualties there, and the survivors need them. I will fly north past the edge of last night's incident. I can cross the whole journey from here to Mitford in under 2 hours on my wings, and I've already marked all the locations I was at this morning, so I will know if they're in trouble. Marisa nodded. I will stay here with the oracle and command the fortress guard. What are you doing, Lifa? The Haint's wooden face twisted up in a gleeful grin. I'm going to go visit our lucky visitor. I suspect that he has more surprises for me than ancient snacks. He's in the middle of the fight anyhow. She didn't wait for anyone to say anything. She simply turned to smoke and vanished, a species-exclusive version of Shadow Step that could bring her anywhere she knew, and she knew every farm in the region after 300 years living in the fortress. Karl instinctively drew his maul as a shiver of ice-cold energy pulsed in the air behind him. Calm down, old man. It's just me. Lifa laughed as Karl spun to face her. Overlord Lifa? I must say, I wasn't expecting company in the middle of the day. We were just about to have lunch. Would you care to join us? Karl asked. Oh, that sounds lovely. I have a small update for you all, as this compound appears to hold the entire population of the area, plus one of our generals. The overlords are going to spread out over the region, assisting with the cleanup, but also because of a vision the oracle had last night. There will be another appearance of the Cyclops and their minions tonight at midnight, and possibly for the next few nights. The fewer powerful people in the region at midnight, the less dangerous the incident will be. So, I will remain here, while 2 council members are in Mitford, and the others are spreading across the country to take care of other duties. This isn't the only spot which is having similar issues, but the dates are sporadic, and sending soldiers in advance only makes them worse. She explained. So this is happening all over? One of the satyrs asked. There have been incidents nearly every day, somewhere in the country. Most of them are not major incidents, but they appear to be influenced by the strength of the residents, as if they were a test of some sort. This one was the strongest reported so far, and a large part of the city of Mitford was damaged last night. However, the residents took shelter in a number of secure facilities, and the casualties were not as bad as we had feared. The unified temple still stands, and there was a shaman god high priest there to put a barrier over the building while the guards rallied to help survivors make it there. This spot was nearly the exact center of the battle last night, which makes it unlikely to be outside tomorrow's spawn, even if the boundaries do move a little. What do we have for barriers? Lifa replied. Karl gestured as he answered. We have Tessa, the war cleric, with her weapon and armor buffs that can spread over the whole group. Dana, our battle mage, knows some barrier spells, and the best boy in the whole world knows how to spread his defensive barrier to his closest friends. He reached down to rub Thor's head, and the farmers laughed. Thor had saved many lives last night, and his massive bulk made him a formidable force. Even in the face of a charging giant boar, he could stand his ground. Nothing else here, not even the royal rank minotaurs could take that charge and not be knocked over. They had a few suitable boar spears from Karl's supplies, but not nearly enough for all of the farmers who had come to them last night. None of the other farms had suitable weapons either, and most had shown up with at least some sort of tool in their hands that could be enhanced by Tessa's blessing. At the very least, she was a high priestess of the war god, and her blessing would put a commander rank edge on the tools. That was more than most of the others were going to get. After a moment of silence, Karl clapped his hands for attention. All right, it looks like we know what we've got to do for the evening. Get this pig roasted and carved. Make up plenty of rice and oatmeal, so everyone has meals ready when they rotate off the line, clean, and mend weapons. Then everyone needs to get to sleep early except the watch so that we're all rested at midnight when the next group appears. That's when the last one did, so it will most likely be the same tonight. 1 or 2 more days, and it should stop. Then everyone can start rebuilding their lives. The farmers nodded grimly and got to work on all the tasks that needed to be done before mid-afternoon if they were going to get any sleep before midnight. With so many children and not enough beds, they had to set up tents out in the yard with the help of the tarps that Ray had made for the wagon and a half-dozen others. The beds were hay, and the blankets were shared, grabbed from every spare that could be found in the nearby houses that were safe enough to go to alone. But it was enough to get all the kids somewhere they could sleep. Most of the adults would be sleeping anywhere they could find, and then fighting all night. Keeping the kids asleep as long as possible was the goal of the evening, as a horde of terrified children would just make everything more difficult, and if they were exhausted it would be even worse. Overlord Lifa just watched in amusement as everyone ignored her presence and got to work setting up for the night. Normally, everyone was so formal when a council member was present that they came to her for every little thing and didn't do anything without her approval. But with Karl barking orders at them, and the war cleric marshaling people to balance the workload while the nature priestess looked after the kids, it was moving more smoothly than even the fortress staff managed on most days. She had been right in her assumption. There was something different about that Karl, and it became more obvious by the minute, but she couldn't see why. He wasn't using any sort of skill. He wasn't even more powerful than the strongest of the minotaurs here. But when he gave directions, everyone just followed them. There was something else to it, and she would figure it out soon. Her species was skilled with soul magic, as a form of possessed trance, and borderline undead. So, Overlord Lifa was confident that if he was directly manipulating their minds, she would have seen it. It would only be a matter of time until she learned what his secret to natural leadership was. That evening brought a surprise that Karl had never thought to see in this lifetime. Lotus had found a creature that she simply could not cuddle. Lifa was made of hard and sharp bark, and without Karl's limited invulnerability, even touching her caused instant cold damage. The nature cleric learned that the hard way when she shook the Overlord's hand before the other woman could stop her. The haint didn't sleep, so they sat up with all the watches, and seemed to take great joy in the fact that she could shake Karl awake. Normally, she wouldn't be able to touch anyone without a barrier in place, as her very nature drained body heat to a lethal extent. But it was a damage over time effect, so it was never more than 10% of his health at once. The satyrs were already getting ready, and the farmers were waking up, while trying to be quiet to keep the kids who were in the tent behind the house asleep. How are we going to arrange this? Lifa asked quietly. Right, we didn't go over that. Last night, I was on the side of the house where the kids are, along with the Naga warriors and a pair of Summon Lamia bodyguards, as well as 2 golems. The satyrs took this side, along with the Sero and the 2 old royal rank soldiers. The 2 younger royal rank minotaurs took the right side of the house, and the rest of the force filled the final side and sent reinforcements as needed. We did it that way based on who can see and fight best in the dark. I have thermal vision, so I can see nearly as well at night as in the daylight. How well do you see at night? Karl replied. The tree woman chuckled and patted him on the shoulder, still not over the novelty. I can see souls and magic. I don't see light in the first place, so there is no difference between day and night to me. All right, then you can be wherever you like. As the strongest of us, you will likely be moving around a lot. Well, either that, or your presence will scare them away, and you won't need to do anything at all. That was how the second half of last night went. We got a little bit stabby at the start, and then they just stopped coming this way. One of the minotaurs standing behind Karl laughed. You will understand once he starts fighting. He's got a maul that lets him stack power on it, and he can one-hit a royal rank cyclops. Lifa stared at Karl for a few seconds. You can one-hit kill a target of your own rank. Karl nodded. The maul was a dungeon reward, and it lets you stack 5 copies of the same skill on it. I'm already a bit of a beast in combat, but that weapon is just unfair against less intelligent opponents like boars. What about against smarter targets? Lifa asked. Karl chuckled and took out his maul, then stacked 5 copies of disintegration on it. Lifa smiled. Oh, I get it now. They have to be stupid to not do their very best not to get hit by that. So smarter targets go on the defensive and make you work for it. Exactly. Karl let the skill dissipate and put the weapon away. We don't have long to midnight. We should get something to eat and pick a position. He offered. A satyr ran over with plates of food for them as soon as Karl mentioned it, and Lifa smiled. It looks like the honor guard has been nominated to be the message runners tonight. They are more of a fast-moving scout unit, not a frontline combat unit. With proper weapons, the farmers would do better. She whispered to Karl. Yeah, they've all grabbed what they could from my supplies, but it's not high-grade military weaponry. That's why we have Tessa, the Red Dragon cleric, working all night to keep them enchanted. With that sort of help, they can launch commander rank attacks. Not with full commander rank strength, but at least the weapons will cut through giant boar hide. It wasn't hard to guess that particular moment was exactly midnight. Even if they hadn't sensed the pulse of power, it would have been impossible for Karl to miss the fact that there was a massive cyclops standing right in front of him. I don't suppose that this is a great time to point out that my species isn't well known for our combat abilities, is it? Lifa joked as she looked up at the monarch-rank cyclops, then into the distance, where 24 royal-rank giant boars had appeared. Are they known for discretion? Karl asked. Yes. When we give our word, we keep it. Lifa replied in an offended tone. Will you promise not to tell the rest of the council what you see here tonight? Or at least not the parts that involve me? Karl asked. All right, but I don't see why you're so worried about the council. I'm only here to make sure that the spawn doesn't overrun this farm. Everyone, come collect the pigs for your pantry. I will work with the Lamia pair to deal with the Cyclops. The beasts appeared in behind the one-eyed giant as Karl hefted his maul and called the Lamia bodyguards. Lifa began to laugh. You're him. Oh goddess, Morisa will never let me live this one down if she finds out. You're the champion she has been searching the continent for. Only she didn't recognize you because she thinks that you're a human. That's why nobody figured it out. She gasped as she laughed. 5, 4, 3. Remy began to count. No, you're not a troll at all. You have trollish regeneration as a skill, along with limited invulnerability and something that makes you big. Lifa realized. And there it is. The Cyclops seemed to think that they were plotting against it, and preemptively lunged at Lifa, going for the greatest threat first. But the bodyguards were faster, and its attack was smoothly parried while Karl dropped a disintegrate, loaded maul on the Cyclops' back. That's one down. Watch the children. I will go help out with the boars and come back for the lecture. One royal rank Cyclops was far from their only issue for the night, and there were more of the giants headed towards them everywhere that Karl looked. It was almost as if their location were a beacon to the attackers, and they were determined that they would take out the threat which had stopped the last wave so effectively. With dual blades, the Lamia bodyguards made great partners. They had Flaming Body to enhance their weapons and Rend for ranged attacks, so they could just follow Karl's lead as he turned to meet the strongest opponents that he could find. I think that there are more monarchs on their way to us right now than there were in the entire spawn last time. That doesn't seem right. The monsters show up in different spots, but the spawn is usually the exact same group every time that it activates. That's how it was when we fought it at home. Hawk noted. Is it possible that there are more powerful ones still hiding from last night, or that they were at the fortress and they got eliminated before we could scout them? Karl suggested. Possible, but they're all coming for us today. Also, Tree Lady doesn't have to fight. She just needs someone in front of her. Karl turned back to see what he was talking about, only to find that Lifa's primary method of attack was to suck the life out of a target directly. It took about 5 seconds, but she could do it from at least 20 meters away, and the royal rank boar that the farmers were fighting simply crumbled to dust after. That power was a nasty one, and it appeared that there was no easy defense against it except a full barrier. But she was an overlord, and her power would tear through even Thor's mighty barriers in the first few seconds. Only the fact that it took time to build up the effect prevented her species from being declared a menace to society, unless they were known for their friendly demeanor or something similar. Karl spotted another monarch-rank Cyclops and turned to engage it, but Remy was faster. She was headed that way with her third bodyguard, the one she reserved for her personal protection, and Kara was flying overhead. That left Ray and her golems working with Hawk, and the two groups were circling the farm in opposite directions. After an hour or so, they should have finished a full sweep, and the farm would have a breather, like they had the evening before. Karl knew that it was a tried-and-true plan, used by fortresses everywhere, even if he had only studied base defense strategies for a few weeks while they were on the hill giant front. Hold up a minute, boss. I think that I have an idea. Remy insisted. All right, let's see what you have in mind. Remy started to charge a spell, while Kara dodged in front of her and spread her wings wide, as if she was aiming to stall her forward motion. Then the badger tucked into a ball, holding a steel farm tool, and chain lightning hit her in the backside, propelling the ball of fur and steel into the monarch-ranked Cyclops at Mach Void Badger. The thunder of the spell was nothing compared to the sound of Kara hitting the Cyclops' armor after her disintegration. Wall broke, and then she was in attack mode, all claws and teeth as she tore the hapless and winded creature to bits. At commander rank, chain lightning does less than 10% of my health, Kara announced proudly. Thor snorted in mental amusement. You're both idiots, and that broke Kara's eternal lightning barrier, so be careful. But I'm happy if you're happy. Oh, there are more. Do you think that we made someone mad last night? Kara asked as she flapped her wings to gain altitude and pick another target. Karl turned to face one of the new arrivals and gave his team a warning. Don't get too far from the farm. We don't want anyone sneaking past us while we're busy. There isn't a defensive force on our side other than the pair of minotaurs who are watching the kids. Stampede. Kara warned as she sent an image of what she was seeing to Karl. Her night vision was strange, grayscale, but extremely clear where something was moving. What she saw was hundreds of boars herded by a group of royal-rank Cyclops to charge directly down the road in their direction. There was no way that would miss the farm, but there were monarch-rank threats on both sides that shouldn't be allowed to reach the yard, either. You guys keep fighting. I will stall the stampede. Advance apologies for the wasted meat. Kara giggled. Even Hawk is running out of space for more boars. I don't think anyone will mind. Karl smiled at the thought his gluttonous bird could ever have enough of a food stockpile. The majority of the boars were on the weak side of Commander, so they shouldn't be too hard to take out. But there were simply so many of them that trying to keep them from running around him would be a nightmare. Hellstorm, vortexes spread across the battlefield as Karl used the flaming tornadoes to herd the giant boars down the road, keeping them from scattering. 6, then 8, and finally 10 were active at the same time, and Karl began to pant with the effort of keeping all those royal rank skills active at once. Bodyguards, forward. Hold the line while the smaller vortexes stopped the stampede. He instructed as he took a knee. That way, even if the exertion was too much, he would only fall a little and not all the way down. Within seconds, there were over 100 smaller vortexes active, and Karl was sitting to meditate in the pasture. That was the only way to keep his mana level high enough to keep the spells active until the fight ended. The battlefield glowed like a forest fire, and the wind howled with the conflicting air currents from so many vortexes in one spot. Thunder rumbled as the vortexes merged and split every time a target died, and 2 serpentine forms danced through the flames, slitting the throats of panicked beasts who saw no way out of the fire. Most animals were instinctively afraid of fire, and being surrounded by it with the smell of burning flesh was a living hell for the boars, but it was impossible to find a way out. Everywhere they turned, vortexes would appear, herding them to the center of the road. But the Cyclops team was smarter. While Karl and the bodyguards were distracted with the boars, they had escaped the chaos and were moving around to the side of the house, where Kara and Remy were already fighting a monarch-ranked Cyclops. You can drop the vortexes now. There are not many. One of the Lamia bodyguards Karl had summoned informed him. The light faded as Karl released the spell, and then he caught the panic of Remy as she was ambushed by a whole group of royal-rank Cyclops. Go to her, Karl ordered, then dismissed the Lamia bodyguards to summon them next to the Naga Queen. He was already exhausted 15 minutes into the fight, but the bodyguards didn't require any ongoing effort to keep active. So, all that he had to do was handle a dozen scorched and panicked commander rank boars. That should be possible. Karl struggled to his feet and felt eternal lightning, slowly refreshing the stamina that he had burned through to keep all those Hellstorm spells active. As long as he didn't go overboard, he should be fine. But with that in mind, he switched to his two-handed blade, which was already humming with the stolen energy of hundreds of slain enemies. He didn't need to hold it for the sword to do its work, but he did need to use it for the ability to transfer energy back to him. The influx of power sent a pleasant tingle through his body, and Karl launched himself into the boars. Many were blinded by the fire, their vulnerable eyes scorched and destroyed. So, what followed was not the sort of vicious battle that he should expect, but a one-sided slaughter, basically harvesting the boars. The blade seemed almost happy today, soaked in the blood of the giant boars. But when another of the monarch-rank Cyclops came for him, the blade was nearly thrumming with excitement. The Cyclops held out a hand, and a massive blade appeared in its hand. It was beautifully crafted and covered in some sort of magical runes that Karl was unfamiliar with. But the blade in his hand seemed to take it as a personal challenge, a fight between champions. The giant was half again as tall as Karl was, even with his skills enhancing his size, and not as night-blind as most of his kin. His first strike was remarkably swift and deadly accurate, aimed to take Karl's head off. Flaming body pulsed as the two blades met in a shower of sparks, and the Cyclops twirled his blade with a flick of his wrists, as if the massive weapon weighed nothing. 3 more strikes arrived in the next second, forcing Karl onto the defensive. Chain lightning forced the giant back, and it roared in pain, but its attacks didn't slow. The Cyclops' blade began to glow with blue energy, creating a bubble where the giant could see clearly, and where Karl noticed that nothing cast a shadow. The light came from every direction, not just from the weapon, rendering shadow-based surprise attacks useless. Against Ray, that would be inconvenient. But against the average rogue, that would be lethal. An inability to hide and launch sneak attacks eliminated nearly all of their most dangerous skills. But that wasn't Karl's specialty, and after sending a disintegrate at the giant's face, forcing it to protect its lone eye, he went for the legs, cutting deep into the left knee and nearly toppling the stronger attacker. "You're a tricky one," the Cyclops grumbled, using the common language. Then his body surged with power, and a suit of golden armor appeared on his body, replacing the crude leather armor that the giant had been wearing. Karl backed up a few steps to plan, and the Cyclops smiled. "The Cyclops clan are the finest smiths in the world. You won't be making it through my defenses," he boasted. Karl was certain that claim was highly disputed, but with monarch-rank armor on the giant, this battle had just gotten exponentially more difficult. The Cyclops moved forward, and the two exchanged blows while the Lamia pair circled to look for an opening. But his back was covered in a chain-link cloak with a hood that was down, but protected his neck. In short, the Cyclops had turned himself into a walking tank, one whose movement wasn't hindered by the mass of magical metal. Karl cast Disintegrate over his blade, as it was the only monarch-rank skill he had, and went for the lower stomach joint, where hard plate met chain. The Cyclops was slow to parry, but twisted just enough that Karl's blade skated along the abdominal plate, leaving a deep groove in the golden metal. Then Karl was forced to roll to the side as a massive blade came for the top of his shoulder, glowing brightly with blue light. It glanced his left arm, and eternal lightning shattered, while flaming body was forced aside. But there wasn't enough power left to harm his armor, and the barriers were recharged in the next second. Against a direct hit, Karl would not be so lucky. The Lamia pair hurled rend attacks to distract the Cyclops while Karl charged again, going for the armpit joint, which was always a vulnerable spot for practical reasons. The Cyclops got its arm down in time, and Disintegrate cut another deep score in the plates. It snarled in anger at the fact that Karl was destroying its hard work, but the Cyclops species had poor peripheral vision and even worse depth perception, so dealing with 3 attackers at once was forcing it to constantly move to keep everyone in sight. "Stupid snakes," it mumbled, and Karl smiled behind his visor. The creature was thinking out loud, and the Lamia pair had already realized it was about to turn on them, so they backed off a few more meters. Power surged in the giant's feet, and Karl recognized it as Earthquake. So he jumped to avoid the incoming strike, but that wasn't something that a Lamia could do. They could launch themselves in a direction with their long body, but it was not easy for them to get entirely off the ground. One of the two took a series of stone spikes to the belly, which left it punctured and bleeding as it retreated. Trollish regeneration would fix that in under a minute, but the Cyclops was pleased with the result. Normally, that would be a lethal blow to a Lamia spellcaster, and this giant seemed to have the experience to know it, as it completely stopped paying attention to that side for a moment. Karl attacked, pulling energy from the blade to empower Disintegration. He attacked high, aiming for the throat, and the giant lifted his blade to parry. Karl went for the knee kick, hoping to strike the blind spot, but the Cyclops shifted its weight, and Karl's kick met a golden shin plate. "I know that trick as well," The Cyclops chortled. It's always worth a shot. Karl agreed, and the giant smiled, just visible through the slats of its helmet's visor. They circled for a few seconds, trading testing blows. Karl was a rank lower, but faster, and Disintegrate on his blade had no problem parrying the Cyclops' attacks. After 5 minutes of testing each other, both sets of armor had taken multiple strikes and were showing their wear, but the Cyclops was beginning to slow, while Karl was maintaining his energy with eternal lightning. If he couldn't take the enemy out with overwhelming power, he would rely on teamwork to grind it down until they could force it to make a mistake. Karl twisted a strike to go for the wrist, while the Cyclops went for the base of his blade, sending both blades flying out of their wielder's hands. Neither hesitated, and Disintegrate on Karl's fist was met with the glowing blue gauntlet of the Cyclops. Neither skill faltered, and the backlash of the strikes sent both combatants flying backwards. They rolled to their feet in unison and called their weapons back to them, then summoned them to their hands. The Cyclops attacked to its left and sent a lamia flying. The bodyguard was twisted and broken, clearly dead. But Karl just summoned them again to appear behind the Cyclops, where the enemy wouldn't be able to tell if they were healing or preparing to attack. Karl plotted his next move for a second. Then movement behind him and a surge of power in front of him made him momentarily forget that there was a Cyclops present. Overlord Lifa appeared at his shoulder, glowing with ethereal blue power, at the same instant that an enormous portal opened behind the Cyclops. A four-armed titan stepped through the portal and glared down at the Haint, then sniffed and turned to face the Cyclops. "You are coming with me," he announced, then grabbed the startled Cyclops and pulled him through the portal, which immediately closed behind them. "What the hell was that?" Karl asked. "That was a Cyclops Forge Master. Or if you mean the other one, that was Overlord Kronos Maximus the 84th. He's a major pain in our ass, and now he's abducted a Forge Master to make weapons for the Mountain Giant armies." That was not good at all. Who knew how many of the Forge Masters were going to appear in this monster spawn? But the Mountain Giants would likely get a chance to claim another before it was all over. The Golden Dragon Nation was having enough issues with the Mountain Giants without giving them weapons armor at the quality that Cyclops had been using. "I don't suppose that you saw another one of those last night, did you? The Forge Master, that is," Karl asked Lifa, who was still staring at the location of the now-closed portal. The Haint nodded. "Yes, we killed one near the fortress last night. We also had the Oracle and Trouble Seers search for more, but only one appeared according to their visions. I was confident that you would win the battle, or I would have come earlier. I never expected that the Giants would find out about the situation so fast and try to abduct him." Karl nodded. "I think you should likely be more concerned with how they found out about that very specific Cyclops among the entire horde of Cyclops. That seems like a difficult thing for a foreign seer to pick up, but a much easier one for a spy to relay to the enemy." Lifa tilted her head. "You consider the Giants as an enemy? Doesn't everyone? They're just generally unpleasant to be around. Plus, they keep attacking me." Their conversation was interrupted by the Giants that had come to support the Forge Master, and Karl's sword was suddenly thirsty for blood again. He used the maul most of the time, and the blade seemed dissatisfied with receiving life force secondhand. "Are you good on this side? Your Lamia friends should be recovered by now, right? They're not dead, are they?" Lifa asked. "No, they're all right. I am more concerned about the other beasts. They are circling the farm now, clearing the area so that the defenders get the occasional breather. Some of the fights have been intense, but they're managing," Karl explained. "All right, I will return to the farm. My hearing is good. Just yell if you need assistance. The farmers take comfort in my presence." With that, she was gone, back to the side of the farmhouse where the children were beginning to make a fuss as the fear and noise kept them from sleeping. Karl was fighting well away from the farm, but the noise would carry, and it was coming from every direction. The general spawn density tonight didn't look any worse than it was yesterday, or at least not significantly worse. But there were many more powerful beasts at their location than there were in the previous days. Ray was in heaven. She had gotten a literal bathtub full of monarch-rank blood already, drained from Cyclops bodies, and her thoughts were already on how much she was going to enjoy her grooming routine now that she had such wonderful bath products. The current wave was mostly Commander rank boars, with High Commander and low Royal rank Cyclops leading their packs. That was an easy target for Ray, who could just shadow step and assassinate the Cyclops, then deal with the boars while Hawk bombarded them in the darkness. The boars couldn't see or hear him. The only warning that they got was when the skills were coming at them, and by then it was already too late. It wasn't significantly harder for Remy and Kara. They were leaving the corpses in much less recognizable condition, but the intruders were dying just as quickly. Only Karl was left without much to do, as his job was to hold a side of the house and not scout out new targets. The two teams of beasts had just passed each other on the far side of the yard, and they were moving a bit further from the farmyard to ensure that they had something to fight. They were still letting a trickle of monsters make it to the defenders stationed at the farm, but they picked out any of them that had a decent power level for themselves. The dispersion pattern of the monsters was much different today than it was last night. The farmers weren't at home anymore. They had all gathered with neighbors, rightly believing that the incident wasn't likely to be over, even if their houses were still standing. There were far fewer burning houses tonight, which was a good sign for the farmers, but from his vantage point, Karl couldn't tell if any of the fires were homes that had been guarded. He was waiting for something to come into range while the two groups of beasts came back to meet each other in front of him. Karl could feel that there was something unstable with Remy's bodyguards, and through that, the lamia that he had summoned with the same skill. "Is your skill advancing?" Karl asked. Remy wiggled happily, shaking her shoulders in a little dance as she inspected her bodyguard. "I think so. Your new skill master is a good skill." Thor grumbled. He had good skills, but he couldn't get them to go over his rank. It might be a potential issue, as even with his changes, the lightning Sero suspected that he was reaching the extent of his ability to grow. He was already stronger than any lightning Sero known, as they usually only made it to commander rank. But if he couldn't make it to monarch, he was going to run into trouble very soon. "Don't worry, buddy. If you get stuck, we will use evolution on you, and then find a new way to keep you going the next time that you reach your limits," Karl assured him. Thor had a point. He had reached equilibrium with his pool full of holy stones. It was comfortable, but it wasn't really helping him advance anymore, and he wasn't advancing on his own. They would have to find something to help him grow if he was even going to make it to peak royal rank. Constant practice and dedication had taken him this far, way beyond his species' limits. But there were limits. Remy, on the other hand, had more potential. She had not been born as a low awakened rank being, but a commander. As the process completed, the armor on the Naga warriors turned to a deep black that seemed to absorb light around them, and their size increased by a third, making even the largest of Minotaur men look mediocre. The Lamia, on the other hand, gained light red edges on their bone-white scales, and the red dresses that they wore gained silver embroidery. Ray glared at them in annoyance. If anyone was going to be upgrading their summoned creatures, it should have been her golems. Spiders were clearly superior to Naga. They should be easier to upgrade. Karl could hear the chaos behind them as the Naga warriors suddenly grew in size while fighting a small group of boars, but most of the Minotaurs were taking it as a skill they used, as they didn't know the Naga were a summoned creature. Now, they were at the same level of advantage that they had when Ray had royal rank golems at commander rank. With defenders a rank above them, Karl wouldn't have to worry much about facing stronger opponents for a while, and the skill's advancement was a strong sign that Remy would be able to follow them once the spaces were maximized again. The two teams of beasts continued on their routes, but Karl noticed that Remy's side was much more smug, while Hawk and Ray were working double time, trying to grind hard enough to force an advancement. While the farmers didn't immediately notice that something was off, the same was not true of Lifa. The instant that the skill advanced to monarch rank, before the Naga warriors had even finished growing, she had realized what had happened. What she couldn't understand was how. None of the biological group members were close to the boundary for monarch rank, much less past it. But the skill was very obviously advanced by a rank, just as the Void Badger's disintegration was. The obvious answer was that Karl had done something, but she hadn't sensed him doing anything. If he had a skill that could bump up a skill's power by a rank for the duration of a battle, the Haint Overlord wanted to know it. If she could make her Soul Steel advance to the totem rank even for a short duration, she would become one of the peak powers on the continent. Karl nodded a greeting as she came over to speak to him, then shook his head in rejection of her pending question. "I can't make your skill advance like that. I know that's what you're after. Even if I was stronger, it wouldn't work." He explained. "You're certain? What are the limitations?" Karl smirked. "Only two things. a comprehensive and thorough understanding of how the skill should operate at the next rank. Then, the restrictive part. It has to be a beast that is bonded to me and capable of retreating to a separate space I control. Leaf aside. So, it's a trick just for your team members? Well, even if it's one skill at a time, it's still a huge advantage when you have summoned beasts on top of your bonded ones. Karl turned to face her, but stopped when he saw a very strange heat signature. Remy had transformed back into her small snake form, and Kara was flying around with her, so they could both attack from the sky. Kara looked like she had gotten bigger again, but Karl wasn't sure with the distance. The next time they came back around, he would have to stand beside her and measure. Leafa stared into the distance. Morning is going to be chaos. Are you ready for a whole army unit to show up here? They're going to expect you to be able to help them, but they will have a lot of questions if they see your beasts. Karl nodded. When they arrive, I will call everyone back to their spaces, other than the 2 Naga warrior bodyguards that travel with us. If I push myself, I can do enough damage that most people won't have questions. That's how I did it in the past when I first met Orthos. It works well enough, but it burns stamina fast, and this is going to be a long night. The Haint Overlord laughed and seemed to turn to mist for a split second before reappearing in the distance to bisect a group of boars with smooth swings of her blade. Pale blue energy poured from their wounds to her body as she walked back to Karl, and she shrugged. These boars aren't all that tough. I might not be a soldier, but I am an overlord. She had a point. Even if she only had a basic attack skill, as an overlord, it shouldn't be hard to one-hit kill any of the commander-rank beasts and any of the royal rank invaders without defensive measures. There is a whole swarm of bacon food coming our way. Hawk warned. Use Hellstorm all around the farm. We can create enough cyclones with the 3 of us that they won't want to approach. Karl insisted. Remy giggled as Hawk sighed. That was going to take a lot of energy, and he was the one doing the flying in his team, where Remy was just transformed into a petite spirit snake form and wrapped around Kara like a necklace. So, Hawk landed on Ray and began spreading flaming vortexes around the farm, so they would cover a third of the circle. Karl took up his section, and Remy did the rest, as Leafa stared at the 30 pillars of fire surrounding their position. That's the spell that they were referring to. The terrifying fire vortex. It doesn't look that bad to me. It's just a royal rank flaming tornado with some extra damage. She noted. Just wait. They get spicy when someone stands too close. The boars naturally assumed that if they just didn't run into the fire, they would be fine. But that notion was proven false the moment that one of them got within 20 meters of the initial vortex, and a smaller flame storm spawned at his position. The unfortunate boar was immediately tossed from its feet by the force of the wind and the rend attacks embedded in the vortex. That was a good sign. If the spell could stop them trying to stampede past the main vortexes, they would be trapped on the other side of the line. A smaller creature would have been caught inside and buffeted to death, but the boars were too large for that, and instead the vortex was aggressively attacking it, and spawning more vortexes every time something got too close. Leafa whistled a happy tune. Oh, I like it. Spicy Tornado is an excellent spell. I vote that we rename the spell. Hawk demanded. Spicy Tornado is a great name for a spell. Remy agreed. Make it upgrade with Skill Master to 1 rank or tier higher than it currently is, and you can pick the new name for it. 2 skills in 1 day? Well, maybe I'm on a roll. Let's do this. Upgrade incoming. If it were that easy, it would have happened to someone before this. But on the other side of the battle, Hawk was having more luck. His affinity with fire was growing quickly as he practiced adapting his flaming body skill to allow him to more easily create Hellstorm vortexes. Hawk was definitely going to be the first of them to improve a fire skill, but he was combining the 2 skills in a way that Karl wasn't capable of mimicking. Your beasts are strange. What species is that bird, anyhow? Leafa asked. That's a mighty fine question. I'm not even certain anymore. In fact, the way he's going, even if I give you an answer now, it might have changed by morning. His aptitude for fire magic is increasing by the day, and his body is changing as it adapts. The Haint Overlord stared at Hawk, who was only paying cursory attention to his vortexes as he adapted the casting method to minimize the amount of mana that they used. Karl could hear his thoughts, and Hawk had a grand plan. If he cut the mana cost in half, he could make twice as many as Remy did, and then he would have uncontested mastery of the fire element. Being a shaman was a cheat. She got to use evil magic and fire at the same time. But soon, he would be so much better with fire that she would never catch up. After a few minutes of silently staring at the battle, while Karl adjusted the position of his vortexes to ensure that nothing was making it into the farm, Overlord Lifa took out a small blue stone from inside her arm. I have a proposition for you. I have an item that will help your friend Hawk advance his power beyond anything he could manage on his own. I will trade you for it, she offered. And what would you like in exchange for such a stone? Karl asked, suspicious of such altruism. Your sword. You have a blade that drinks souls to improve its own power. I want it. It also shared the power that it drank to improve the power and growth rate of the wielder. The extra energy that it gave him was a massive part of Karl's combat stamina. If I trade you the blade, will you teach Hawk how to use the stone to improve his power? Karl asked. A chance to help Hawk master a new level of flame skills was too good to pass up, and even Karl wasn't greedy enough to think that he could have it without any sacrifice. All he has to do is eat it, and he will gain a new level of fire mastery. Lifa agreed. The sword is bonded to me. Would it even be possible to transfer it? The Haint nodded. Just hand it to me, and we'll the bond to transfer. You can't unbind such a weapon, but you should be able to transfer it without issue. Give the stone to Hawk, and you will have the sword. Lifa smirked, and smoke poured from her mouth. So untrusting. I told you once already that I keep my word. Lifa vanished and reappeared next to Hawk, who was focused on his work. When she held out her hand with an open palm facing up, Hawk was fairly sure that she had snacks for him. That gesture always meant snacks. So, he ate what she offered without hesitation. The flames of both his body and his hellstorm vortexes immediately turned the same pale blue as Overlord Lifa's smoke, and a massive surge of power flowed through Hawk's body as he turned incorporeal. Hawk got a new skill. Unfair advantage. 5-yard penalty. Repeat first down. Remy complained. Nobody else had any idea what she was talking about, but the sentiment translated well enough. A mighty keening scream echoed across the farm as Hawk launched into the sky, his incorporeal form surging with energy. Light blue flames burst from him, creating a small sun in the sky, bright enough that it lit the ground all the way to the horizon and sent a wave of heat across the farm so intense that the soup pot went from a simmer to a boil, and the thatch roof began to smolder. Then he began to reform into a massive bird the size of a rock, but flickering with blue flames in place of feathers, and with a slender body elegant in a way Karl associated more with drawings of a phoenix than with the overgrown sparrow form of the rocks. Lifa turned to Karl and held out her hand for her prize. She was obviously impatient to have the blade, but it was resisting Karl's attempt to take it out and hand it to her. I know, friend, but we made a deal. I'm sure she will be good to you. Karl felt the bond snap as the blade changed hands, and Overlord Lifa surged with power, sending a pillar of pale blue smoke into the sky over her for a moment before it retracted. Oh, that is wonderful. Everything that I could have hoped for. Her words were eerie, not a threat, but they gave Karl a shiver of premonition that he might have just made a grave mistake of a sort far larger than simply needing a new weapon. Then, Lifa held out her hand and snapped one of her fingers off. A replacement for your weapon. Don't let anyone say that I'm not a fair bargain maker, she explained. Then she simply vanished, letting the branch drop toward the ground. Karl grabbed it as it fell and felt the twig bond with him. Haint Claw obtained. Artifact, grade weapon. Morphable weapon. Deals ghost fire damage in addition to skill damage. Haint Claw may grow into a Haint sapling with sufficient soul power. Karl was admiring the new weapon in his mental space when the familiar power of a portal opening caused him to turn. The oracle ran out of the portal with a massively powerful troll in rich purple robes, trimmed in white fur, behind him. What did you do? Where is she? Tell me you didn't unbind her. The oracle pleaded. I have no idea what you are talking about. Could you please give me another clue? Karl asked. The Haint. The ghost weapon. Where did she go? The troll behind the oracle snarled with a heavy accent that sounded like he was talking with his mouth full. She vanished. She does that now and then. She's likely around here somewhere, fighting boars and cyclops. The Emperor of Nubon roared, and Karl felt the hellstorm vortexes shudder as the totem-rank troll's aura shook the energy flow in the area. You gon' be telling me what you done, or I gon' rip yo arms from yo puny body. The Emperor roared. His voice shook the ground like an earthquake spell, and many of the defenders on the other side of the house stumbled. She offered a stone to Hawk, and I traded her my sword for it. The stone helped Hawk master a higher level of flame skills. Then Overlord Lifa vanished. We're in the middle of a battle, but all the enemies are trapped on the other side of the vortexes. Karl tried to explain. The big troll looked like he wanted to strangle Karl, but the Oracle had more questions. What sort of sword did you trade her? It was an item from a monster spawn. A blade of champions. It stored life force from enemies and transferred some to the wielder to help them grow. I don't know how much good it would be to her, as I already absorbed as much of the energy as I could. But the sword's bond with me transferred to her. Karl informed him nervously. That big troll seemed quite intent on tearing him into little bits, and his power level made the overlords seem like children. Fortunately for Karl's life expectancy, the big man was swearing incomprehensibly and casting some sort of shamanistic spell that was making the clouds vanish from the sky. She is going west. Oracle, you will pay for your mistake. The troll growled, then stepped through the portal, which closed, leaving the Oracle behind. Care to explain? We could use our best fighter back. Karl asked. She's not coming back. You just gave a sentient weapon the soul power to gain full autonomy. A haint is a sentient energy being in a possessed body of some sort. Almost an undead, but not really, considering the nature of the energy that is inhabiting the body. In her case, the body of a deceased dryad that was weaponized as a golem. They have no soul, they're a purely magical being. But they strip the souls from their enemies to power their growth and sentience. Whatever you gave her allowed her to break free of the Emperor's bond, and now she's on the run. Karl blinked slowly and adjusted his vortexes to buy time as he tried to comprehend what was going on. You're saying that the Haint Overlord, the one who insisted on being called Princess Lifa, is actually a weapon bonded to the totem rank leader of the nation, and now she is what? Gone rogue and taken off. The Oracle paled and nodded. Worse, I think that she might have broken through to the totem rank. A rogue totem rank threat loose in the nation, and nobody knows what she wants. Other than snacks. Elven trail rations in particular. Karl added. I don't see how that is. No, you are right. She might be trying to get off the continent. There are far more overlord and totem rank creatures on the other continents, and she needs to feed on high-ranked souls to stabilize her advancement. If she's really planning to remain on the run, she needs more souls to give her the power to resist being bonded again. It was probably better not to tell the Oracle that he still had a piece of her. Lifa had helped Hawk evolve, and to Karl that meant he owed her a favor larger than a simple sword and a few days on the run. Well, you might as well take a seat over by the fire. There are still hundreds of giant boars coming for us, and while Hawk's pretty blue flames are scaring some off, they're still trying to get through on the other sides. The Oracle turned toward the house, then stopped when he saw Hawk circling in the sky. That's a Ghostfire Thunderbird. That isn't possible. I would have seen it. No, it wasn't one before, was it? Lifa must have done that with her power. He evolved, didn't he? Karl nodded at the wizened troll, who was looking even more haggard than he had 2 days ago. That's right. Maybe he needs an updated name. I can't keep calling him Hawk when he's no longer a hawk at all. Karl joked. The Oracle sighed. Hawk is a less ridiculous name now that he isn't one. I have a cousin named Hawk. A troll named Hawk? Karl wondered about the naming sense behind that, but it might be a tribal name based on a personal attribute. The orcs did that and gave their warriors a second name based on their skills and reputation. It wasn't unthinkable that the trolls might do the same. Karl hadn't actually asked many of them their names, now that he thought about it. Karl sighed and looked to the sky for answers. Far above the flames, the dragon's tail constellation shone dimly, barely visible over the light of the vortexes, even with every bit of cloud cover forced from the sky. The Oracle quietly made his way to the house, leaving Karl to his thoughts. With the revered Oracle gone, one of the royal rank farmers came over to where Karl was standing and patted him on the shoulder. I get the feeling that you're going to be leaving here in somewhat of a hurry. He whispered. I get that feeling as well. Karl agreed. I won't ask what you did that angered the Emperor to that level, but if it has something to do with your friend the Thunderbird, or with whatever emergency called Overlord Lethal away, you should likely get a head start on your travels. I will look after your wagon until you can return, if you need. Karl smiled and shook his hand. We will see once this influx of monsters slows down. If I leave too early and something happens to the Oracle, They will hunt me to the ends of the continent. The emperor went looking for the overlord. Apparently her mission was not approved, and he was not happy about the timing when the oracle foresaw it. I don't have all the details, but at the very least, the emperor is busy for the day. The Minotaur nodded in understanding, then got to the topic that had actually brought him over. That fire spell you are using, is that something that can be learned somewhere? One of my nieces is a shaman apprentice, and that fire tornado spell is the sort of signature spell that could let her advance to high shaman and reach the royal rank. Karl shook his head. I don't know anyone else who can use it outside my group. It is possible to learn, but not quickly or easily, and she would need to know a number of spells as a prerequisite. The Minotaur sighed. I feared that might be the case. If it were so easy, more people would know it. But I do need to tell her about those flame totems. Those are the sort of signature ability that should scale well with level and let her stand out from the others in her training group. There is only so much to go around, and everyone competes for additional resources. Karl nodded. Resources are the great limiter for all of our growth. But at least after this, nutrition won't be a problem for your community for a year or so. The children will have plenty of energy-dense meat to eat, and that will help their growth. That they will. Let me know what you decide, but if you're thinking of flying away on the massive bird, I wouldn't recommend it. A 20-meter wingspan and the fact that he's literally on fire probably don't combine to create the greatest stealth skill. Karl chuckled. That might make Hawk's scouting duties difficult in the future, but they could work something out to dim his glow if he couldn't do it himself. But even if he could dim the light, he was still enormous. Not even Thor was as large as Hawk now, though Hawk was more slender than the Serum. I will have to make a harness for him later. Thor has his Tessa Knight mode, so Hawk will want a rider too. Maybe Ardana? They both have good range with their skills. Ray suggested. What am I, chopped liver? Karl asked. No, boar liver probably tastes better. But you're a ground combatant like I am. Besides, Kara and Remy have a system worked out, so you're mine by default. Unless I'm wearing my lotus. Glad to know that I'm the option of last resort. Well, you don't do anything that the rest of us can't, do you? You're like picking all of the others when we only need one. You're a good choice, but not the most efficient one. Karl knew that Ray was trying to make him feel better, so he decided to tease her. That's fine. I have the Lamia bodyguards now. They'll hang out with me. Or you can hang out with Ophelia. She doesn't have a partner yet. Ray offered. The bear and the Karl don't need partners. They just like to smash things. Hawk interjected with a mental shrug. There wasn't much smashing to do right now. The invaders were stuck on the other side of the wall of vortexes. That was what the Minotaur thought that Karl was focusing on when he was speaking with the beasts. How is the situation outside the spell? Can you tell? The Minotaur Royal asked. It's getting better by the minute. The spreading vortexes have eliminated most of the attackers now. If it keeps going at this rate, we should be able to let down the spell in the next half hour. There will be more attacks for the rest of the day, but the monsters near us are nearly under control. The three of us holding the vortexes will need a break after this, but it was the only viable way to deal with the flood of beasts coming our way. Karl explained. The Minotaur nodded and turned to walk back to the front of the house. If you need more assistance than those two lamias, let me know. We have rested fighters in the yard. Karl nodded. We should be all right. These two are excellent fighters, but I will let you know if we need more assistance on this side. The Minotaur returned to the other side of the fight, but they didn't wait for Karl to make a request before they sent over assistance. If you could call them that. What they sent were 4 of the general's guards, ascended rank satyrs who had a look of determination and the glow of Tessa's holy blessing on their bodies and weapons. Welcome to the dark side of the house. The vortexes will be up for a while longer, then you can let the lamias take the front lines, while you harass and distract their targets. It will be the fastest way to get the giants down. Karl instructed. Yes, sir. We were sent to make up numbers so that nothing made it to the children. Fear not. We won't let you down. One of the satyrs replied grimly. It's not that serious. There are no more high-ranking beasts anywhere that I can detect. It's just commander-rank boars and low royal rank cyclops leading them. The 3 of us can handle those easily enough, but every distraction you cause gives us one more opportunity for a lethal strike. That was enough to assure the satyrs that Karl really wasn't messing with them or putting on a strong front to make them feel better. If he could view their assistance as nothing more than a distraction, even when they had the blessings of a high priestess of the war dragon on their weapons, he must be extremely confident in his abilities, they assumed. A normal person would have been overjoyed just to find out that they had anyone with a commander rank blessing on their weapons that didn't burn the wielder's energy to attack. We will need to take down the cyclones soon, Remy noted. Her power was beginning to exhaust her, while Hawk was unstable after his evolution. So, it was time for the others to begin to fight again and not rely on the three of them with the largest area effects. The vortexes are coming down now. Prepare to face whatever is alive on the other side, Karl warned. There was nothing. The vortexes had killed anything that had gotten within 40 meters of them, but it kept the Satyr soldiers on guard, just in case something had escaped Karl's notice. For the first few minutes, there was nothing coming. Then Karl saw that a few groups of the armored giant boars had noticed the change in defensive strategy and were heading for the farm. It was only a half-dozen boars and 2 cyclops on their side, but the satyrs were already looking nervous about the situation. Relax, I won't let anything happen to you. You have a defensive blessing from a high priestess of the Red Dragon, the goddess of war. As far as commander-rank defensive magic, there isn't much that outclasses it. Plus, you have the 3 of us here, and none of us is going to lose a fight to some boar. You've seen my magic, have some faith in our capability. That seemed to remind them of their earlier determination. At least a little bit. Anyhow, and the satyrs raised their short spears and shields, ready to defend against attack. Are your mounts awake and healthy? It might be easier for you if you were mounted and more agile, Karl offered. The satyrs shook their heads. The mounts are terrified of the boars. The boars are food, but they are also a predator, and these ones view our mounts as a food product, which has made them too afraid to be reliable in combat. We're not a battle-hardened combat unit. We're just the ones best trained to hold banners and move pedestrians out of the way of officers' carriages. Karl chuckled at the description. However, they were soldiers, even if they weren't much to write home about. And that meant that he could use them as soldiers, and they should know at least basic tactics. All right, split up into pairs and accompany the lamia. You attack the boars from the side, and then retreat away from their counterattacks, and the ladies will do the rest. I will take care of the giants. The satyrs weren't cowards, and they moved into position as the lamia each picked out a pair of giant boars to target, while Karl charged forward before recalling that he had sold his sword. The maul was an option, but if he wasn't going to be getting the soul steel effect that both healed him and helped empower him, he might as well have used his bow. Instead, he equipped the Hank Claw, which appeared as long wooden claws over his fingers, which leaked pale blue smoke, the same way that Overlord Leafa did. Karl flexed his fingers, feeling the power of the weapon on his hands, then flicked a single finger at the commander-rank Cyclops on his right. An arc of rend, coated in disintegrate, and trailing blue smoke raced across the gap, and the giant paused his advance, confused as to what was happening. Then its knees buckled, and the massive beast tumbled to the ground as its head rolled away, cleanly severed at the neck. The claws pulsed with power as the attack faded, and Karl sent another arc of power at the second Cyclops. This one got its blade up in time to parry, and the attack faded as the blade in the giant's hand shattered. Karl split rend, again coated with disintegrate, into 4 arcs, and the Cyclops panicked, trying to dodge to the side. But Karl was too close, and the unfortunate creature had no weapon left to protect itself. That was far more effective than Karl had expected. Status. Karl scrolled through the basic information about himself until he found the weapon description. Hank Claw Artifact Grade. Deals 280% base weapon damage as psychic damage. That was helpful, but Karl already knew that it added the ghostly smoke to the attacks. What he didn't know was what sort of base damage it added to his attacks, or what other status bonuses he might have gained. So he checked his bow for reference. Unwavering Bow Rare Grade. Aim Assist Level 1. Increases skill damage by 10%. That was an entirely different description, and there was no mention of base damage. So Karl was onto the maul. Crystal Maul of Resonance, Epic Grade. Applies the effect of spells imbued into an attack up to 5 times when a strike lands. Deals strength-based blunt impact damage on strike. Again, no mention of a base weapon damage, and no numbers other than some percentage-based increases. He would have to dig into it later, when he wasn't in combat and had more time to search through rows of numbers and possible hidden subcategories. Whatever the actual number was, the damage he was doing to the Cyclops warriors said that it was an impressive one. Karl crouched and leapt to the side to attack a giant boar whose throat was exposed, coating his new claws with rend. Hawk would be proud of him. The claws went smoothly through the thick hide of the boar and left deep gouges in the heavy plate armor, leaving the boar bleeding out with a single strike. Karl used flaming body to burn the blood off himself as the boar collapsed, and the satyrs stared at him in shock. If you could do that, why are you using all these fancy skills and weapons? One of them asked. One at a time is fine, but those skills deal with large numbers while they're at a safe distance from the house. We don't want to put the children in danger. Besides, this method is messy. Karl replied with a shrug. Then he got a great idea. Maybe the haint claw wasn't meant to be used as an actual weapon for attacking, but as a supplemental weapon. It said that it dealt a percentage of base weapon damage as a bonus. So if he kept the claws on when he used another weapon, it might give an additional bonus based on the damage that the other weapon was doing. There were more boars in the distance, so Karl took out his bow and adjusted his grip to compensate for the length of his new claws. He made the drawing motion to activate the bow and charged it with chain lightning. He let the lightning-charged arrow fly and found that it was also followed by a faint trail of ghostly smoke. The arrow sunk deep into the boar, which twitched in pain or possibly electrical shock, before collapsing with a puff of ghostly smoke coming from the arrow hole. That was definitely an improvement on the chain lightning alone, and the haint claw seemed to pulse with power after the kill. Perhaps it was similar in function to the sword that he had traded, but it wasn't passing any of that stolen essence along to the wielder. According to the extended details of the description, it would gather soul essence with each kill and had a chance to become a haint sapling in the future. A sentient weapon like Lifa could make for quite the addition to the team, depending on the abilities that it developed, and Karl was looking forward to seeing what it could do. Karl released arrow after arrow, clearing the area of boars with ease, as he picked the closest targets first and worked his way into the distance. So, you could fight with a bow as well? That is wonderful. But where did all these powerful friends come from? I've never seen a group of intelligent beasts like this outside of their own nation. The satyr asked. They are with me. It's a bit hard to explain, but I can call on their assistance when I need it. Karl replied vaguely. After the wall of flaming vortexes, and Hawk evolving right next to the farm, there was no way that they were going to be able to hide the fact that he had at least a few beasts with him. But Karl didn't want the locals to panic. Of course, the satyr likely wanted to know where the lamia had come from as well, but that discussion could wait. Karl didn't know if he was going to have to grab his team and bolt in the next hour or two, especially now that the oracle had been dumped in their laps by a furious emperor whose pet haint had run away. The bow had a range of nearly 200 meters, but in a matter of only a few minutes, there were no more boars to be found anywhere within that range. The overnight fight was coming to an end as the sun rose fully into the sky, and the second day's damages were becoming visible in the distance. It wasn't as bad as the first morning. The invaders had mostly ignored the empty houses, and the ones that had smelled good enough to pillage had been attacked the first night. So, while there was extensive damage to the farms and crops, it wasn't as severe as many had feared. As the fighting died down, the oracle made his way back to Karl, who had called everyone but Thor, Hawk, and the bodyguards back into his space. They could remain out for now, as nobody was going to forget that Hawk existed. Plus, he was huge now, and flying was an entirely different experience when he could ride on much larger wind currents and updrafts. Before, he could soar on the wind, but now, he could simply tweak his feathers and float in the sky. His new body weighed very little, and his Ghostfire body skill allowed him to fly without using his feathers at all. Like so many magical beasts, he could now use his magic to keep himself aloft, and not just his body. I may have to abandon mice as food. But now, regular-sized boars are mouse-sized bites. Is this what they call an existential crisis? Hawk pondered as he lazily floated above the fields. Is it like growing up and finding out that your favorite little rodents that struggled so prettily in your web are no longer a satisfying meal? I completely understand. It's a tragic loss, but there will be others that put on as good of a show. Ray consoled him. That cheered Hawk up at least a little bit. Even the giant boars were now small enough to be valid hunting targets for the massive Ghostfire Thunderbird body that Hawk had evolved into. But deep in his instincts, there was still that urge to go for the small and defenseless rodents. Did you learn any new tricks along with your new flames? Karl asked as Hawk surveyed the aftermath of the second spawn. I think so. but it feels like they're not ready yet. Maybe after I nap. Hawk wasn't concerned. Fire was the best element anyhow, and he was already big with better than ever flames. The rest could wait for later. Hawk's circling form was a beacon to other defending groups. He was large enough to be seen from many kilometers away, and from a distance, he looked like an ice phoenix, with his blue flaming feathers. The phoenix was considered good luck, and they were as intelligent as dragons, even if they could only speak bird. So, if their position was looking untenable, or just not worth defending anymore, they started to make their way towards the farm that had a phoenix protecting it. Some hesitated when they were close enough to see that it was some form of thunderbird, which was also an intelligent beast, but not nearly as auspicious as the phoenix. But Hawk was obviously guarding an area, continually circling overhead, while only sporadically diving to attack boars that got too close. Every time he rose back up with a snack, more of the minotaurs began to consider heading in his direction, as they could hear the force and see the campfire in the yard, showing that Hawk had not eaten the defenders. Not that a thunderbird would hang around after destroying a farmyard. They weren't a scavenger bird. In the morning calm, Lotus had enlisted the help of the children from the farm families to scrub and polish Thor's scales. He needed a good rub down, and the Sarah was feeling depressed now that even Hawk had gotten a great opportunity to advance just handed to him. All the others got powerful so easily, but he was already struggling, even with his holy pond. Karl knew that Ray was likely to run into the same issue soon, but likely not until after she either reached the bottleneck or advanced to monarch rank. She had a few skills that would scale well, and that would give her a better chance at breaking the bottleneck. Eternal Lightning probably had the potential to go higher, but Thor's body didn't. But that could be a project for him and Remy. If you go through the ingredients that we have, and make a list of things that we still need to make resources that will help Thor, I can try to find them. I think that all he needs is just a bit higher quality snacks to advance. Karl offered. Thor perked up a little, both at the faint hope of advancement, and at the gentle hands of the children scrubbing down his scales with coarse burlap cloths. Fortunately, his scales weren't as harsh as they had been at first. They were still rough, but they didn't tear through cloth anymore unless you put excessive pressure on them. Having something to focus on helped, and Karl knew the others wouldn't let their resident best boy remain sad for long. The Oracle sighed as he waited for Karl to stop being distracted. It was clear that he was mentally communicating with someone, but the way that he looked around made the Oracle certain that it was the bird. He turned to see what Karl was looking at, then realized it was likely out of sight to him. You know, out of all of this, I can't believe that I got dad joked by a teenager. The Oracle began. Karl smiled, and the old man shook his head and continued. Not that kind of troll, indeed. You have no idea the sort of chaos that your presence has caused, even if you aren't somehow responsible for these incidents. There is a theory that your presence when the dungeon formed might be causing these incidents to follow you and whoever else was there on the first day. But more than that, the mere fact that you managed to make it almost all the way across the country without being detected, while traveling with an entire wagon full of elites and clerics, is like a cock slap to the face of the council. Karl chuckled. Well, that's graphic. I will say this much, though. We're not here to cause trouble or spy for anyone. I did consider that the incidents might be following me, but only the last two, the undead and this one, have been even remotely close to centered on my position. The first ones that we encountered near Ocamping put us on the very north edge, and one of them didn't even spawn with us in its radius. We traveled into it during the day. The Oracle frowned, then made a note. The council isn't sure what to do with you. One thing is for certain, we're not going to allow you to die in our territory if there is any chance that these incidents are focused on you. Oh, I had thought that would be the go-to option. The old troll shook his head. No, eliminating the target doesn't stop the effect of an anomaly. It simply fixes the position of the anomaly. If something happened and one of your members died here today, it is possible that we would have a giant boar and cyclops spawn at this location every morning, forever. See, that is valuable information to have. Do you know what the plan might be? Because I am considering making a run for it. Karl informed him, letting a bit of his curiosity leak into his voice. Well, my guess is that Marisa is going to suggest taking you somewhere to strangle you to death for making fun of her. But my visions say that it's more likely they will decide to send you back to the humans and make you stay there, or to the mountain giant border, where any more anomalies would be their problem. There has been no decision, and I have seen both possibilities. The oracle explained. Karl sighed as he scanned the horizon for threats. That's not highly encouraging. I'm not sure what I should choose. It's encouraging that they don't intend to kill me or my friends, but I also have no intentions of being locked in jail. The oracle gave him a faint smile. Honestly, I'm not even sure how we would keep you in prison. Even with the suppression field on the fortress, we couldn't stop you from setting a royal rank bloodbath spider loose in the hallway behind the guards. Blocking magic and skills is all well and good until half a ton of razor-limbed arachnid is loose in the locker room. Oh, that's a great idea. Attacking them when they're naked on a slippery surface. It will be chaos even before the blood flows. Having the ability to see the future sounds like it's not a whole lot of fun. Karl noted. You have no idea. Oracles of all sorts very rarely see anything but tragedy. Even if I want to look for good news, I have to look for the absence of bad instead. Only then can I see things going right. What a crap skill set. No offense. The oracle chuckled. Have you never interacted with someone who can see the future before? Karl made a non-committal gesture. I have, but I never really asked about how they saw things, or about their visions. So, should I be expecting an overlord to show up here with very little notice, or an army unit? The oracle's eyes went white, and he frowned, then took out a sword. Yes. Before Karl could ask what that meant, a portal opened 6 meters tall, and an armored group of giants that looked like they were made of solid stone, only identifiable as living creatures by their eyes and teeth, rushed out. A second portal opened behind Karl and the oracle, and Morisa stepped through with a snarl on her face and an axe in her hand. Once the mountain giants had arrived, one last giant, 2 meters taller than the others, crouched and stepped through the portal. You really do see only bad luck. Have you considered the fact that oracles might be a jinx? Karl whispered. Has anyone ever told you that you're not funny? The oracle whispered. More than once, actually. But you might want to step back before things get messy. The mountain giant overlord scoffed. Do you think that having him a few more meters away is going to make a difference? Morisa rumbled a warning, but Karl gave him his best smile. Do you think that your warriors can go through me without my permission? The oracle poked Karl in the back, and Karl heard Tessa laugh on the other side of the farm. Oh, she's glowing red. Does that mean we're fighting? Hawk asked. Maybe, maybe not. We will see what they're planning. The war god's glow could be for protecting the children when things get spicy. Why are we even fighting? Remy asked. Because Rey needs more monarch-rank giant blood for her pond, of course. Thor stated, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Oh, that's a good point. I hope the overlords fight. We can scoop up some of the splatter to make leg cream for Rey. Remy agreed. What are you thinking? Stop it. I can see the shifting possibilities. The oracle whispered. Sorry, wandering mind. Karl replied without taking his eyes off the squad of royal and monarch-rank mountain giants. Is the Golden Dragon Nation going to get in the middle of this? The overlord-rank giant asked. That's really up to you now, isn't it? You came to me, not the other way around. Karl replied easily as the Naga warriors moved to flank the Lamia bodyguards. There are soldiers coming from every direction. Angry Remy and beef warriors, and a few that look like Dana, but aren't. Hawk warned. One day we will teach you all the words for other species. Remy laughed. Meh, they'll get names if they need them. The overlord-rank giant was staring at Karl, trying to determine what he was planning and what the best course of action was. Karl didn't actually know what drew them here yet, though. If they came to abduct the oracle, that could be a huge diplomatic disaster. But Karl couldn't see what else they came for, now that they said they weren't here for him or his team. Morisa stepped forward to face her overlord-rank counterpart, who stood head and shoulders taller than the Minotaur did. What are you doing here? You know that your soldiers are not welcome here. Speak your piece and go away. The giant snorted at her in derision. Our Earth Shaman sensed the appearance of an unfamiliar totem-rank creature here. If Nubon Empire thinks that they can hire foreign totems for the war, you are greatly mistaken. Karl hid his amusement as well as he could, but obviously not well enough, as the soldiers from the mountain giant side were shifting to defensive foot positions in his direction. It was subtle, but his smile must have been the threatening one again. There is no foreign totem here in Nubon. Tell your idiot shamans that they don't need to send an emergency response unit every time the Emperor comes out to greet visitors from the Golden Dragon Nation. Morisa informed him in a bored tone. The giant turned to Karl. The Emperor himself came to see you? Why? I brought a rare species with me, and he was intrigued about its origin. The overlord looked up toward where Hawk was lazily floating in the sky and frowned. A ghost fire thunderbird was indeed a rare species. Rare enough that the mountain giant didn't even know what species Hawk was. Like many others, his first thought was that he was a frost phoenix, but the body shape and tail plumage were wrong. One of the monarchs was casting a spell, but Morisa showed no sign of trying to stop them. Maybe it was to avoid a fight between overlords so close to an inhabited farm, or perhaps the spell wasn't a dangerous one. If they were just looking for Lifa, they could take a number and wait their turn. The emperor was already chasing after her. The spell finished, and the group of giants waited anxiously as the shaman looked more and more confused. He was about to whisper to the overlord, but the larger giant stopped him and handed him a notepad to write it down. That was a good call, as Karl would hear even a whisper from this distance, but Hawk was directly overhead, and he could read the note as the giant wrote it. It says he only found a totem rank skill that was used by Overlord Lifa. He calls her by name, so he knows the council members. Well, that could make things more interesting. Once the overlord had read the message, he crumpled it and made the shaman eat the paper. Well, that's one way to prevent messages falling into the wrong hands. Karl Mock whispered in the oracle's direction. The giant overlord looked like he was going to respond. Then he paused and took a glowing stone out of his pocket. Karl could only assume it was a communication device of some sort, but neither he nor Hawk could see any sort of writing on it. The overlord's smile slowly grew as the glow faded from the stone. Then a fresh portal opened behind him. "Forget this waste of time, we're leaving," he announced. "That's not suspicious at all." Karl chuckled, which caused the mountain giant overlord to give him an evil smirk. Morisa frowned as the giant left, thinking the same thing that Karl was saying, and then alarms began to blare from her pockets. She took out a whole handful of glowing stones, all of which were giving off an alert tone. She turned to Karl. I will deal with your insolence later. But I now have proof that the incidents aren't following you around. These are all regional alarms for anomalies that spawned at dawn today. All related to the dungeon. That shouldn't be right." Karl mumbled. Morisa looked between Karl and the oracle, then sighed and shook her head. "They aren't. They can't be. The pattern doesn't match. We suspect that the giants have found something that is letting them trigger them. We started to suspect it when we first heard of the advancement trial the hill giants triggered. Now, anomalies are appearing all over the continent. But I have to go. Consider yourself warned to behave. I don't have time to come back and deal with your people. Do what you want, as long as you don't cause trouble on your way out of the country." A stone in her hand lit up red, and she stepped through a portal that closed immediately behind her. "They left me behind again." The oracle sighed. "I am not normally the one to play devil's advocate, but I suspect that wherever she was going, you probably didn't want to be anyhow. If nothing else, we will keep you safe for the day. Then we can arrange a team to get you home after tomorrow morning's spawn." The oracle gave him a faint smile. "This will be the last one in this sequence. This spot won't be hit tomorrow morning, according to my visions. However, that doesn't mean you'll be safe for long. I don't understand what is happening. I can see it, but I can't decipher a pattern." Karl picked off a few more giant boars with his bow, then sent more instructions to Hawk. "See if you can find the team of spellblades. They should be somewhere near here if they kept going in this direction. I don't know if they're going to be anywhere near us, but if they are, we should meet up with them." "Got it. There are plenty of groups of minotaurs and some lizards. Oh, I see some goblins and big goblins too. I don't remember seeing those before. I will keep looking." Hawk flew off into the distance, a streak of blue fire in the sky, before he vanished into the clouds. "Brother Hawk is fast," Kara gasped, shocked by the speed of his departure. "Does that happen when you get big?" "I'm a little faster when I'm big, but I can't fly." Remy pondered. They were waiting in their spaces now that the sun was out, and Ray was napping, as was her tradition after the sun came up. "Can we get a substitution on this side? I need to talk to my team for a minute." Karl called out to the farmers who had come over to support Morisa. "No problem. We all heard the oracle say that this will be the last of the giant boar spawns, so it's nearly time for us to get to work curing, salting, smoking, and drying what we can. We will have to sell a lot of it to the cities, but we've got a solid year's worth of stored meat now." That was about as long as a cured ham was normally kept without being eaten, but Karl didn't know how many survivors would be in the next city to trade with. The fire was out, and it didn't start over this morning with the two overlords present. But that didn't mean that there was much of the city left to salvage. The piles of boar bodies looked like hills in the countryside, with hundreds of bodies stacked for them to process and hundreds more in the fields nearby. Some wouldn't be salvageable, but most of them should still have edible bits. Ophelia switched positions with another of the farmers, so the whole group could gather for a short meeting when Karl came around the house. "What's the plan? Are we going to try to fight our way through a whole spawn?" she asked. "That's pretty much the plan. I sent Hawk to go scout for a bit, and we can pick a route once he's back. The wilderness will likely be the better choice again. If the monster spawns are being influenced by the population density and power level, they won't be as bad in the wilderness. However, the Oracle thinks that the giants have something that's triggering the anomalies. Starting with the first advancement trial along the hill giant border, and now all over the Newbon Empire, the anomalies all appear to be linked to the giants, according to his visions." Karl explained. Dana frowned and gestured around them. "So all of this, might be the result of the giants' interference? That might mean that the dungeon anomaly in the west might also be their doing, and now it's a stable dungeon." The Oracle's frustration made perfect sense to them all at that moment. How and why the giant clans were causing anomalies was a mystery. However, if the Oracle could see their interference, there had to be some reason. If they were trying to mess with other nations, it was one thing. But this was excessive, and there was no way that they could control that much territory, even if they had an invasion plan that actually worked. "I found Prince Guy and the Dana herd. No, the Spellblades. They're all too large or too small to be Dana. They are north of the spawn by about 20 kilometers and headed east." Hawk informed them. He was getting better at sorting people. At least a little bit. "All right, remember where they are? Or are they not hiding anymore?" Karl asked. "They're still hiding. But with these new flames, I can see them glowing anyhow. All right, I have a scouting report. North and then east appears to be the way for us. Now, we just need to make sure that everyone will be all right with what is left wandering the area," Karl relayed. However, the fact that Hawk had covered over 100 kilometers in the last 15 minutes was extremely impressive. Even the helicopters back home didn't fly that fast. Tessa referred to the map. "That works. There aren't any major roads in that direction, but there are farms that were still fighting further from us. We can help them clear the area as we go, and then head out of the spawn area to turn east." The farmers were doing well at taking care of this area, so Karl didn't feel too bad about leaving. But he did hope that someone came for the Oracle before he ended up being blamed for something happening to him. The one armed royal rank Minotaur soldier came over to join them, and nodded to Lotus, who had been nearly constantly healing the whole farmyard with her area spells. "If you're all headed out, I wanted to say thank you for the help. If you happen to be back this way, stop in at the farm, and we will make you something." Lotus hugged his leg, and the Minotaur laughed. "You made enough for us in the last 2 days that none of our families will be satisfied with the simple fare from the fields. We're going to have to start expanding our recipe lists." Lotus smiled up at him. "It's not my fault that you prefer raw roughage. I just hope that my cooking wasn't too hard on anyone's stomach." The old Minotaur chuckled. "Our stomachs aren't that sensitive. We will miss having your cooking around, though." One of the boys smirked at her. "Fear not, little cleric. I will figure out what you did to make rice and beans so good, and then make them even better." Karl looked at the wagon that Thor had pulled this far across the wilderness. Then he turned to the oldest of the royal rank Minotaurs who had come to the defense of the farm. "Jacob, I bequeath my wagon to you. I know yours got destroyed. It was smashed when I got to your house. We are going to have to move faster than the wagon will allow, so you may have mine as a replacement to help bring the supplies your neighbors will need." The Minotaur patted him on the shoulder. "Are you sure? Humans on foot are not faster than a wagon." Karl chuckled. "I have a harness for them to ride on, Thor. His might won't be challenged by a few dainty ladies." The Minotaurs laughed while Dana stuck out her tongue at him, and Tessa rolled her eyes. Karl and Ophelia were both fast on foot, but Karl was planning to swap out after the first few hours, once they weren't being as closely scrutinized. The other farmers wouldn't know or care about the beasts as long as they didn't approach the farms, and his secret was already out, so he didn't have to worry about the council finding out who he was anymore. "I will take my Dana as an artillery accessory," Ray agreed. That would free up a seat for Ophelia on Thor's back, so she was well rested when they ran into trouble. But she would likely want to remain on foot once they got into the more dangerous areas. But with the Lamia and Naga warriors flanking Thor, they had plenty of ground forces already. I will take Remy, Kara insisted. Having the Naga Queen in spirit snake form was a great compliment to her skills while flying, and if she wanted to fight on the ground, Remy could transform and bring out her final bodyguard. The bodyguards were monarch rank now, strong enough to defend against anything that they were likely to find out here, while Kara found a way to disassemble it. The beasts came out as soon as they were out of sight of the farm, so they didn't leave a strange impression with the farmers they had been secretly protecting for the last 2 days. For the first half hour, it was easy travels to head north toward the edge of the incident. All of the nearby farmers had gathered in one spot, and the monsters had followed or had been hunted by Karl's team. But no good thing lasts forever, and after that first half hour of cleared monsters, they were into the area that hadn't been cleared yet. Turn a bit east. That path will be faster. There are a few farms ahead on that route, but they've taken care of most of the monsters. That worked well enough for Karl, and the route between fields was either clear or the fences had been taken down by the giant boars. Many small farmers in that house. Ray informed them as they passed by a damaged farmhouse. Karl turned to see what Ray was looking at, and found that the house had collapsed, but the floor seemed intact, and there was a basement or a cellar under it. He ran over and rapped his knuckles on the wood. We've cleared most of the attackers from the area. Do you need medical help? I have a cleric with me, he called. Dad said to stay until he came for us. A small voice called back up. He had to leave the farm. Do you want us to lead you to safety? Karl asked. There was a defended farm only half a kilometer away. If they knew about these kids, they should have come to get them already. So, it was likely that nobody told them the kids were here. A few meters from the rubble of the house, a small trap door pushed up a pile of straw, and a young minotaur and a satyr stuck their heads up at the same time. The yard was completely destroyed, very little could be salvaged. But when they saw Karl, they sighed in relief. You said you have a cleric? Some of the others are hurt. They came from the neighbors' farms because we had the best cellar. The satyr girl replied. Karl whistled and gestured for the others to come over, which brought Lotus running. Tessa wasn't far behind her, but Lotus was obviously the more enthusiastic of the pair, and she had area healing instead of just direct healing spells. There turned out to be far more children than Karl had seen through the rubble. Over 50 of them had gathered there, and Karl began to wonder what the farmers were doing. Perhaps they had chosen to defend a house with no basement? Hawk, go check that out. Hawk circled around to check the actual content of the farm, and not just that there were people moving at it. No enemies right now, but only 5 commander-rank minotaurs and a juvenile troll. They all look like they're half dead. Thor snorted unhappily. So, they didn't come for the children because they don't expect to survive the day, and hiding is safer than out in the open. Karl pulled Tessa to the side. The last few adult survivors in the area are on their last legs. They're not going to last the day, or possibly even one more attack, if there is a royal rank Cyclops. Did you want to search for a way to carry the kids and bring them with us? Or did you want to ask them to hide until a rescue team can come for them? I'm sure someone will be searching for survivors as they clear the area. Tessa sighed and looked at the rubble. I will have Lotus make a sled. There is no food in that pantry. It was empty when they got in. They're not going to last long hiding here with no food or water. There was a wagon in the yard, but it was smashed beyond repair, and they would do better to just have Lotus use her magic to make them a sled to have Thor pull across the grass. Tessa went to the basement and traded with Lotus, who came up to inspect the rubble, looking for something that could be repurposed to transport a large group of children. 50 kids weren't going to be easy to move with any standard wagon, but if they strung a couple together or made something like the sled Karl had in mind, they could at least have enough room for them all to sit. It would just be a very rough ride. Oh, this can work. Ray, darling, you sweet girl, could you please help me make a large cloth floor with side ropes? It would take forever to grow the wood for it, but we can make a really long wagon out of these 2 axle assemblies and that fallen tree. Then I will make hangers for the bench seats out of cloth, and everyone can just ride down the sides. Lotus suggested. She drew it out on a piece of paper, and Ray realized that all she needed was 2 long pieces of cloth. So, instead of making anything, she just handed over the tarp they had been using to cover their camp. Oh, yes, this works as well. Karl, can you bring me that tree? No way can I lift that. Lotus turned the wagon into an oversized cart, but cloth with high sides to keep the kids from falling out. The silk was stretched tight between the 2 ends of the long wagon, while the back was open so they could climb in without being lifted over the sides. 50 kids were a lot to put in one wagon, even when over half of them were satyrs, who weren't large even when they were fully grown. But after half an hour of construction and Tessa getting all the kids fed, they had them loaded and ready to move. Nothing else had attacked the survivors at the next farm, and Karl was fairly sure there was room in the wagon for them, even if they needed to lay down for a while. The kids had learned that they could dangle their arms over the sides to see out, and the cloth of the walls would support most of their weight. This method actually turned out to be smoother riding than the hard wooden wagon, as the silk had some stretch to it. So the riders simply bounced and weren't harshly jostled as Thor jogged through the fields. Thor took them straight to the half-dozen survivors at the next farmhouse, and Tessa began healing even before the wagon stopped. "Sir, might I ask what you were doing?" The children were safe underground. The juvenile troll asked as they approached. Karl could see that he had a soldier's uniform on, but the 5 commander-rank minotaurs were all farmers. There was no food or water in there. "We are relocating them to safety outside the incident, or to a farm that has the capability to protect against the aftermath of this tragedy. There is one behind us with a general on site and multiple royal rank soldiers. We held the position with no losses, so there should be others who have gathered their neighbors." Karl replied. That was what this group had tried, but none of them were royal rank. So when they faced a royal rank Cyclops the first night, they had lost half of the nearby families before it had been stopped, and the second night was even worse. The Minotaurs glared at Karl as he implied that they were less competent than their neighbors. They knew who he meant because there were only 2 royal rank Minotaurs within 30 kilometers of them. There were some strong commanders, but only the 2 old royals lived nearby. What they didn't know was that there were others who just didn't leave the house often anymore, and one that had been traveling when the incident started. But they had all ended up at Karl's location. Karl addressed the survivors again when nobody had anything else to say about him collecting the children. "The war cleric has healed the worst of your wounds. Are you going to come with us? We will take everyone to relative safety. Once the army or a local force clears the area, those of you with families can return home to rebuild." They turned to each other and nodded. "We will come with you. The 6 of us aren't enough to handle what is out here, so we will need to find a larger group anyhow. Traveling with you to defend the children seems like the best course of action." Karl nodded, while the kids seemed nervous. Most of them seemed to recognize these people, but after a few seconds, Karl realized what the issue was. They were all wondering where their families had gone. They had been safely locked in a cellar and didn't know that the defenders had taken such gruesome casualties, as the bodies were not out in the open. "Load up and we will get going. There isn't much room, but if you need to bring any essentials, you can hang bags from the corner posts." They just shook their heads and got in the wagon, swaying awkwardly until they realized only the edges were stable. Thor had just started moving again when a massive blast of power in the distance nearly knocked him off his feet. The power sent Hawk tumbling through the air for a dozen kilometers and knocked Ophelia to the ground, while Karl slid backwards 5 meters. The buildings to their northwest were entirely leveled, and there was a mist of blood in the air near the horizon. Whatever had gotten too close had been obliterated, but Karl had no idea what had happened. Kara and Dana both sensed the next blast coming and put up a barrier to defend against it. Kara's wall of obliterate failed a split second after Ray and Karl both built Earth Shield walls to protect the group. The first fell, but the second held, and Dana's barrier shifted the remaining energy over their heads. "What in the 7 hells was that?" Lotus complained. "Totem," all of the beasts thought at the same time. "There are totem rank leaders fighting in the distance. I can only imagine the damage that they have inflicted on their surroundings if we're being hit this hard from over 30 kilometers away." Karl relayed. "Other side," Tessa warned. Karl put the shield all around them, making a dome, while Ray focused on the direction she sensed the attack coming from. This blast was much closer, and Kara's barrier was the one that protected them after both stone walls failed. This time they could see the cloud of blood and ghostly mist in the air, then the shift in energy as the combatants moved dozens of kilometers between skills. The Emperor caught the hint. Remy surmised. It felt like their energy, but the question was, how anyone was expected to survive this. Then the sense of power faded as they made a larger move, taking the fight elsewhere. "All civilians take shelter underground." A magical voice boomed over the area. "A little late for that. They've been and gone. But on the bright side, most of the boars and cyclops are dead now. Karl joked, hoping to ease the tension in the air. What is gone? The young troll asked. The emperor is having a disagreement with Councilwoman Lifa. Or at least, that's what it feels like. Karl offered. How does that explain anything? Ophelia asked, and Karl realized that the oracle hadn't explained anything to anyone else. Councilwoman Lifa may have reached the totem rank, and she is somewhat of a free spirit. I don't have any real details, but when she left our location, it was assumed she was planning to go overseas on vacation. An unauthorized vacation, it seems. Hopefully, it doesn't get too out of hand. Overhead, Hawk warned as he ducked into his space. All barriers up. Thor, we're counting on you to protect the little ones. Hawk coated Ray's stone wall with ghost fire body, while Karl used flaming body on his for extra safety. Then Kara put all her energy into nullify, hoping to dissipate some of the energy that was coming at them. From only a few thousand meters overhead, the blast was overwhelming. Karl felt all the barriers shatter, even with his whole group pouring everything they had into them. Then a massive troll crashed into the ground with a victorious smile on his face and a branch in his hand. You itch, I've got you now. He snarled as magical chains began to wrap around the haint. Lifa's face turned to face Karl, and he could have sworn that she winked at him before she was engulfed in purple magical chains, and her aura began to drop, returning to the Overlord rank. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.